dun, 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 dun. Good morning, everybody. Yes, I did not wake up on time again. That's what the fuck it is. 8 o'clock is hella early for me on a Sunday. But I'm earlier than I was the last time. So, this is The Hero's Journey. I'm Artisan MC. Um, like, share, subscribe, support stream if you feel so inclined. Shout out to the early bird in the building, Malika Me Bang. Was good, Malika? I'm doing the suffering for you, so homie. Shout out to the number one wrench, Aqua Techie. Was good, Techie. I said salute the artisan and the geek elite. I can't put this on the screen. There we go. They said hello to each other. That's nice. It's Dr. Rosie. What's good with you, Dr. Rosie? Good morning. Good morning to you. All right, so I'm here. I'm drinking my coffee now. Trying to jumpstart the old cranium case. I do have some things to talk about, but it will take my brain warming up. So, I can tell you guys, I've been out of the fray on some stuff this week. Working and distracted. I've been out of the fray on some stuff this week. But I did get to go see the ballerina yesterday. I didn't go with my original date, which was my mother, because she went to the air show with her ex because I didn't confirm that day. So it's cool. I know him. He's a cool dude, right? She wanted to give him a hard fucking time. He still want to deal with her. I guess that's just age, man. But but I talked to my mother, and she yesterday morning, and I just bought the tickets and stuff like that. And I'm calling her, let her know. So, all right, Mama, I'll be, on the way in 30 minutes or something like that. So, oh, I didn't know you were still coming. Tim, me and Tim going to the air show. I said, oh, good, go to the air show. Fuck it. Have a good time. Tell Tim fuck him that he stole my date. It was fine. It just mean I didn't have to drive all that damn way. Because I was going to spend a hell of a lot more money, I think, prospectively. I would spend a lot more money driving out to my mother's house and going to the movies than I would have just spending money on myself and going to the movies at 11:30 in the morning. Sitting down in the seat I wanted, taking my notes. I didn't have no coffee. I didn't have any popcorn, no snacks, none of that shit. Sitting there and watched the movie, and I left there and had a good meal. In perfect time for burrito bowls and beer. So it was awesome. It's awesome. And they had a good air show. She took some pictures and sent them to me because my mother has never seen an air show on a military base before. I've seen a few. That's my favorite. Excuse me. My mouth is not warmed up yet. I have seen a few air shows on a military base, and that is my favorite venue to see an air show. I'm not one of these dudes that, black dudes that was born in America and necessarily hates America and the military shit like that. I really don't. Like I tell people often, that's your money flying around. That's your money flying around. You might as well see what it's being spent on. Might as well. I know it's a damn sight different for it to be flying overhead trying to drop bombs on you and shit like that. Excuse me. So I'd rather see it this way. The motherfuckers is out there performing tricks for me like, trained poodles and shit. I'd rather see it that way. So for her first experience going to an air show on a military base, I told her, "Yeah, take your lawn chair because you will be on the tarmac. Take an umbrella because my mother's, she's 60 something. She's close to 70 now. Take your umbrella because it will be hot. And if you're worried about the loud noises, take you some earplugs because they will crank up the speed because they're over an Air Force base. They can the fuck they want to. They can turn it up." I said, "Oh, I see them flying over my house. This will be different, Mama. This will be different. They'll be a lot lower. They'll be a lot lower on an air base. So go have fun, enjoy yourself, and I'll go see the movie. Y'all can go do what you're gonna do." And that's what I did. And I had a good time. I had a good day of just being artisan, getting my geek on all day. I did. So I wasn't upset. I wish they'd turn some of these damn messages off of this thing now. Well, like I said, I'm going to see the ballerina tomorrow. Enjoy, homie, and we can talk about it. I still, since you're here early, I still haven't heard what you thought of Mission Impossible Final Reckoning. So if you got time, you can come up. I don't know if you're at the job today or not. Let me know, because I'm still waiting to hear that. Last weekend was kind of fucked up because I was on call and it was hot and it was a mess. And the person that's on call this weekend is suspect. So I had to lock some of my tools up in my vehicle because I don't trust that motherfucker. He was asking too many questions about whose was what and what locks are new and what combinations are. I was like, this motherfucker about to steal a bunch of shit here this weekend. Nope, it won't be my stuff. No. You acting like a crackhead. Waiting to grab some shit. Not the kid. The rest of these folks might not see that shit. I see it very clearly. And your ass is not trustworthy right now. I won't be doing that. So I had a free day of driving around and actually spending some money on me for the first time in a while. I got to spend some time on myself, or spend some money on myself, and not on other people. So I enjoyed it. It was a nice day too. It's like everybody getting out of school and whatnot. So there was a lot of stuff going on. There was a car show down the street at the little farmer's market. It's cool. My cousin was out there vending. I didn't get to go see her, but it was a nice day. It was a really nice day. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of happy vibes around. So I enjoyed that. Actually fun. So the other thing that I heard about was something Black Bane came to talk to me about, or he told me about. See, this is what happens when your brain is not working. Which was the flap that people were having about this. It's a comic book thing, obviously, but people are making a big deal about it. Let's see if I can look it up. Because I saw a thumbnail about it, and I didn't think it was that big of a fucking deal. But apparently, people got pissed off because they did this. Okay, let's bring this up on the screen since I can do some read along while I get my fucking brain in order. Here we go. All right, so this is from Zarut, and it's going to talk about what the hell is this? Oh, the screen. Oh my god! This is why I don't pull up articles all the time, because I fucking hate ads. I can't stand ads, especially this hypertext bullshit. Is the most irritating thing. If you grew up as a Gen Xer, being able to just sit there and read fucking articles and read web pages, this bullshit all on the side and stuff is absolutely irritating. It's like somebody yelling in your ear while you're trying to read. I don't need to see all this distracting ass shit. This ain't a porn site. Fuck. Oh, if you want to remove it, you can pay. I'm just wanting to read the article. Can I just do that shit? No, I got to get fucking proselytized to 15 different ways to Sunday for a half a segment of an article. Asshole. Oh my fucking god, and it won't go away. It keeps coming back. All right, so this is from the root. Chanel Janai, I like that last name. Published on June 7th. So yesterday. And this is about something that's going to happen with Marvel where they're going to change the Black Panther white. I kept talking about that shit online, and obviously the people talking about it and complaining the most, I never read no fucking comic books. So they didn't know that it actually happened already. This happened. Right. But let's just read the article and have some fun. And this is the Black Bane because he brought this up to my volume and we were having a laugh on it yesterday when I was talking to him. I told him, this is stupid. Stop arguing with people online and no fucking less than you. It's a waste of time. I don't have time to go back and forth with fucking kids. I don't. It's just anyway. Let's read this damn article. So Marvel's new Black Panther is white. Explained. Oh, you don't say. All right, watch out, Wakandans. There's a new Black Panther in town, but he's clearly not from your tribe. But don't worry, fans. There's a bit more to the story than you might realize. See, now I got to jump down past all this other bullshit to get to the rest of the fucking article. This is why I don't like reading stuff online. It's too irritating for me. As you well know by now, and as shown in the Black Panther Wakanda Forever back in 2022, King T'Challa, played by the late Chadwick Boseman, has passed away, leaving the vibranium-filled country without a real leader. And while he saw that, his sister Shuri, Letitia Wright, took up the mantle. Told you there's a mantle system in the Marvel. Took up the mantle to fend off the land from Namor and his fighters. The future of T'Challa's legacy was still left up in the air. However, if you'll remember from one of those post-credit scenes, he and his love Nakia did give birth to a son together, Saint. I have a special appreciation for that name. Though he was way too young to take over his father's former kingdom. As a result, many fans were left wondering just who the next Black Panther would be. Shuri, neighboring tribe General Mbaku, an adult Toussaint, Wakandan translation T'Challa. Really? Somebody got to tell me if that's true or not. Because my middle government name is Toussaint. And if that says for T'Challa, nigga, I'm a king. Or someone else altogether. Well, it appears we finally got our answer. Just not in the way we were expecting. We expected. You see, Wakanda's new Black Panther isn't any of the aforementioned people. See how I don't trip over that word? It's in fact a white boy named Katim who just so happens to be T'Challa's other brother or other son. T'Challa's other son, but it was a little complicated. Let's break it down. Okay, let's stop right there. What up, studio? Okay, T'Challa's other son. This has precedence in comics because T'Chaka had a son, a white son, and T'Challa has a white half brother. He actually lives in Wakanda. He's actually part of his military. Now, this is what me and Bane were having a laugh on when we were talking about this, and why I didn't think it was that big of a damn deal was because this is a character that has existed in comics for a while, and not in like in the last 5 to 10 years. No, goes back further than that. Might have been on the Priest run where this motherfucker showed up. Can't remember because I'm not Googling the shit. I'm just using my wetware, actually reading shit to remember exactly what run he was in when he came out. Don't remember exactly. But y'all got, Google Geeks. You can use your fingers and figure it out. And tell it to everybody dumber than you that you're smart. So here it is. It's a little complicated. Let's break it down. Okay, so first things first. According to comicbook.com, because they didn't read a book, this timeline exists before Elder T'Challa dies and comes from the latest 6-issue limited series comic book, Marvel Knights: The World to Come. Katima is apparently T'Challa's son, but not through blood, or at least that's what readers can infer from the comic. His mother is presumably Monica Line, an earlier love interest of T'Challa, but she's a black woman. Dun, 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 the plot thickens. How does black women have white kids? Fucking white boys. However, before entering into a relationship with the king of Wakanda, she parted ways with her ex-love, who just so happens to be a white man, and was pregnant at some point while she was with T'Challa. This sounds dumb. Why are you making the king of Wakanda a beta buck? What? Whose idea was this story? Who wrote this fucking? I gotta find out who wrote this damn story. Google Geeks, look that shit up. See who wrote this story. See who wrote this story. I have to know. I'm betting dollars to donuts. It was a female. Holy shit. Oh my god. Let me go on. The king and Katima eventually cross paths during the tribal challenge as the latter tries to take the throne. It is there that look, okay, they couldn't edit this out correctly. That it is there that the Wyatt reveals that he was raised by clerics of Wakanda and displays some sort of ill feelings towards T'Challa. Of course, because why the hell would he come in and be totally happy with his new adopted daddy? Right, King stepdaddy. Give me the throne, motherfucker. You're gonna get off the throne. I'm here to take it. Oh my god. Wait, I'm gonna turn y'all comments on for this. This is funny enough for me to actually highlight it. Holy shit. So while we're unsure exactly how the two are estranged, father and son, this does add an interesting layer to the story that begs the question of whether or not this this motherfucker is from California. This hella alternate storyline will be explored in the upcoming third iteration of the Black Panther film franchise. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you think Ryan Coogler will throw us all for a loop and give us the white Black Panther? It could be South African. Look like Eagle. We highly doubt it. But then again, you never truly know which way the pendulum will swing when it comes to Marvel. We guess we'll all just have to wait and see. Well, that was a short article for all these fucking advertisements all over the place. Okay. We did that. Katim. I wonder what Katim means in that language. I'm sorry. That was the funny shit I've heard all morning. Actually reading it was funny. Alternate timeline. Okay. I've said this before that a lot of this stuff, now that you understand what a excuse me. There we go. Let's do that. Dum, 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 dum. Dum, 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 dum. What up, JT? Yeah, the White Panther. No, because since he white, you can't put the A on it like that. He has to be the White Panther. Panther. Use your vowels and consonants, sir. The White Panther. Can be Panther. No. What up, Braxton? Let me roll back on your comments. Like I said, he's at work. Out of 10, very edgy. Okay, yeah, we can talk about that later. Studios in here was good. Excuse me. Coffee burps. I didn't put any sugar in it. He's the white wolf in Priest. It was Priest's Run. See? Top of my head. Run, he's in charge of the Wakandan Secret Police. Exactly. Thank you, Malika, for updating people on that don't read fucking comic books. Studio, that's still funny. King Stepdaddy. The king, the cuck in chief. King Cuck. Oh my God. Raising another nigga baby? Oh my God. Raising a white man baby. Who's that make him? T'Challa, Mr. Drummond? Yes, the bullshit agenda continues. It never sleeps. What up, Braxton? Snake Fiend. How is he white when his mother is black? Exactly, Studio. You see that kind of revisionist biological science going on, don't you? How's he his son? Since T'Challa wasn't married to that chick. How's that his son? You're just gonna put kids on a black man, right? Fuck out of here, bro. That shit was so convoluted. But he kind of, because it's one time T'Challa had banged this chick. The chick is black now, but she slept with a white man and had a baby. So it's his son. How? It's the alternate timeline, though. You don't understand how this alternate timeline shit works. Or children. Fucking hell. Ryan Coogler, the world is loving sinners. I'm one of them. Watched it 18 times. Oh, you tried to outdo me, you mother. Woo, Braxton. You tried to outdo me, huh? I've watched it 5 times, but it's on streaming now. And I didn't pay to watch it on streaming. I have a streaming service. Okay, you either give it to me for free or I'm not watching the shit. But I've already paid 5 times to see it. Yeah, a couple of times I bought multiple tickets. So I technically have paid for it like 10 times. So Ryan got my money. He good. Wouldn't it be the light-skinned panther? Yeah. The light-skinned panther. He's not the black panther. He's kind of mulatto. Kind of light-skinned. Light-skinned panther. Saw a Killmonger book a couple of years ago. Probably could have bought it. Should have bought the Killmonger book. I think they gave him a rework after the Black Panther movie and Michael B. Jordan killed it as Killmonger. They gave that character a rework to make him a little more fun. Okay, this is what I'm looking at. So we pulled this up on the Marvel Wikipedia. Since you motherfuckers only believe stuff since it comes off a page. Now realizing that somebody has to know this information and type it onto a page for you fucks. Grok didn't look it up, okay? This is the White Panther. A loyal adopted son of Wakanda, White Wolf is the chieftain of the Huta Zarazi, the country's secret police and a brutal warrior. White Wolf, not Panther, Wolf. Okay, get it right. So this is one of the things that Charles talks about for all you non-geeks in the house, about how the old school Marvel cards, or at least Marvel in general, always gives you a breakdown of their speed, strength, intelligence, powers, all of that shit. It's always there because you have to know how these characters rank next to each other. That's why you can have books like, can Wolverine beat Spider-Man, or can Spider-Man beat Wolverine? You go to something like this, and you understand that Wolverine maxes this dial out. He's up there in speed. He's up there in strength. He has 0 energy projection, but his durability is off the fucking charts too. Spider-Man is going to get killed. Just no shit like this. Okay. So here we go. This is his biography. Adopted brother of Wakanda's king T'Challa. Adopted brother of T'Challa. You know what that means? T'Chaka was doing a solid for some white folks. Okay. Oh shit. T'Challa needs to go to Maury. In that universe, yes, he does. Maybe they don't got Maury. Maybe they got Jenny Jones or some shit. Like you fucked up. Anyway, let me get back to this and let me get through this. Okay, adopted brother of Wakanda's king T'Challa and the leader of the Wakandan secret police, the Huta Zarazi. Hunter is an expert tracker and nicknamed the White Wolf. This is why in the first Black Panther movie, when Bucky was there, they were calling Bucky the White Wolf. This is where it comes from. It wasn't just a throwaway line. It's something that comes from the comic books that they're introducing into this MCU via Bucky being in Wakanda. I'll get to that part too, because me and Bane was talking about that yesterday too, and I had to, set it straight, not for him, but for some stupid people that he was going to later go argue with. Origin. When the plane crashes in the remote African nation of Wakanda, a husband and wife discover a Caucasian infant boy whose parents died in the crash. The husband fears the child wants him killed, while the wife wants the child for herself. Sounds like a Superman story. Bringing the infant to, Brightburn. Bringing the infant to their liege, King T'Chaka, the monarch astounds his people by adopting the child as his son. He adopts them, and everybody's shocked, like, "Oh my God, but he's white." Yeah. So what? It's a kid with dead parents, needs some raising. It'll be a problem later on. T'Chaka names his son Hunter, and he grows to become a dutiful prince, learning combat and hunting at his father's side. He achieves mastery of deadly combat at the age of 6. Kind of like his brother. During Hunter's adolescence, T'Chaka's wife, Niamey, dies, giving birth to their son T'Challa, who later becomes the Black Panther. Hunter resents T'Challa and Nami's death and soon realizes T'Challa was T'Chaka's favorite and heir apparent. Shut the fuck up, Loki. It's his actual son. Jealous ass. Hunter then befriends T'Chaka's new wife, Ramunda, and South African who sympathizes with his status as an outsider. See, here comes South Africa, and I'm telling you, the MCU can put Elon's face on this White Panther. Just saying. When Hunter enters adulthood, T'Chaka appoints him head of the Huta Sarazi, aka the Dogs of War, Wakanda's secret police, and Hunter takes the code name White Wolf. Okay. So it exists in comics. Where did this character turn up? If I remember, it was like 99. I think something in here said he showed up in 99 because it said who he was created by. 6'1", 185. That motherfucker cut like a bag of dope. Adopted parents from under foster mother. His foster mother was down with him. His foster sister is Shuri. Chakara, foster brother, deceased. Okay. So if you want to read that shit, that's on the Marvel Unlimited wiki. It's free to read. Oh, okay. They're not charging you to read shit. And there it is. That's the cartoon. That's the cartoon. That's not in the comics. So there is precedence for a white boy being in Wakanda in comic books and in the MCU. Now, when you're having these arguments with these people about this stuff, excuse me, you have to remember how you couch the conversation, which one they're talking about. Are they talking about in comics or are they talking about in the MCU? Because the MCU at this point is not strictly the comic books. It's not. They fucked that up when they started calling the universe in the MCU the 616. They fucked that up because it never was the 616. And that's what gave you that delineation between what happened in the comic books and what happened in these movie cinematic universe shit. So you have to differentiate between the two. Most people who don't fucking read comics don't do that. They just call it all Marvel, and that's what makes the shit damn near fucking confusing to have a conversation with them about. Because but you know, a white guy was Black Panther before. Like, where? In the comic, a cartoon, or a movie? Because savvy people understand the root or the origin is always the comic. Whatever happens outside of that shit, if it didn't happen in that main comic, in that main universe shit, all of that is side story shit. All of that is like alternate universe fun that you can have with the character. Because if I tell you, no, Killmonger was the Black Panther. When? Where? Well, if you tell me, oh, on What If he was the Black Panther? That was animation. That was in the MCU. Okay? Let's try to keep this shit straight. This is why I'm the old fuck in the room. That's why I'm the old geek in the room trying to keep this shit straight for y'all kids who like to just throw all the toys out onto the floor and play with them all together. Don't understand what the fuck you're doing. Like, dude, that'll never happen. What did Braxton say? Killmonger was half Wakandan, half FBA, half royal, half commoner. I wonder what this title would be. Partial Duke. Went the white way. The high yellow panda. I would like that one. I like how after the Black Panther movie, everybody talks like Forrest Whitaker's character. The high yellow panda. Everybody talks like Forrest Whitaker when they say it. The Black Panther. So many memes out of that damn movie. Dude, that shit was revolutionary. All right, so who looks like I do? Well, looks like I do have You Be Cool that you saw 5 times. Yeah, I saw it 5 times in the theater as soon as it came out. Opening day, I saw it twice in that week. And every time since the first time, I took somebody else with me to go see the shit. So you seen it 18 times? Okay. Something like a studio. I guess Barack Obama, Limey Ball, and Patrick Mahoney's is white according to them. Apparently, I'm sorry. As I understand it, working, you kind of are what your father is. So yeah, he could pop out of a black woman, but the germinating factor for that seed was white. So since the I'm gonna piss off some women when I say it this way, the incubation period happens in a woman or a black woman or Asian woman or Latino woman or Caucasian woman. Father is who you are. You're just a way station. The egg incubator. It germinated those that seed you had in you, and out pops another one of him. You're not the determining factor on that. That's not the case. Spark of life does not live in you. It lives in the male. That's biology. Don't be mad at me about that shit. You don't like it, take it up with your creator. That's how the system works. So Katim is white. White. How the fuck that makes him T'Challa's son is totally some made up shit. Now, as you can see, for the source material, the comic version, there is a white guy who does have a problem with T'Challa. A little jealous, but he's not biologically the king's son. The king just adopted him. He Mr. Drummond that shit. Your mama and daddy dead. You own my land. I adopt you as my son. I take you into my kingdom. Everybody's shocked. But I raise you as my own until I actually have my own son. And once I have my own son who can take over my kingdom, yeah, I spent time on him too. You jealous? That's your fucking issue. But this is actually my child, my blood. And I need to give my blood everything he needs to run this kingdom because Yusa will not be. Mad or not, go pout in the corner with your stepmommy. It's not going to happen. You here, but you're not in the line of succession like that. So be mad. Be mad. Studio said basically clickbait because white folks have never accepted mixed babies as white unless they could easily pass. Exactly. Why do we like Mary in Sinners? Because once she broke it down to you, why the fuck was this white girl here in this juke joint talking crazy, talking shit? Oh, she's mixed. Look, oh, she all right. We was fine with it. And white folks was fucked up about that shit. Like, oh, really? So you're black, huh? We're going to see about that tonight. Like, okay, bitch, you can be white. You can be black with them. The MCU is loosely based on the comics. What's up, Lion? It's loose now. I told Black Bane this, and he was using my talking point and not realizing it when he was talking to some lesser known, lesser informed fucking geeks. But he's telling them something that I said, and I told him. And I like people getting credit for their ideas. I don't like that just taken and wipe your feet and go play sharp somewhere else. Give credit to where you got the shit from. I have to remind people of this all the time. The MCU, at least when it started, first 10 years, is not Marvel Comics directly. It is the ultimate universe. And not the Ultimate Universe as it was in comic books at that time, but the Ultimate Universe in a sense that Nick Fury is black. He looks like Sam Jackson. That made it taking the Ultimate Comics, how it started, what it was started for, to give you that updated modern version of the Avengers. That is what they took and put into the movies. That's why they updated those fucking characters. And it worked. That's why you have the struggles and stuff like that. You have the way they do. It's not directly the Ultimates, but that is the Ultimate characters. That's what they made the movie universe off of. So because of that, they can always do this stuff and do it a little differently. In Marvel Comics, Ultron was made by Hank Pym. But since nobody wants to touch a concept like domestic violence in a superhero world, except for maybe Watchmen on screen, they shied away from Hank Pym and gave that intelligence and that creation of Ultron to Tony Stark. The only smart person in the universe at that time, in the cinematic universe at that time. Anybody that read comics knows he didn't make fucking Ultron. But whatever, fuck. Okay? Whatever. Now, you got an interesting story in the MCU for that, but that's not how it happened in the source material that you're pulling this shit from. They're playing with the toys they had available to them at that time. Now, because you have changes like that throughout the MCU, what you can see is that they cherry pick from Ultimate line and from classic comics and put it into what is called the MCU. So they can make their stories that they're trying to do going forward from that point. And that's just cinematically. That's why you have to understand the difference between the MCU, Marvel Cinematic Universe, and Marvel Comics, the source material. You have to understand those were two separate things when this shit started. Where they start fucking up, like Fox, was they start injecting shit into the MCU that made it not, the line not clear anymore. When they start calling the MCU the 616, that kind of fucked that all up. And that's why Geeks was online bitching about that shit. And if you were like me, sitting in the movie theater watching Multiverse of Madness, and he was like, oh, the 616. It's like, no, it ain't. No, it's not. This is not the 616. Even the young fans like what's his name? Aman Vellani was calling Kevin on that shit. She acted in Marvel movies and like, point of order, sir. That's not the right designation. The fuck are you doing? She acting in the movie and correcting his ass like, that ain't right. What the fuck you do? You gonna break shit like that? No, sir. So yeah, Lion, it's loosely, but that's because it's a movie. They get to pick and choose and change shit up. This has been doing it that way has been the recipe for disaster for many of other companies that had Marvel properties, namely Fox and Sony. When they start getting real loose with it, it starts throwing it off the fucking rails. That's why those last X-Men movies were shit. Too loose. Give you a perfect example. You know the movie that me and AB don't like to talk about with the X-Men. You know which one. The movie that we failed to mention or dare not mention by name. Okay? Dark Phoenix, Dark Turkey. No, excuse me. That's Torian laughing at me for fucking watching that damn movie. After I got fucking guilted into watching it. So Dark Turkey was the last outing for the X-Men from Fox. Loose all over the place. Just completely off. X-Men 97 was the last outing for the MCU for X-Men. Which was better? Which was better? And you could just, even though one is a series and one is a movie, you can just take 2 hours out of that show, out of the animation. Just take 2 hours of it. Tell me which one was better. Because I can tell you within 2 episodes of X-Men 97, that shit was awesome. It was. That was before it ever got to the Gambit part where all the latecomers, the Johnny come latelys, got on like, wow, this show is actually good. Shut the fuck up. Keep up. Late to the party asses. '97 was closer to the comic, the source material, than that Fox shit. That's why I made it easy and right for the takeover. He was doing all that shit that was just completely broken from anything resembling the original source material that people love and fell in love with. I don't know why you want to fuck with that. Put it this way. Put it in sexual terms for you folks, and I'll try to make it gender neutral. If you have a sex partner and you tell them that you love this certain thing and they do that certain thing, you're like, oh man, that's awesome. I'm getting that. My pickle is being tickled. My button is being pressed. I'm getting all that shit. If they start doing shit you don't like I don't know, playing fucking banjo while they doing it, and you said I don't like the banjo, but they only start playing the banjo, the fuck are you gonna do? You're gonna walk away. Give me what it is I fucking like. If I tell you I like this, just give me that. You don't need to start mixing up and doing your own bullshit off to the side. If you want to go play the banjo, go play the banjo somewhere else. I like this. And that's what Fox was doing. Marvel Comics got people in love with these characters. They love those characters. Let it be known that they love them because they supported them. You took that property, you took those characters and started throwing it in your blender of making a movie, and you gave them something equivalent to playing a fucking banjo that don't look like shit they said they loved. And you still expect them to like it. No. The MCU is doing the same shit. They are. They're doing the same shit. Artists and savvy people know what's an adaptation. Savvy people do, but these day and age, unlike people don't understand the meaning of words. That's why they keep flipping words and using it to mean the opposite. Right, sir, because his commoner FBA side comes from his mother. Exactly. There will be no race mixing today. Doctor agrees. So see, that's doctor approved. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Don't matter what she got a doctorate in. She just got one, okay? So it is. And Mary was a real one, yeah. She could have been in the crew. I'm from California, dude. It's not the South, okay? Look, you can have all kind of folks in the family. All kinds. I got Japanese, Caucasian, Latino, Puerto Rican. I got all kind of people in my family. That race mixing shit happens. You know why? Because people fuck. It's just what it is. In my family, my part of the clan, the MC clan, is Thai, is black. It's just what the fuck it is. My son and daughter, black and Thai, black and black. Still my fucking kids, because people fuck. So what? Don't matter. Treat them like people, because that's what the hell they are at the end of the day. That color matching shit, that's somebody else's issue. I don't have that. And like I said, I'm waiting for all the rest of the races to die off. It happens faster if you fuck their daughters or get their daughters pregnant. Just saying. They get to challenge that shit in their house instead of out in the streets or on your lawn in the middle of the night. That buddy Jim Bob showing up at their house. The fuck you doing here, Jim Bob? Or Earl, your daughter went out there and had something with that colored boy. You know what we got to do? Get the fuck off my lawn. No, you part of them now. Like Remick showing up. Part of them now. We don't all want a fellowship. Part of them. It's based on elements of the universe. Yes, yes, yes. I'm catching up to you guys' comments. Sorry. Mary told Stack to rot in hell, and he said, I will save your trifling ass room right next to me. Then she gets cursed, and she curses him when they're together forever by eternal damnation. Yeah. Well, the joke in that most people miss after that scene, saving him a spot in hell, was something that I'm forgetting. Sammy said after she walked away from Stack, was that you sure she black? You sure she white? Because he's looking at her ass. So you built like no white woman. And then he found out. No, she's not. She got some black in her. It all fell on her ass. Is that really the reason they chose Tony or Pym? I thought that was just a joke. No. This is for me. This is my thought process on this. Okay. I'm not at the studio making these goddamn decisions. But if you know how Marvel Entertainment, their first movie started up being Iron Man, the reason they picked Iron Man, because that was the only character they had access to. They didn't have access to Reed. They didn't have access to Charles Xavier. And there was a lot of other characters that they didn't think were marquee enough to try to introduce. Iron Man was a B-list character. Always has been. When you think of the Avengers, the first person you think of is not fucking Iron Man. It's Captain America. And you know how these fucking artsy liberal folks in comic books treat America. They don't want to put that first. So they pulled the one character that they had complete access to, and they can make changes and nobody would be overly pissed off about it. Iron Man. Iron Man. Once that shit worked, and you already see he's smart, you don't have access to the smartest man in the MCU, which is Reed. You don't have Dr. Doom there, which means you don't have Hank Pym or any of these other smart motherfuckers there. Who is left to hold that mantle of being the smartest person in the universe? Iron Man, Tony Stark. So that's why they started putting all that stuff onto him. Like I broke it down for you guys before years ago. I wish I'd labeled my shows this way so I can point to it every time I hear somebody repeating some shit that I said back to me like I never understood it. Every one of these smart people in the MCU have their own field. Science is not a globulous thing where it's all mixed together. Everybody has their own specialty. So for certain things, you know exactly who to go to. And Tony Stark's ain't never been the smartest motherfucker in the universe. It's always been building tech and robotics. And he gets beat out sometimes by Dr. Doom. Because that's why Dr. Doom, my word, is super deuce in the Marvel universe. He's number 2 in everything. Everything. That's why he's a problem for everybody. Because he's better than all the smartest people at doing their shit. Magic, robotics, science, mystic arts, you name it, he there. He hadn't done it. But because in the MCU they only had access to Tony Stark, they start putting all that shit onto Tony Stark until they introduce more of those characters. And the only reason that they don't give Hank Pym his praise is for one event, one time, which is him and Janet Van Dyne having a little look like she got backhanded one time. Oh no, that's objectionable. He beats on his wife. Well, that can be considered not even being beaten on, because the shit that happened in the Ultimate comic books, which I had to remind Black Bane of, was worse. Because she was given as good as she was getting. And nobody gives a fuck about a dude getting kicked in the balls by a woman. But he punched her in the fucking stomach, and now you're an abuser. She kicked me in the balls. You're an abuser, sir. How does that only work one direction? If you listen to Dr. Tia-san talk about this concept, you understand it's bi-directional most of the time. If you listen to Officer Charles, he can tell you it's bi-directional most of the time. Somebody always swinging first. And for my money, I would usually say it ain't the dude. Wrong as it may be, he ain't usually the one swinging first. And the ones who are the type that swing first, us other men are usually the ones that have to, deal with that shit. Because that's a wild animal. That's a stray dog out there. You gonna bite anybody. You might need to put that motherfucker down. Lion said Dark Phoenix was my second guess. That should have been your first guess. And X-Men 97 was way better. Yes. I appreciate you, Doctor. Dr. Rosie giving us a house call. Blessing the stream. Appreciate you, Rosie. I will give you photo support. You too. Appreciate you. Where is it? The Red Man. Appreciate it.
Yo, I'm doing all right. Yes, sir. I get an attitude when my money ain't right. The team don't want to see me rich. I bet they all back down when they hear the click. Yo,
I bet they all back down when they hear the click. Pick Paul Robin clean. Yep. It's real loose like diarrhea. It became smelly and messy like that too. Exactly, Malika. You know, like I do. You're not jumping backwards. You can't run the conversation from the back of the car. We are one people. Yes. I figured it was Mary. Fox had that contract on lock. They went hell trying to get Spider-Man in the MCU because of those contracts. They didn't own the rights to him. Marvel went through hell trying to get Spider-Man back to the MCU because Sony owned that character cinematically. Marvel couldn't do shit with him. Because for Marvel to stay afloat at one time, they sold the rights to that character off. Just like the rights to the X-Men characters in their universe of characters. But you saw what other companies did with it. That's why I do not credit the success of the MCU, Marvel Entertainment, just on the fact that they made some decent fucking movies. I credit it to what people who were watching movies made by these comic book characters that they love, made by other people, really wanted to see. Marvel do their characters accurately and better. That is the reason for the success of the MCU. Because the movies, to me, could be whatever. Yeah, they were good, but they can be whatever. But it's Marvel Comics or Marvel Entertainment getting to play with their own toys and do it right. Because the shit you saw in the X-Men was They threw any mutant they could into a blender, and the characters that came out on the screen was some mishmash bullshit that you would have to have watched all this X-Men stuff, read these comics to understand. Man, they got fucking Marrow and something else mixed up in this. This is Marrow and Omega Red mixed together. What is this? That's not fucking Psylocke. That's not how our powers work. Who the fuck is that? That's what you had to do. It was painful to watch some of that shit because they just wanted more mutants in there. They ain't give a fuck if they got them right or not. Like, oh my God, dude, this is so trash. That was painful for Marvel fans. So when the MCU finally gets up and running and is working, and they can start getting their characters and doing their characters justice, that's what the success was. They did their characters accurately. Holy shit. This is awesome. So them trying to get those rights back, look, by hook or by crook, they're going to have to come back. The only holdout in that sense is Sony. Because Sony does better business than them. Than Fox at the very least. So Sony likes money. So they were smart enough to make a deal with Marvel, but they ain't giving Spider-Man back. No, you can use them. Make some good movies. He can be in your universe. Yep, it's your character. He can come hang out for a little while. But this play date comes with some child support dues, nigga. We get the lion's share of what you make. That's why No Way Home, I don't give credit to Marvel for that shit. Story-wise, maybe. But they didn't make all the money off that. Sony did. And I was saying that shit when the movie came out. Reminding folks. You know this ain't a Marvel success, right? It's not. It's a Sony success. Because they get the lion's share of the meat. So good job, MCU, for not fucking up the story. But, you know, you ain't getting the whole whap off of that bitch. No. Fox, one of the reasons why they got all that shit from them is because they was fucking up those characters so bad. So bad. They had damn near destroyed the X-Men universe. Now, while Deadpool was a X-Men character, they didn't represent Deadpool well when they had their hands on it. No. It took the fucking actor to get his hands on it to do it well. And if at most you can call it X-Men adjacent, because he poked fun at them damn movies most of the time. So them Disney coming in and being able to, you know, buy Fox for a little or nothing because they had fucked up their franchises so bad was good for them. That's what everyone is hoping for. Oh, great. Now we can get the X-Men and the Fantastic Four back, and Marvel could do it right. We've been screaming that from the beginning. But what you see now that, you know, we're on the precipice of seeing what this Fantastic Four shit is, it don't look like it's going to be any better. It looks like it's going to be worse because the MCU is in a different spot now. It's not the highs of Endgame. It's on a slide to the way Fox was going. So what Disney was able to secure, or what Marvel Entertainment was able to secure with Disney's financial backing, because that's the only thing Disney was actually good for. Giving them the money to do what they wanted to do and getting them into other areas that they could distribute and shit like that without being just, you know, some startup company on their own, some startup studio on their own doing. They can get to a broader market. Is being able to go in Disney's pocket and have a parent company come back and say, yep, Fox, you know, y'all not going to make it, but we ain't going to sit here and negotiate about these contracts to get these characters back and sharing deals and shit. How about we just buy you bitches? How about that? And we'll set some new rules about how these characters are going to work. Sound good? Okay, sign this paperwork and get the fuck out of here. We got this. Sony ain't playing that game. You can share, but we ain't having them back. Fuck you. and if need be, we'll make our own shitty movies around Spider-Man characters adjacent. But you ain't getting Spider-Man back. You can fuck that. No, they never giving that bitch back. Shouldn't have sold him. What up, Mr. Matt? Yeah, he broke it down. Robot guy, time guy, computer guy, space guy. Right down here in southern states is still undertone. Believe they stick with the match. Yeah, I know. It's the South. Get over it. Age of Apocalypse. Yeah, I hate that they ruined that name by doing that movie. I can say this for the X-Men movies. They had some good points in it. Magneto always come out looking like a boss in that shit, which is one of the things I love about Fox X-Men movies. Magneto always looked like a boss in that shit, right? It's the rest of the movie around that shit. It's such trash. Such fucking trash. And I have problems with every movie, even from the first one. Saw it opening day with my buddy Ron in the theater. Like, that's not how that shit works. This is okay. We finally got an X-Men movie. What geeks have been wanting forever. All of us that's older than fucking 20. But holy shit, what we got is kind of baby shit. Okay, it's kind of runny, but maybe they can clean it up in the second movie. Marvel went bankrupt, so they sold those characters. Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, that's how they got it. That's why it's not a contract. It wasn't a contract. It's rights. It's rights. Sony owns the rights to Spider-Man cinematically. Not in the comic, but cinematically. So anything that Marvel Comics makes with Spider-Man, any new villain or anything like that, Sony got first dibs to use that shit however they want to. And they don't have to ask Marvel about it. They don't. Now, the deal that they have now, that sharing deal that they have now with Spider-Man, they can still pretty much do what they want, but they have to make Spider-Man available for these, the Marvel stuff. You make them available. They don't have to write the story because we know they can't do that for shit. But they will lend out their kid for you to have them tap dancing on the stage for you. Just as long as most of that money come back to Papa. Blade save Marvel? No. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, Spidey is on lease for Sony. Yeah, it's like I said, it's a play date, nigga. It's a play date. You still got to pay your child support. It's just a play date. He just coming to play with your kids, but he coming back home to Sony. Back to the land of the rising sun. DC firstly. Yeah, I always like Marvel. I always like Marvel first. I grew up watching DC because DC stuff or Warner Brothers stuff was more on television more. It was. Marvel stuff back in the day looked kind of janky. It did. But it didn't have the TV infrastructure like Warner Brothers does. It's just what it was. But I always watched both. I just understood who came from where. Because Batman 67, it was a staple for me, right? But also the Incredible Hulk show was a staple too. Not done to the same quality. Not. And that's for me, the old Marvel geek fan. This is why I gravitated to the MCU and really appreciated the MCU so much when it started, was because I've seen them lease their characters out to all these other studios and television shows that made bastardized versions of their characters and didn't make it that good. Wasn't that good at all. You were happy to see the character on the screen. It kept the character's name in the public zeitgeist, but it was not exactly what the comic books was. It wasn't embodying the comics. When Marvel Entertainment and the MCU started up with Iron Man, that was embodying the comics. It was embodying the character. It was finally Marvel being in the driver's seat in television and stuff to do their characters their way. That's what the big emphasis was. That was what blew them up, because me personally, I wanted to see that forever, because I've seen all those other shitty ass movies and TV shows and stuff with people just licensing a character to give me something like a fucking David Hasselhoff as Nick Fury. Those things were shit and painful to watch. But actually seeing Marvel itself have a studio to make its own movies, to promote its own characters, to make their characters the way the characters are in the comic book, I had to be there for that. Had to. There was no other way for me not to be watching that shit. So it's been inevitable, but also heartbreaking to watch the way that it's gone now. That is going down that same slide that Fox has done, Sony has done, with making bastardized versions of their own characters just to be Hollywood. They're forgetting the core of what made people want to watch Marvel Entertainment movies to begin with. And it was, for me, I could be wrong, but I'm just one voice in this fan base. You want to see your characters done accurate and pretty much true to the comic. And I'm being generous. You can give me 90% of what's in the comic and 10% changes. You can. I'm being generous. It doesn't have to be 100% because it's not a comic book. But it needs to be very close to the source material. Unless you can explain something in some kind of way to why you made this change and how this change is an improvement and not a detraction from the character. Started getting into Marvel when I was 70. I was 7. Congratulations. I don't usually date people's geekdom because you come to geekdom when you come to geekdom. And I don't count just you read a fucking comic book. I don't count it like that. I count it like when I was doing my little signature series. Who am I? Or not who am I? I am. The I Am series. With Talking to Geeks, one of the first questions that I asked them was when you came to geekdom, because it's not the whole length of your fucking life. It's not. You might have seen a comic at 7 because that's one of the first things you throw in front of a kid to read. Right? What I mean by coming to geekdom is when you start buying that shit yourself. When you start getting invested in this world of geekdom and comics, and you stand on that shit against people telling you it's stupid. Girls won't like you when you into this kind of shit. Why you like them funny books? That's when you start cutting your teeth as a fucking geek. When you start having and everybody doesn't have this story, so they can stop using that shit, because there was only a point in time where this happened. It wasn't forever. Okay? A point in time where you have to have these fist fights with other kids about this shit. That wasn't for you 90s kids. Sorry. That shit had got way too mainstream. How was that happening in the 90s when y'all had damn near anime on tap? Damn near. You didn't have to go looking for anime VHSs. You can watch the shit on fucking cable. And if you had cable, you wasn't that bad off, nigga. So stop it. '92, I graduated high school. 18. I had seen comics and geekdom grow to being something that everybody just watched now. Everybody. Not a small segment of people, not them fucking weirdos that y'all talked about. Them sullen kids that just sitting in there, he's just reading comic books all the time. No, not those fucking kids. When now everybody is watching it because there wasn't shit else for you. I saw that shift because they started making shit ass kid programming. That's why you end up venturing into anime and comics because they didn't give you anything else. So from that 90s point on where it became popular, all y'all Johnny come latelys, in a sense. So don't give me this shit about you had these stories about getting beat up for liking what you like. Fuck you. If you was getting beat up, you were the little assholes. Because you're the millennial generation, right? You were little assholes. Getting beat up by bigger assholes. Not because you were into this geek shit that everybody was liking now. That was popular and that you can make some money off of. It's because you were fucking an idiot. You were doing something that they didn't like. You're probably arrogant as fuck about it. You know, act like you know it all. That breeds a punchable face. Poor social skills. Yeah. I'm telling you this from seeing it. Because back in those 90s, those late 80s, early 90s, when I was damn near an adult, I was working with kids like you. These motherfuckers that are now media influencers and shit. These little socially inept motherfuckers, these maladaptive fucking children who you just want to punch in the face. That's who the fuck you were back then. That's why you were getting your ass kicked. It didn't have shit to do with Star Wars. It didn't have nothing to do with liking geek stuff and comics. You were little assholes. And other kids didn't like that shit. And that's why they wanted to kick your ass. It wasn't because you was a geek. It was because you were a pain in the ass. Because you're the same way now as adults. Because you are the generation who didn't actually get your ass kicked enough. Because you didn't have enough discipline at home. You were spoiled little fucks who had everything and complained about it. I'm the generation we had to pay for our own shit. You like that dumbass shit? I'm not buying that. Then you get your ass a job and get it. Or if you're poor, broke, as some would say, because that's such a curse in this country, you stole it. You either five-fingered it from the comic shop, or you five-fingered it from the pharmacy when they had their little comic book racks. You went into the toy store and lifted that shit. You got it however you could. Because your parents wasn't paying for it. So it wasn't no sitting around watching the shit on fucking cable. You actually had to do something to be a part of this. And that's where you start understanding you are who you are because you pay to do it. And there wasn't a crowd. It wasn't readily available. You did it regardless of who was there. And that's how you found your tribe, your folks. Because they was all in the comic shop too. And that's why you never gave a fuck about political affiliations or sexual orientations. You never cared about none of that shit. Because you were all in the same place at the same time doing the same thing. You was like, damn, this is cool. Man, let's do that shit. You remember cons when they were like 10 or 12 tables set up in a multi-purpose room at some community college. This is a con. Wonder what? What the fuck are you talking about? It wasn't a media event where people dressing up in cosplay look like some round chicks that you wouldn't even want to fucking bang. And it was mostly dudes. What is he doing? Oh, he dressed up like so-and-so. Oh, that's kind of cool, man. Yeah, I don't know if I'd do that shit, though. It wasn't a bunch of hot chicks making slutty versions of characters to go out there and get they 15 minutes of fame being somebody else other than themselves. That wasn't it. That's all the shit you millennials brought with you. That dysfunctional shit. And I could say that because I'm older than you and I've seen it. I saw it come in. I knew what it was before it happened. I saw it come in. I see where it is now. That is your shit. You dragging through geekdom and ruining it. You're not the generation that has any great struggles. You're not. You cry about a lot of shit. You ain't dealt with a lot. I was thinking about this when I was listening to a few of these white rappers right now. Most of the shit that they talk about is all internal shit. I'm depressed. I'm suicidal. I have a learning disability. My family is kind of fucked up. That's not systematic. That's emblematic of the same shit y'all pump in the rock music. Your inner decay. Your inner loneliness. Your inner depression because you don't know who the fuck you are. Because nothing defines you. And you can't define your fucking self unless you have cry for me. Something is wrong. Nobody pays attention to me. That's your fucking generation. Now, if that sounded like a soapbox, it is. But understand, I am 52 fucking years old. And when you understand what that means and you break it down into blocks of time, there is not shit you're telling me about fucking geeks. And I'm not saying that to be arrogant. I'm not. But I am saying this to understand when I say something, it's coming from well-earned knowledge. I didn't Google this shit. I didn't hear somebody else say it and run back and repeat it. The thoughts I express are my own because I've thought about this shit for decades. It's not a new conversation for me. It's an old and ongoing one that I was having when I was a wee lad. So that's why I don't judge it by the first time you saw a comic. I judge it by the time you start paying into this damn thing called geekdom and supporting it and defending it when it wasn't popular. So you come to it when the fuck you come to it. And if it was last year, cool, happy to have you. But you don't get to walk your ass in here and act like you know every goddamn thing. Sit your ass down and learn something. And don't try to start down talking everybody else who's been here like, the fuck is this motherfucker? Anyway, so the conversation we was having, look, Reed never would divorce Sue because he liked seeing how his dick looked inside of her. Yeah, I was a geek before the shit was profitable. If you're watching the videos on YouTube, you'll see there's a bunch of other geeks out there bitching at motherfuckers who make a lot of money on this shit, and pointing out the fact these ain't fucking geeks. Like, no shit, I said that shit forever. What do you think I started doing my show? And where was it? In the heart of geekdom. My geekdom is not performative. It's not. I have been this for a long goddamn time. And I don't need a bunch of toys in the background to prove it. Because every time I open my mouth, it comes out. It's my first day. It's a good name. It's like the dude I was playing on Rivals, and his name was what was his name? What was his name? And he beating the shit out of people with Iron Fist. Asshole. That's what makes people hate y'all generation. I don't. I just don't like the condescension coming from y'all. Which you condescend to people older than you, which is stupid as fuck to me. You can't talk down to people above you. You can only talk down to people below you. It's the essence of talking down. And I don't engage in that shit. I just try to meet people where they are, see where you at, what your level is, and tell you some things to try to raise that level. Exactly, Braxton. That's exactly it. Like the dude I just played in the beginning, Token. That motherfucker can rap. That little white boy can rap. He can. What are you talking about? What is he talking about? Some little Jewish boy talking about his struggles within his family and wanting to kill himself. Awesome. I could have listened to Kurt Cobain and heard that shit and saw the finality of it. I could listen to alternative rock and hear that shit. But that's your big struggle. It's not systematic. It's not the world at large on your fucking head. It's not the motherfuckers in your neighborhood. This is why I told you guys before. This is why I gave up rapping. Because at the time I was doing it, early 80s, excuse me, late 80s, early 90s. I did do it in the 80s when I was a kid. No one talked about the shit that I talked about. That was not popular in rap. The first person who rapped the way I would rap, talking about the stuff I would talk about, the first person I heard doing that mainstream was Eminem. That's why I don't give him any smoke. Besides the fact that he's fucking good at it. He can actually fucking rap. I'm not one of these dudes that think everybody who can rap only has to be black. No, you just have to have some kind of sense in fucking language. It's a skill. Not everybody has it. Just like stories from hustling on the street. All of y'all don't have those stories. You ghost riders might. Motherfuckers you flocking around you might. You don't. So in essence, you do have to be a storyteller, or you have to be a wordsmith, or tonally hear how this shit comes together and be able to tell a story and string these words and syllables or shit like that together to make it sound appetizing to the ear. Like I learned from Rakim recently, he always wrote his rhymes like playing jazz music because he was a musician. I never knew that shit. And I've been fucking with Rakim since the first album. Never knew that shit. because there wasn't always interviews available where he was just candidly talking about that shit, about his history, why he is who he is, and it's just how he is. Motherfuckers never understood that shit. I'm learning it the first time. KRS was learning it for the first time, just not at the same time. KRS been rapping forever. He just now learning that shit from him. You ain't all at the same place. And if you don't have a struggle, awesome. You just don't have a struggle. But just like I'm not interested in black dudes talking about doing drugs the whole fucking time, I'm not interested in white boys saying that shit either. A bunch of tattoos don't make me think you tough. It just makes me think you have money to spend at the tattoo parlor. And you're going for an image. Because you can be a really tough guy and never have one tattoo. Is it the ink that made you tough? Or became that deterrent to keep people from jumping on your ass? When it used to be a coherent story. When it used to be a fucking story, at least. Because, Aquatech, you as old as I am. You remember when there was different versions of rap, where the rappers who were storytellers were completely different from the ones who were just lyrical wordsmiths. There was different categories in that shit. You could tell from how they rapped. You had your conscious rap. You had your hood shit. You had your lyricism. You had your entertainers. You had your storytellers. All that was in there. You had males, you had females. There was some white dudes back in the day, some light skinned ones, all kind of shit. But the main thing was you had to have skills. For me, the downfall came when you made the Yin Yang Twins popular. You made motherfuckers popular that was barely saying anything and just making sound effects. And I thought, that's retard music. What the fuck are y'all doing? Do they got anything to say? Ho hop. That ruins your shit. That's what cleared out a lot of your really good female lyricists. Because they just gotta look cute and dance on a pole like Trina or something. I didn't need that. When MC Lyte spit, I knew MC Lyte could rap. You know what I never actually gave too much of a shit about? What her ass looked like tooted up. Never cared too much about that shit. I may like Queen Latifah. Like, damn, she look nice to me. Big, full breasted and shit like that. She is conscious. She could spit. I'm fine with that. Because my thing has always been the same from the days in the 80s of rapping on the back of the bus where kids was just spitting when we was listening to UTFO and Houdini and all that shit. If you can spit, you can spit. It don't matter your fucking color or gender. The only thing that was important is could you spit? If you can't, take your ass back to the lab and work on it. Because we ain't worried about that color matching bullshit. We worried about, do you have the skills to do this? You either do or you fucking don't. And after a point, when they couldn't ruin this shit, a lot of white folks want to get in on that shit. It's just what it is. It's the natural progression of something growing. That's why if you watch a dance show now, as goofy as she may seem on the Olympics, the little Australian breakdancing chick, as goofy as she may seem, this is the outgrowth of what breakdancing has become. Everybody want to own that shit now. So much so, You don't see a lot of black folks. They don't promote a lot of black folks doing it. No. But I can remember back in the 80s when we start doing this shit, and it's always a fad. It's just them kids out there spinning on cardboard on the sidewalks. It's just some hood shit. Now they motherfuckers have put it in the Olympics and not have your ass a part of it. Because now they figured out they can make some money off of it. So whose hard luck breakdancing story do I want to hear? The new little white girl who went and bought some tennis shoes and some baggy pants and shit like that out there doing some shit? Or the motherfuckers who was back there in the 80s breakdancing, having battles and shit like that where nobody gave a fuck and will walk past it? Who had the real struggle? My dad taught us how to play cards very young age. We would lose our allowance to him when he would back to it. He win back my allowance, I would buy comics. Just cutting your teeth. Those are stomped down geeks. Anything, put it this way. Is a car yours just because you saw it? Is a car yours just because you could walk to the lot and touch it? Or is the car yours when you walk in there and buy it and you driving it around town and paying the note on that bitch? Then it's yours. Technically. If you buy it flat out and you ain't got to pay no note, it's absolutely yours. Just like your fucking house. Even if somebody told you that's an ugly ass car. Why'd you get that color? Why didn't you get the rims? Because that ain't what the fuck I wanted, bitch. This is. That's what makes it mine. I pay into it. I support it. It's mine. And I'll defend it against anybody who want to talk shit about it. That makes it mine. Modern geeks don't do that shit. I lost 3 subscribers because I showed up late to my own show. You know what? I guarantee you, those 3 motherfuckers that unsubbed never supported the channel one time. I can guarantee you that shit. But they feel, oh, this nigga showed up late. What are you trying to have a life or something? Get his robotic ass up there and perform for me. Yeah, Aquateki. Slick Rick, a children's story. Perfect example of a storyteller rapper. Perfect example of a storyteller rapper. Ice Cube is another one. Once upon a time in the projects, yo, I damn near had to wreck a hoe. I knocked on the door. Who is it? It's Ice Cube come to pay a little visit to you. Now, see, what I just did is something you cannot do with modern rappers, which is give their fucking quotables. You just can't start rattling off one of their fucking songs because you know what the hell they saying anyway. My struggle was real. I lost my allowance to my dad playing cards with him. When I did win, best believe my money went to buy comic books. I have, Herb is in here so he can verify this story. I have passed out in front of my comic book store because I rode the 10 minutes it took me on my bike to get to that store. With, what is it? No, the bike would slow down. So I'm thinking it was a fucked up gear, right? It would slow down and stop rolling if I stopped pedaling. So I pedaled that 10, 15 minutes all the way there from my house. Hadn't eaten anything to buy my fucking comics. And no sooner than I walked out that store, I passed the fuck out right on the concrete in front of this very store that I ended up getting. Herb, am I bullshitting? Herb was there. That was when Herb worked there. That was when my boy Jeff, who owned the shop, worked there. That was me being a geek then. My money, like I've told people, like Rosie is saying right here, her money went to comics. I've told people, if you want to know where geeks hide their money, their wealth, look at their comic book collections. Look at the shit they own. That's where it's all at. No, you might not have a fancy fucking car. But you know what? You look at them long boxes they got, you'll see some shit that's worth thousands of dollars. And it's usually they don't even give a fuck that it's worth thousands of dollars. Yeah, but I got this one, man. Yeah, I've been needing this one in my collection forever. I remember when I bought this one. It was the original Luke Skywalker lightsaber replica. I paid $500 for this. It wasn't mass produced. It's one of so many. What's good with your Herb? Appreciate you supporting the stream. I will give you, because I know you like it. I know you like it. The power of many. Appreciate your Herb.
The power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
There you go. And there's a confirmation right there. Yep, scared the holy hell out of me. And that's a religious boy saying that. That's a fucking Catholic telling you it scared the hell out of him. Scared the hell out of me too, Herb. Remember that fucking scar I had right here? And I was still trying to figure out how the fuck did I fall on my face and scab all of this shit off? I don't know how. I was like, man, you can't. That shit ain't flat. Scared the hell out of me. That was going to my local comic shop, the only one close, to pick up my books. Hadn't even eaten that day yet. But I had to get there to get my comics, nigga. So I know, Steak Man, you mentioned something similar, and I went off on a whole tangent about that shit, but apparently it's a sore spot for me. Oh, yeah. Two Trip. Heather B and Yo Yo. I still love Heather B. I do. If heads only knew how I feel about this rap shit. And Nonchalant. I like Nonchalant. 5 o'clock in the morning. Where you gonna be? That whole album was fire. That whole album of Nonchalant was fire. But I'm gonna have to look up me some Non right now. I might cue that up for the outro because there was another song on that album that I liked. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Dead Set. I think Nan was up there in your area. I think she was from Baltimore. There we go. Yeah, I never cared. You have to have skills. And yes, Herb, Today Was a Good Day is a classic storytelling rap. Just like 6 in the Morning from Ice-T. It's a story. It's a story. If you're a surface level motherfucker, you don't know about Midnight by the same rapper, which is basically the prequel to 6 in the Morning because it leads from midnight up until he gets back home, and then he gets a knock at the door, and then it goes into 6 in the morning while the police showed up at his house. And he made that shit years later. Artists from the age of 9 to 53 have always been comics have always been my salvation, improved my reading, helped me as an artist, and introduced me to fellow and beautiful, interesting geeks. Yes, it has. Remember, the first con I went to was WonderCon in Oakland at the Hilton in their conference rooms. And at that time, that was the biggest con I had ever seen. At that time. And that was the biggest one. Now, time frame wise, my kids were young. My daughter, maybe she was 4. And I take that back. That wasn't my first con. That was the biggest con I had been to. And my son had to be maybe 5, 6. I strolled them in that con. That was the first one I took my kids to because I had kids. And my daughter was freaked out by the people in costumes. She was. That freaked her the fuck out. Some dude walked by, was like some big jellyfish or some shit or whatever. She was like, ah! It's okay, baby girl. It's okay. Look, Herb, no. Fact, he didn't even know about San Diego Comic. San Diego Comic Con wasn't even a fucking thing then. That's why we were so pissed in the Bay when WonderCon got big. We built this thing up from little or nothing to being actually a big event. And the first thing they motherfuckers want to do is, oh, we're going to move down to Anaheim. Fuck you. Them people in Anaheim ain't supported you all this goddamn time. Assholes. I was happy when they went from being in Oakland, just a little disappointed, but still happy. When they went from being at the Hilton in Oakland to moving over to the Moscone Center in San Francisco. That meant it got bigger. That meant it grew. And it was bigger. That's where I got to meet J. Michael. Because it was in San Francisco. It was a bigger show. But seeing it grow up, in a sense, and grow so big, it just went away from you. Oh, we want to catch that Hollywood audience. They ain't supported you. Oh, God damn it, dude. This is what I mean by seeing shit as it grows. You have to watch it. You have to watch it grow. If you're lucky enough to be there at the impetus of something, to see it go from being something really small, you dedicated people to growing to something that big, it's a beautiful thing, but it's upsetting at times too. Because when they don't show respect to the people they built this shit off of. Me and my son would volunteer WonderCon, and they would give the volunteers goodie bags. Yeah, I work WonderCon. I work Big Wow. I'd volunteer. That's where I met the artist for the boys. I was helping him unload his fucking car, and I hadn't even read the boys' comic books. He signed one of them bitches and gave it to me. When the show came out, I said, man, I met that dude. I wasn't even reading the boys' comic. SF Comic Con was even worse. Oh, yeah. JT, no, he's in the culture, dude. This is what I mean. People from the culture know folks in the culture. Like Herb will get this. You probably get it now too, JT. It was totally something different to actually be in a comic shop, see these regular faces you saw in comic shops, and then you go to a con and you see some of them same people there. Like, oh, I know him. Hey, what's up? Because you in the culture. You are. Oh man, where's your store at? Oh, we over here in Frisco. Oh yeah, I've been to that store. I've never seen you in there though. Oh, I'm only in there on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Oh, that's why I only come in on Saturdays, man. Yeah, see, Rosie got one. See, here one of them is Herb. Here's one of these motherfuckers that got our WonderCon. This motherfucker right here. This is one of the people who got our WonderCon. When they moved down south, this is one of the people that got to go to WonderCon now. You're welcome. You're welcome. Hope you enjoy it. Yeah, WonderCon in Anaheim. I didn't know WonderCon started in Oakland. I went to WonderCon in Anaheim and LA when I lived in Cali. Yes, that's where they moved to. WonderCon moved down to Anaheim because San Diego Comic Con was becoming a big deal. And the Marvel movies and shit like that were becoming a big deal. Geekdom was becoming a big deal and profitable again. They moved that fucking con down there from Oakland because it was started in Oakland and then it went to San Francisco and then they pieced the fuck out. This is what you understand when you hear somebody give their age. You have to understand what they've actually lived through and seen. The birth and the runaway. One of the best cons I attended was one where I met Ty-Mac and Dwayne McDuffie. Very nice gentlemen. Yeah. Ty-Mac was the last dragon for all you people who don't know. And Dwayne McDuffie, Saint McDuffie of the Milestone Clan fan base. I haven't been to a comic book con since C19. I need to fix that this year. I haven't been to a con since Big Wow got replaced by Silicon Valley Con because I volunteered like every year for Big Wow and go down to San Jose, get my little volunteer pass. That's where I saw JT and Chris setting up the Fracture booth and was like, the fuck is y'all doing? These are customers. The hell you doing here? Now we got a booth, nigga. Like, y'all was serious. Holy shit. That's where I saw them at. And then Big Wow got folded into Silicon Valley Con that was done by Wozniak from Microsoft. And Stanley backed it. And it turned into Silicon Valley Con. I haven't been to one since then. Not because I was pissy, just because I haven't. It's weird with me. I don't like it when everybody else shows up. I was having a conversation last night about not liking to be around a lot of people. Like I'm around people all day, and in those unscripted, I forgot what I called it when I worked retail, but it's forced interactions. I am an introvert with extroverted tendencies. I do not like people. I am not antisocial. I'm anti-idiot. I don't like idiots. So when I do not have to forcibly interact with idiots, I get the fuck away from people. I do. I'll roam this whole earth by myself if need be, because I'm not charged like that. I don't need a bunch of people with me to have a good time anywhere. I don't. I've been that way since I was a small, wee child. I'm the oldest. So I always had to entertain myself. Always. I'm never looking for a shitload of attention. I don't need you watching me. I don't need to check in. I don't need to punch a clock. I just need to be left the fuck alone. And I will do what the fuck I do in that time. big crowds of people drain the shit out of me. Drain the shit out of me because I pay attention to everything. And at that rate, it's overtaxing me. It's like being a psychic in a room full of dirty-minded, chaotic thinking people. It's really tough to block all of you motherfuckers out. And the easiest thing to do is get my ass far away from you and go somewhere where ain't nobody talking, where I can't hear your thoughts. The forest is nice. Being by the water is nice. Because it cuts down all that extra mental fucking noise. And I can just be me. Rosie laughing. Yeah, you could tell who was really in the comics when that. Yeah, you could see who was really into it because you would see your customers at the con. Oh, I saw so and so at the con. What you buying, man? What you picking up? Oh man, we got that. Could you get this at the shop? Yeah. If you said something, yeah, we'll order it. Well, they had it here. You see people at the con that came to the shop. You like, man, what you doing? You cheating on us? It'd be that weird feeling like the motherfucker's like, I'm sorry you had to catch me like this. Yeah, you buying from another shop. It's cool, man. It's good. It's good. But if you told me you wanted that shit, I'd have gave you that shit, okay? I want your money. Okay? I want your money. I'm here every day. You spending it with these strangers? I also go to my little convention cons. Shrine auditorium once a month. Yeah, the few times that the shop, when my boy Jeff owned it, did conventions, he did smaller cons. Like one was in, Pittsburgh? It was at the community college. And then he did another one down in like Hayward. Hayward Con, and try to get his feet wet into doing it and how it was, and it was expensive. I helped him out, right? It could be expensive because you need somebody there to do that shit. You got to transport all your gear and stuff like that, but it's something that you build up to. It's nothing I don't think you can jump into right off the bat unless you got some good financial backing. And like I told you guys, comic book stores are not chain things. They're independent sole operators. So they're usually operating that shit out of their own money, especially to start up. I'd have never got that comic shop started in my name if I hadn't had that $20K from my old job. If I hadn't had that, I'd never been able to step in and try to do that shit. Never. So it's a loss right off the bat. I've never been to Cigaraph, but not a con. Cigaraph was probably a con. You up in the Baltimore area, fucking Charles, much as he talk about Blurred Con, just show up for that shit. And I'll just tell you, Blurred is a millennial name. And it's weird as hell to me because it's called being a blurred, but you're supposed to be a comic book geek. A nerd and a geek is not the same thing. It's not. Never has been. You want to know the difference? I've said this before on here, how I make the distinction. And geek is culture related. Because you can be a geek and not be smart. A lot of geeks who really love comics are secretly dyslexic. Okay, they're not nerds. A nerd usually can have a PhD. Big Bang Theory are nerds that like geek culture because geekdom is a culture. But not all nerds are geeks, and not all geeks are nerds. You have geeks like, what's his name? Herb, you remember him, Brian? Not Asian Brian, but Black Brian, the doctor, who has a PhD. He's a doctor, serious medical doctor. but he's a geek because he loves his comic books. They're used interchangeably, but they don't mean the same things. When you overlap words like that, that's when you take away the specificity of what the word actually means in the segment of people it actually applies to. You downgrade them because you're just trying to roll everybody up in this homogenous sushi of bullshit. Speaking from somebody who's actually paid for spots on cons, JT said, I don't do cons anymore. It's different once you've been an exhibitor. I don't really care about buying mainstream anymore. Plus, I'm tired of people. It's different being a consumer of comics when you have to be a retailer of comics. You appreciate this shit and loathe it completely differently. Completely differently. Getting to your level, that's why I say, to me, JT is a Uber geek, because not only was he a consumer of the product beforehand, spending his money on it, he actually went to school and got a master's in writing to write and make his own comics. That means he produces the shit that people can read. And not only that, he covered the retailer side by working in a comic shop, and then he did the exhibitor side when he would have his own tables and his banners and shit like that, selling his products, talking to people at fucking cons, at big cons and small. He run the gambit. He's run the whole gambit of fucking geekdom. Not a lot of people have done that. Possibly not a lot of black ones. And he's sitting right here in the chat, telling you his experience. Half these motherfuckers that's popular on YouTube ain't did none of that shit. They only know from maybe bought a comic one time, or they downloaded it, or they skim Wikipedia, or listen to somebody else. That's their geekdom. Disrespect a shitload of other people out there in the world. Yeah, or who's the one and only master? Be going to nobody else's shop. What the fuck wrong with you? I see you in this con again. I see you here come Sunday. Fucking you up. Better not be here on Sunday. Even though that's when you can get the best deals. You better not be here. Go back to the shop. I'll have it for you. You're ordering it right now. I'm calling back there so they can order it right now for you. Spend your money with me. I want all your money. Give me all you got. I have my sketches in my black book, and Stanley did for me, as well as John Romita Jr. They also signed it. Yeah, that was where, I like walking Artist Alley, seeing other local talent that you don't usually get to see because they didn't have books on the shelves, and meeting those people and talking to them. Also, it was also a good way to get your art looked at by people in the industry. Primary thing. Like, if you're looking for a job in comics, for art or writing, you go to one of these goddamn cons because those people are there. It's like showing up with your demo tape. You might actually, if you're social enough, you might actually make some connections with some other geeks that's doing the same thing. Maybe your thing is just art, and you stood in line for an hour to get up to see this one person for this big company to show him your portfolio, and he looking at your shit, and somebody else in line said, "Man, you did that? That's awesome. Dude, I write. Where do you stay?" Y'all might be able to link up like that and put out a book together. because you do the art and this dude does the writing and this dude is really good at inking. You come together and that's your new company. And nowadays, you ain't even got to be in the same space to do it. You can do it all over the internet and get your books published and printed somewhere else and just shipped out directly to whoever the fuck you want to. Shopify is a thing. You never have to be in the same place. You just need to have conference calls. I want to be in a room with a telepath so another person could understand how warped my thoughts are sometimes. They'll say, you don't want to freak out a telepath. One of my telepathic characters that I made up, one of the things I made them do is thinking about that whole process of being able to hear everybody's thoughts all the time. You don't want to hear everybody's thoughts all the time. So my understanding was these telepaths, since they come from space, they're not earthbound. They know how to dial shit out. It's frequencies, like a radio dial. They know how to tune that shit down and tune into different frequencies and how people think. So you can hear certain things and you can not hear certain shit. Because otherwise, you're just going to go crazy. You're just going to fucking go crazy. And that's excuse me. Damn coffee. That's an outshoot from reading novels with people who were telepathic. The struggles they had to go through, reading comics, the struggles that telepaths had to go through. Xavier didn't put mental blocks in Jean Grey's mind because he was in there fucking around with her and diddling her and stuff like that. And he didn't want her to remember that shit. No. He had to put mental blocks in there to control that shit, to help her learn how to control it. Because when your shit activates when you're really young, you have none of those mental defenses. None of them. You gain mental defenses from growing up and going through shit and learning how to make them. If you've done it, you could show somebody else how to do it. But if you've never done it, you can't show another person how to do shit. Because you can't teach what you don't know. You can't explain what you don't know. This gets into my part about talking about surface level fucking geeks. You can't explain no thought process that your ass regurgitate. If you try, it sounds like some stammering, mumbling bullshit. I mean, you groping for what you think the person meant who said it. But that said, your thoughts might be dark. You might get somebody, what the fuck wrong with you? And she might slide you a number. She might slide you the number right after that shit. Call me later, since you're having such a good time with this. Artisan isn't lying about the crowds being draining. It's not a lie, dude. It's not a lie. My coworkers know this. Why do I drink coffee in the morning? Why do I drink coffee in the morning? And why do I only need 1 cup of coffee if I have it that day? Just one, not a lot. Don't have to be a huge cup. It just has to be a small one. I just need one. Why? That's me refilling my patience. That's what it is. It's a mood suppressant. I'm a 70s, born in the 70s. I'm a Gen Xer. That was how they gave us to calm us, ADD, attention deficit kids, hyperactive kids down. Caffeine, it's a mood suppressant. It works opposite. So it organizes my thoughts, calms me down a bit. And it brings my patience level up so I can deal with more people. So it's not so draining. I'm more, I want to say loquacious, but I'm more social in a fun way. Otherwise, I could sit up there and be quiet as shit. Like a real stigma, just sitting there. Watching and analyzing everything. And y'all wonder if the motherfucker even had a voice. Was he in the room? Yeah, in plain sight the whole fucking time. But I'm watching all of you. Mr. Matt said that community building is unmatched at local cons. Yeah, that's why you roll through Artist Alley. That's why you roll through Artist Alley. If you want to go to the majors booth, that's fine for networking. If you're looking for a fucking job, right? It's fine for networking. You want to build community, you go through Artist Alley. Because that's regular people who paid their money to have a booth there and show you what they got, show you their skills. And it's awesome seeing my logo, this logo that's at the top right of your screen right now that's going off. That picture of that Punisher is a print that I bought from Artist Alley. I bought it. This dude drew that. I bought it. It's in my living room, I believe. It could be in that box. That's why I use it. Because I always like the Punisher. I like original creations by people. Sense of theme here. And it's best emblematic of me. It is. It's best emblematic of me. In Marvel, my favorite characters always have skulls. The Punisher and the Ghost Rider. And they both punish people. One looks for vengeance, one looks for punishment. I'm down with either. I rock with either one. She says she like geeks. Uh-oh, everybody in trouble. Came to the right place because ain't nothing. We're all geeks down here. I'll teach you how to geek down here. We're all geeks down here. If y'all know the reference, put it in the chat. Test your nerd. Beth said Neil deGrasse Tyson is the most popular nerd on the planet. Yes, Neil deGrasse Tyson is a fucking nerd from South Central LA. Hood. Played football and shit. He's a fucking nerd. You wouldn't say that to him, and he wouldn't be insulted if you did. Depends on how you say it, right? But you would never confuse him with a geek. Because he ain't a PhD in fucking comic books. Orson Scott Card is both a nerd and a geek. Yes, because you can be both. They're not the same thing. They're different. They have different categories. I am a nerd for certain things. I am a geek in a lot of other things. When I tell y'all I spent 3 hours yesterday playing Pokemon Go because it was a Dynamax raid for Cinder Dance or whatever the fuck that damn rabbit is. When I tell you I was caravanning with a bunch of other people in my Pokemon Go group doing raids, does that sound like nerd shit or does that sound like geek shit? That's geek shit. And I told you flat out. Even though I already told you how old I am. Yes, I was 52 in my car, separately from like 20 other people, rolling up to every imaginary gym that there was in the area, and 100 deep battling this one fucking thing on our phones. Fucking getting the ball. Yeah, my record was two for 6. 4 of the motherfuckers kept getting away. Assholes. That's geek shit. I told somebody, they asked me what I was doing that day. Geek shit. Didn't go into detail. Geek shit. Because I don't need to. That's who I am. It's the life I chose. Yep. Portfolio reviews are a thing at cons. Yes, always. And yes, Elon Musk is a nerd. He's a nerd who likes comedy. So he has a sense of humor. You can thank that nerd for even wanting to give you an electric fucking car because the majors would have never gave you that shit. So you can dislike them all you fucking want to. Take your Tesla back. Sell them for $5 online. Give them up. Good, please. Please. So you can pay these high-ass gas prices, dumb bitches. Letting politics run the wrong things. Lots of kids today won't financially support comics, but they love illegally downloading it and sharing it with friends. Exactly, Herb. And that's the difference. That's the difference. Our generation would, I can remember hearing stories about this from like the kids in like the 50s and shit like that. Scraping together cans, newspapers, whatever they could that could earn money to get their little change to go buy comics because comics was cheap. They weren't damn near $5 a pop. It was like 25 cents, 35 cents when money actually has some value, right? They would scrape together shit, cans, glass, whatever they can trade in, get a little change for it to go buy comics. In my day, when I was older, nigga, I did little jobs. I volunteered. People would pay me like $5 or something like that so I can go buy comic books. I didn't have to gamble against my daddy for this shit. But I still did when I actually had a job. That was like when I got my first paying job, like legit paying job, I did nothing but restock my geek shit. Them first checks was gone the shit that I wanted. Like, yep, I'm buying this box set. I'm buying these G.I. Joe. Nigga, I was buying the shit that my mother would not buy me. I was getting all of that shit. All of it. And when I got older and ended up getting married and having kids, nigga, I would come in the shop. Herb can attest to this. I'd come in the shop on a Saturday and blow $200-$300. Oh, these new Pokemon cards, man, I want these motherfuckers. Yeah, I play this Magic together. Yeah, I play that shit too now. Nigga, I am heavily invested in geekdom. Heavily. It was not a passing fancy. It was not the thing that was popular. It was not the thing that I thought would earn me some money one day. No. It was the shit I loved. Period. The end. And I supported it. So no, kids today, yeah. JT can tell you, I always give JT shit. I don't do it now, but I used to give him shit when he was talking about his comics and he was saying, yeah, you can download it from such and such. I'm like, download it? Why the fuck would I do that? Nah, you got to stop that. I would give him shit about that, but it's just me as a old school geek. You need to have it, nigga. It needs to be tactile in your hand at a moment's notice. You need to have it. You need to touch it. You need to be able to crack that bitch open and smell the sweet smell of paper or plastic nowadays. You need to be able to reach and say, yeah, nigga, I got a whole nother deck I need to be making. I need to finish doing this deck and find somewhere I can play. That's geek shit. Who has shit like that laying around their goddamn desk along with bills and tax forms? Come on, man. What up, A Bizzle? In some media beaming in. And yeah, test your geek. That's what that shit is. Test your geek. Well, I was going to give the example of when you watch the movie Revenge of the Nerds, who were the geeks? Didn't see one, did you? Not what you would traditionally consider a geek. Okay, in the Big Bang Theory, who was the actual geek? It's not Sheldon. Sheldon is a nerd. A nerd with Asperger's. But when he goes to the comic shop to buy his t-shirts and comics and bitch at the owner, who's the geek? The comic book store owner. pimping out some geekdom to this nerd. There's a difference. Subtle, but there is a difference. Hey, Aquatechy, you're right. I missed that one, AB. My bad. Test, you nerd. I missed that one. Thank you, Aquatechy. Thanks for the pickup, man. I missed that one, AB. That was a good one. Test your geek. Mowing lawns, paper routes, the only thing that make money is Gen X's, man. You had to figure out how to hustle. Because nobody was giving you a fucking allowance. You had an allowance, your parents was pretty well off, nigga. You allowed, as a Gen Xer, you were allowed to still be in your parents' house. You were allowed to go outside, nigga. You was not allowed money. You better go find that shit, figure it out. Your parents figuring it out. You better go figure it out. I keep those cards on me. Mr. Matt, my backpack always has a magic deck in it. I always have a deck of magic cards. If I find a game somewhere, nigga, I'm sitting the hell down. I cannot go to my son's house without having some cards on me because it's a problem. It's a problem. You bring your decks? Fuck, I forgot my decks. Oh, it's a problem. It is a problem. These are people who know me. It's a problem. It's an issue. Can't do it. Can't do it. Gotta have decks on standby. Print costs ain't cheap. I make trays, not single issues. Yeah, you made them the chumpy, man. He gives you the 20 sack. You got the chumpy sack, the pillow, the Cali Kush pillow. Trays ain't cheap. Y'all got to pay for that shit. No singles. No singles. No Lucy's here, motherfucker. You gonna buy the whole pack or none at all. And he writes it. It's a shocker, right? Somebody actually writes. I don't even want to think about how much I got tied into MTG, because if you think about how much you got tied into MTG, you never really liked playing Magic the Gathering. You did it because the money aspect made it seem like you were doing something extra. You never cared. I could show you one thing right now, Mr. Matt, and it would make you sick. Geeks wouldn't care. They'd want to know what was in there, right? But there was a segment of Geeks that came along in the last 10 to 15 years, and you can see where Magic is right now to understand what set of people this is. That Magic became all about how much the cards cost, how much your deck fucking costs, and how much money you sunk into this shit. I've been playing Magic since 93. The game started in 92. I never cared about how much money I put into that shit because I never looked at it like that. But these kind of commodifying, monetizing ass motherfuckers came into Magic the Gathering, and they're the ones who drove that. Speculators. That's why I don't like speculators. They ruin the fun of something by always trying to put a dollar sign on everything. This is good if you spent this much for it. No, it's not. It's only that being in geekdom, you understand value comes from scarcity, not from abundance. Scarcity, not abundance. Early comics are valuable because it's not a lot of them in circulation. Given the war, paper shortages and shit like that, a lot of that shit was thrown away for the paper shortages for the war. So anything that's still left from that time is valuable because it's not a lot of them in circulation. A comic coming out today, let's just take, what was it? I'm forgetting the name of it. That Azzarello Batman, where you got to see the shadow of Bruce Wayne's penis in the Batcave. It's shitloads of them out there, but it became more valuable because they stopped making them. That rose its value. Something coming out today, they're making thousands of them motherfuckers. It's not valuable. Oh, it's worth such and such. It's not worth that. No, it's not. Because there's too many of them out there. That's why your Death of Superman book ain't worth shit. You know why? They printed too many of them motherfuckers. You want to understand this in the real world sense? Why is your money not really valuable? Why does it take $5 for me to fill my tank and not the $1.75 that I remember, which wasn't in the days of yesteryear? No, it was probably about 20 years ago. Why? Because your money is devalued. There's too much of it out there floating in circulation. So it ain't worth shit. Abundance creates less value, which is why, if you want to take it to another avenue, because I'm trying to hit people at different levels so you understand the conversation, why is pussy selling for coffee money right now? Because women are in abundance. Vagina is in abundance, which means some shitty ass attitudes you don't have to tolerate because there's too many other women out there. So get right or get left. Inflation is a bitch. Yes, the inflation is in the cost. You don't want cheap shit to be worth a lot. No, that skews it from actual fucking value. I got the Jim Lee variant bat dick. Laughing out loud. Maybe I should sell it. Yeah, some weirdo would look. I was working in a comic shop at that time. That was the weirdest shit I had ever seen. Them dudes was coming from store to store. You got any copies of that Batman such and such? Like, no, you pervert. It's just an outline. It's a shadow of Bruce Wayne's dick, and you dudes is running in here for this shit? Man, what the fuck? Like, I was glad when we sold out of that shit. I think I got a copy, but I was glad when we sold out of that shit. Take these motherfuckers, because y'all is not real fans. Y'all are not really fans. You heard that something was possibly worth some money, and they stopped making it, so it immediately made it a scarcity thing, and some motherfucker, fat fuck, is running into your store wanting to buy 5 copies of the shit. No, you get 1, maybe 2, because I want to sell this to my regular customers. Not your speculating bitch asses will come in here and buy my whole stock and then double up the price on fucking eBay, selling my stock that I can't sell to my customers. Fuck you. Yeah, speculator scum. Yeah, I hate speculators. In magic, in comics, I hate speculators. You're not real fans. That's why you don't hear me worried about the money of certain things. I don't care. Not that it's not worth money, it is, but my enjoyment isn't the money. And usually the money fucks up my enjoyment of it. I play pool. I don't gamble on games. Could I win money gambling on games? I'm sure I could. Do I care about the money? No. I like playing billiards for the skill, for the artistry, for the creativity. Money is a side effect. If you do it really good at a high enough level, money will come. As it stands now, I pay $20 a week to shoot pool and beat people and lose to people. And when I lose, I ain't thinking about the $10. I'm like, how the fuck did I lose that game? What did I not do correctly? Still got my original Dragon Ball Z Saiyan stack from the early 2000s. Nigga, I still got my original Pokemon deck, my Charizard deck. I have my Kick Your Grass deck that I made with grass and electric cards, because Pokemon, when it started, played like Magic. They based it on Magic when they made it. That's why I played it. And I still got those cards sitting in the living room with my Magic cards. Only reason I didn't get up right now and go back and grab this big ass fucking, or one of these big ass tubs full of Magic cards to show them Mr. Matt, because I'm not that kind of showy geek. Nigga. I got what the fuck I got. But within arm's reach, I showed you my fucking cards that I bought for my dragon deck to upgrade my dragon deck, and some choice shit that I just liked that I wanted sitting on my desk. I got another one sitting on my coffee table. I'm not a play geek, dude. I don't play geek on YouTube. I am a geek in life, period. But static gets censored for dealing with safe sex. Yeah, go figure. Yeah, go figure. Because nobody wants to see a black weenus. Nobody wants to see two teenage kids sitting on a couch fumbling around and there's condoms nearby. Oh my God, what message would that send? Safe sex? But now, in comics, everybody can be a lesbian and some other shit. Everybody got to be gay. I'm just waiting to see when they're going to have Iceman bending somebody over so you can see that shit. Give them the high frosty one. That big icicle. What up, Charles? Prepare for my arrival. Fucking hell. Say what up, brightness? What up, darkness? Darkness. Darkness falls on the geekdom. Ur Dragon. Yeah, that's the popular one everybody talk about now. My favorite dragon was always Nicol Bolas and Croesus, I believe his name was. The black and blue one. I liked him. Really liked him. But those are the colors I usually go to. Anything with black. Black red, black green, black blue. Because I like male decks. I like making motherfuckers throw shit away. Because it eliminates their options. And that's all a deck is. A 60 card deck is just options. You got 7 cards in your hand, and what is that? Do the math for me. What, 53 other cards left? If I can get you through that 53 cards, I'm eliminating options for you, nigga. Lands, creatures, spells, that shit is going away. I'm eating through all of that shit. And see what you can fight with no leg. Man can't stand, he can't fight. Well, if a man can't draw, he can't win. So fuck him. Yep. See? Spoken like a magic fan. Croesus the Purger? You know your decks, nigga. Peace out, Dr. Rose. He said, have a great weekend. Stay safe, everyone. Peace out. Peace out. Laugh out loud. Give us one the cold poll. Yep, give us one the cold poll. I'm waiting for Iceman and Rivals. They need to quit fucking around. They need to stop fucking around. I need Iceman and Rivals after you give me my fucking blade. But I am liking Ultron. And I got the black version of Namor that I just got to captain yesterday. I'm liking it. He looked black as fuck because he looked like they trying to do their version of Tempest with this one because he got the shortcut. It's not Namor. It's not the boy who don't love. No, it's called retro X-Men uniform, but he got a fade. He got the close cut and the fade with the lines in it. I said, this Namor black as fuck. I like this one. I'm playing this one. He black. This is a black dude. Because all you see skin-wise is his face and his feet. He got some big-ass dark feet. And I'm like, this nigga black. And he got a fade. He got the Caesar with the lines inside. Looking like the 90s, baby. I'm in. I'm down. This is the one I want. This is the one I'm playing. Not that pretty boy pompadour bullshit. Nope. I need the black Namor. Yeah, with Grix is hard. You fucks with Grix is hard? Yeah. I like them 3 colors, but I predominantly do 2 colors because I homebrew my decks. I don't net deck. I do not net deck. And if you don't know what net decking means, it means that people look up decks that people have put up online that maybe won in a Grand Prix competition for money somewhere in the world, because Magic is worldwide. And they take that deck list and go back and make that deck on the cheap. Because they don't usually have those cards because they ain't been playing that fucking long. So they have to go back and buy that shit. And then they make that deck and go out to their local things and try to act like they super smart. You net deck, bitch. That's not skill. Now, the argument can be made that net decking does involve some skill because maybe you put the same deck together and don't play it the same way. And I would say, no, that comes in the luck of the fucking draw. Because if you understand that Magic the Gathering, the game was made by a mathematician, you understand that those ratios and those numbers and that randomization of shuffling your deck is a random number generator. You never know what the fuck you're going to get. But if you want to keep mulliganing till you get the one card you know you need to get to this win condition, you're not actually playing the fucking game. You're trying to play someone else's game. The way they told you it would run, you can win if it runs this way. Pull your hand, do one free mulligan, and then run from there, nigga. Don't keep mulliganing down till you get the one card you need first. Shut up. Not playing. Yeah. That's hilarious, Malika. Yes. That's no more El Shabazz. Yes. That's exactly what he looked like. And I'm going to call him that from now on. If you see my stream fire up for Rivals and it says Rivals, no more El Shabazz, you know what it is. You know where it came from. I'm starring that one. That's a gold star for Malika today. No more El Shabazz. Nazmor. They call me Nazmor. The Illmatic. Yeah, that fade with some lines in his ear. Yeah, that's the one. That's the version I got, Beast. I dropped some to get that version. No more El Shabazz. Oh shit! That works into the whole rap conversation and everything, boy. No more Stradamus. Holy shit! That's the second decent ass good laugh I had today. That's fun. His MVP is him chilling at the bottom. Yeah. I have that one. Chilling at the bottom of the floor, and that's how you know how strong he is. I'm just waiting to get it because I got a 37 kill count with that motherfucker. I got an MVP with that Namor. Boy, I told you, I play good with Namor. I don't play him often. That's why it took me so much time yesterday to get his ass up to captain. I don't play with him often, but when I do play with him, boy, I am Imperious Rex in that bitch. I'm serious. I am Imperious Rex in that bitch. I am handling that shit. It's like, damn, I play really good with him. Let me move on to somebody else because I got this one on lock, I think. I was running the streets. I was running the streets and being a geek because my Ujis were low-key geeks and nerds. They just use their power for selling up the mayors and the DAs, setting up mayors and DAs. Game is game. I have a whole black play group that we make our own stuff. We get roasted for net decking. Yeah, you will get roasted by me for net decking. I miss my old play group because we had about 12 to 15 strong showing up regularly every Thursday night in the shop to play Magic from 7 until damn near midnight, 1 a.m. I missed that play group because that was the first time I had a really good grown play group to play with, right? And they got better. You could see people progressing. And these were people that didn't like the elitism in the shit, but they just wanted to play. And then eventually they got to the point acting like they fucking elitists. I was like, oh, fucking hell. Can't give, kids with no attention. Goes to their fucking head. But I like playing in that group because we would all play big multiplayer games. And we would change up the format every week, or I would change up the format every week. Maybe this week we playing regular, we playing standard. Next week we playing two-headed giant. Week after that we playing commander. Week after that we playing planes chase. Week after that we doing popper. We kept mixing up the format so you would learn how to play every format of Magic. It wasn't just locked into nowadays. Most people just get locked into just, oh, I play commander. Shut the fuck up. You don't play regular Magic well enough to be talking about you play commander. And the only thing they're talking about is playing precons. You're playing a pre-constructed deck. It was made for you. My thing that got into Magic was, yeah, you can buy these precons, but the fun of Magic is making your own deck, discovering your own combinations of how this shit works or what your deck does. My Vendetta deck is just that. It's a vendetta, nigga. We both gonna die. One of us is gonna die first. And that's what it does. With demons, that's what it does. It just kills you. And you kill yourself at the same time. That was not a precon. That was not a net deck. That was a homebrew. I sat home, thought about this shit, went through my cards, and made that shit out of what I had. And took it out and tested it against my play groups. And it success rate, because we're doing math and percentages, is high. The success rate is high. So it's a good deck. Good. Put it off to the side, on to the next one. I be cooking them folks at the LGs. That's why they really only play together. Yeah. Look, when I told you guys when I went to Georgia this last time, and I was there, I was in Hinesville, but I had a rental car. I drove back up to Savannah to play Magic in Morningstar Games. Shout out to Morningstar Games in Savannah, Georgia. I drove back up to Morningstar to play Magic because the time I was in Savannah for work, I played in the tournament that they had. They had a draft that was going on because I love playing Magic. If I can find a game, if I can get to a game, I have time, I will play. I love playing this shit. It's fun. I love teaching it to younger kids and getting younger kids to play this game with their parents because it's not a gendered game. Males or females can play it, and they can play it equally bad or equally well. Just because you're an older person playing it don't mean that you're going to be beating this little kid playing it. It doesn't mean that shit at all. It is a great leveler. And the greatest leveler is drafting. That levels the playing field for everybody, old, young, experienced, inexperienced. It levels the playing field completely. And then you get to playing and you find out, this motherfucker understands this. He understands these cards. He understands this game. Still haven't played Rivals. Said my flounder. Album title Imperious Rex. Yeah. The Scorpius Rex version. That's where I get that shit from. He threw it to East Side Atlantis. Yeah. East Side Telecom, South Side Telecom, man. On the South Side of Telecom. No, it's more Ali Shabazz. He didn't fight Black Panther, man. They gave each other dap. What about their business? He Pimperus Rex. He Pimperus Rex. This is the other thing that differentiates, I think, a geek from a nerd. Geeks have really quick wit. I haven't found that about nerds too often. Nerds get a joke, but I think they overanalyze the joke, which is why a lot of them don't land on them, right? But geeks, holy shit. You get into a session of just having some cracks with each other and stuff like that. Geeks will throw your head for a loop, motherfucker, because the references and the associations are so quick on the uptake. Geeks are quick with it. And if you understand brain psychology, the quicker your brain makes associations like that, the smarter you actually are. Geeks are not dumb. Some of them are dumb, but not all of them. Geeks are really smart. It's just they didn't focus all of that intelligence into academics, which would then make them a nerd. Because that's what being a nerd is. Academically astute. Overly. You're culturally astute. You're a geek in this stuff. That's why you can have a term like a uber geek or anime otaku. Those are people that are really focused on this shit. Only. Solely. They give a fuck about none of the rest of that shit happening in the real world, but they know this inside out, left, right, and center. And you can ask them any question and get an answer quicker than Google, nigga. Magic players need your own isekai. Might as well. They got a lot of females in Magic now. That's why you can't get a male planeswalker too often unless he look all squishy and moist and shit now. And it's not because he's a fucking merfolk. It's just this is who's run Magic the Gathering now, who's in the creative process. That's why you get all these licensed shits for girl stuff that you don't really give a fuck about. Magic has gotten away from making their own characters and their own worlds, and now they license them this shit out to people like Marvel and D&D and shit like that into Magic instead of make your own goddamn realm. You could have a cinematic universe if you kept doing that. Because I would pay money to see Jace, Koth, Liliana, Chandra, Gideon, the original Planeswalkers. I'd pay money to see them on a screen jumping through worlds. I'd pay money just to see stories from the Magic the Gathering world where Planeswalkers are going to different planes. You could still, look at this. You could still get if Amazon backed it, just say Amazon backed it, because Rings of Power is shit. I don't want to watch another episode. I don't want to hear about it. I haven't watched Rings of Power since the first season. I don't want to hear about that show. My mother told me that shit got renewed for a third season. I said, well, they got to. But I'm still not watching the shit. I don't care. If you want to get your medieval nut off and actually be able to jump into different genres, you do a Magic the Gathering show. Talk to Wizards of the Coast and do a Magic the Gathering show. Because within the world of Magic the Gathering, you can get steampunk, you can get feudal Japan, you can get Mongolians in China, you can get lost cities of gold, merfolk and mermaids and magic and shit. You can get dragons, you can get all that medieval crap. You can get all this shit in one show It can all be mashed up in one show because the characters that you follow are planeswalkers and they traverse different planes. And every plane has its own culture, its own flow of mana, all of that shit. And you can get introduced to a bunch of other characters. And your big badge, since you only understand it this way, your Thanos level threat is Nicobolus, a fucking elder dragon, a smart talking elder dragon who manipulates a lot of shit behind the scenes. If that don't sound like a movie, if that does not sound like a long-running series, then I don't know what the fuck I've been playing all these years. And I don't know what the hell y'all doing in Hollywood. That shit is ripe for an option. Ripe. Now, in this day and age, they'd probably just fuck it up and kill off all the male characters and promote it with all just females. But at the same time, be that as it may, I might still be interested to see these characters on a screen live action. I'd be interested to see who you would pick to be a Soren Markov or a Liliana Vess. That'd be really interesting to me. You can get your robot in there. You can still put Karn in there. I wouldn't give a fuck. I want to see how they'd bitch up Cough the Hammer. Maybe I want to see something like the Infection or the what's the other goddamn things? The fucking they weren't Titans. I'm forgetting what they were called. Everybody loved. I had a brain fart, but it would be fun for me. Those last sets when they did all the gate crash stuff and the gate watch and stuff, that could be a show in and of itself. You don't have to give prequels. Start it at this. Introduce these characters, who they are, and who they're fighting against. Thank you, Mr. Matt. The Eldrazi. Yeah, you can get the Eldrazi in there. This shit would be so much fun. It would be so much magic and mysticism floating around there. Dude, you would increase magic sales 200%. I guarantee that shit. Because everybody who ain't playing the game and don't know how to play the game would watch that fucking show and be like, God damn, that happens in that game? Yes, if you get into the lore, which they have. Yes. All this shit is connected. All of it. And you can get any genre in it. You can have vampire, pirate, conquistadors, nigga. It all works in Magic the Gathering. It all works together. Nobody cares. I'd be down. You get the Eldrazi showing up, man, that's your extinction level event happening. Where you have to pull on multiple planeswalkers to come into this one realm and try to stop these motherfuckers. That's cinematic. That sounds cinematic as fuck to me. Just thinking about it is cinematic. You don't have to do no more. Go on the Wizards of the Coast, go into Magic, and read about these Eldrazi in the Gatewatch and shit like that and see what was up with that story. Nigga, that's gripping. Gripping. Yeah, dinosaurs, dragons, monsters, samurai sounds like an anthology series to me. It would be. You even got steampunk. Mechanical and shit. Come on, man. If you just went to Innistrad, you would get some Dark Ages type shit. With just the creatures of the night, vampires, werewolves, and all that shit. You can get that there. Ripe for cinematic approval. They probably wouldn't do it because it costs a hell of a lot of money now. They ain't got it. But they also don't have any good fucking writers. So there is that. Anyway, I didn't talk any about the ballerina. I guess I'm going to save that for my review. I will drop this link for you guys if some of you dark motherfuckers want to come up here and chit chat for a little bit. But otherwise, as It's been 3 hours, so I can get off of here and go eat myself some food since I haven't eaten this morning yet. I feel like chorizo and egg. And I have eggs and chorizo and tortillas. So I probably don't even need to order the shit. I just need to get my lazy ass up to my stove, start cooking. What up, Beast?
What's going on?
Namor El Shabazz.
I was wondering when you was gonna get that skin and peep that. I was like, you look hella black in this damn skin.
You know me. I told you that my Scarlet Witch is the black looking one. That's the one I bought. The Scarlet Witch skin that I got is the one that looked the blackest. She looked black as fuck. They said that looked like an old hoochie woman. I got her. And now I got the black Namor too. So I'm about to play the two of these motherfuckers out. My Ultron looked black. I got the black with the green. Nigga, those are my colors. Ultron even looked black. No, I let them know. What's good? That's it.
What's up? What's up?
What's up?
So, hey, real quick, Arson, I don't know if you know this, but I wanted to bring this to your attention because I found this out recently, like a day or so ago. You got access to Spotify?
Do I have access to what?
Spotify.
Spotify? I can. I think I have it on.
If you go to the center soundtrack and go to the view artists, it gives you like a little bit more it has like 3 news articles that gives you a little bit more backsight into Remick and the twins. And like the first article was about basically an immigrant Irish shipwreck.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Because I had to go look it up for myself. I was like, oh shit, really? Yeah,
it was some other stuff that was fed in there. I think in the movie they had those newspaper clippings on the wall or something like that too about the Stack brothers, their backstory, and then Remick's backstory about coming off of this ship back in and it actually gives you a time frame of how old he actually is.
Mm-hmm.
When he got to the Americas and how he got to the Americas. They was having a good old barn burner fire on board the ship, and one burning thing jumped off of it, and everybody else on the ship was dead or missing. So, yeah, I heard about that. I did hear about that. I didn't go looking for it, but I did hear about it because somebody else was reporting it in their videos and shit like that. Like it's a big deal. Like, I didn't look. Watch the fucking movie. A lot of that shit is in there.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, all right.
Which I just rented it.
Yeah, websites.
I mean, it's on digital for people who don't. You go ahead and watch it. I already did. I already had the digital copy.
Yeah, since you want to be cheap, do what your generation does. Watch it for fucking free on your streaming service.
But what are y'all talking about?
Sinners, the movie Sinners is streaming now, and there's and there's a lot
you can rent it.
Backstory for Remick and the Smokestack twins.
Oh, okay.
In there. So what they was doing, because I didn't clock this at the time. I just heard somebody in a recent review of it. We're talking about how I know that the brothers had robbed the mobs, right? The Italian and Irish mobs in Chicago. I know they robbed them. I didn't know how they robbed them. And how they robbed them is one brother worked for one mob and one brother worked for the other one. I was like,
I saw that too.
Oh, that's dirty. That's fucking dirty. Yeah, that's dirty as shit. Okay, got you. And that feeds into the clothes they were wearing and shit like that. I was like, okay, that's another layer on it that I didn't get. But okay, that's awesome. I just thought they robbed them just because. I didn't know that they was out there playing both gangs against each other because one was in one gang and one was in the other one. Okay, that's a different take on the last man standing, but that works. Yeah, that's why both of y'all got to go.
Mm-hmm.
One got the whiskey and one got the beer. We both took the table, so we out this bitch. About to set up shop.
There's a much very interesting backstory. See Hollywood, what happens when you can create some shit from scratch.
Yeah, I mean, you can create
And
you can have a backstory.
yeah, and you don't have to, and it ain't much. This is like, I mean, how many times does it have to be duplicated to where somebody just takes a concept that's already existed and just expands on it? You see this with this movie and another Warner Brothers property that y'all got, the fucking Harry Potter movies. I mean, God, I mean, how hard is it for y'all to create something new?
Very.
Yeah, you know how that goes. So that already makes money, so we're just gonna go ahead and
Yeah,
continue
rinse and
on.
repeat.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I was glad to hear that Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan was not talking about doing a sequel.
Yeah.
They weren't talking about doing a sequel. And I'm like, good, don't. You want to do a sequel? Catch me in 26 years. If you understand that concept, 25 years, you get the rights back to his shit. Then do a sequel. Because then you'll get all the money for it.
Mm.
But fuck them on a sequel right now. No. We'll leave it like Megaforce. No sequel. Just good one time. And leave it at that. Because as soon as you do a sequel, they're gonna want more charge and they're gonna ruin the good work that's already been done in that one movie.
Mm.
It's gonna be like everybody rolling up for Matrix 2 because they watched the first Matrix and now they understand the whole world and this is gonna be shitty.
Oh my god.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
I already know where this is going. I know where this is going.
Matrix is our generation. I mean, shit. Come on now.
Yeah, but our generation, but I say that and I remember how old was he at that time? My son's friend Angelo, how many times he watched The Matrix. I saw The Matrix in the theater when it came out. I'm an adult.
Yep.
This kid had to be maybe 6 or so.
Mhm.
What is it, 2025? Yeah. He's around 10 or so. How influential that movie was on him at 10 and how he thought he understood it at 10.
Wow.
By the time the second movie and the third movie come out, he think he a devotee.
I didn't even understand the shit, and I saw that around the same time.
That was a millennial
Mhm.
because he watched the video, VHS, mind you, over and over and over again, like 2 or 3 times a fucking day. I was like, and all he probably got out of it was the violence. Crazy
Yeah.
bastard.
Yeah, because I mean, well, the series pointed to so many different things, especially in anime, that it was just like
Mhm.
you had to, if you were in that time and you were part of that geek culture, you saw where those relationships were.
Yes.
So, that's my thing with, young folks taking up this shit. Because it's like,
Yeah.
make your own shit. Shut the fuck up about our shit. Leave it alone.
Who wants to watch this old ass shit? This is garbage. Well, make something.
Mhm.
Then we can see what you produce. And don't be mad when the stuff that you produce is shit. We see it. The acolyte is your shit.
Yeah, they can keep
Jesus
that.
Christ, Lord, not that.
Oh shit.
I'm still trying to forget that movie, that series.
I do forget it.
Mm.
Until I have to hit that power of many. That's about it.
Look,
It is forgettable.
and then you know what? I see what you're talking about with my generation of fucking millennials that like this Clone Wars shit because the popularity of Star Wars Battlefront 2, the video game, people are talking about a 3. People kind of want a 3 now all of a sudden, and the characters that they want to put in it. I was cool with the characters they wanted. I was cool with the first line. I don't mind Qui-Gon Jinn. I for damn sure would want to Mace Windu. But then they started going into we want second sister. I'm like, hell no. We want what's the dude from the Acolyte that was with the helmet? I didn't watch the shit.
Stranger. The
They
stranger.
want him. I was like, and then somebody said, well, we get Star Killer. I said, well, first off, Star Killer is no longer canon. And I wouldn't want that character in there. And I don't want any of these clone Ahsoka. I don't want none of the Clone Wars characters. I don't want none of this. No. No, I don't recognize that as Star Wars. I said, you gonna make me not want this game.
That's happening. I'm just shaking my head. Like,
And I said, look, and I thought about you, and I said, see, this is the shit Artisan is talking about with the Clone Wars babies. I was like, you fuckers cannot get past the Clone Wars. Let it go. It was a brief moment in Star Wars history. Let it go. Move on.
yeah, this it was supposed to be a brief moment, not something that we are supposed to be dwelling in the whole damn time. It's not. If you read the Star Wars novels, some of which is not canon until they decide to cherry pick out of this shit, there's been multiple wars in this universe, multiple galactic wars in this universe. This was just one part of it that got you to A New Hope and shit. Let it be over. Let it be done. The over focus on this era is just for the people who only knew that era, right? That's what they made their channels off of. That's what they impetus for Star Wars was. That's it. That's it for them. All right. And I get it. It's something new that you can latch onto because it was geared for your generation anyway. But you have to let these ideas grow beyond that. Like I had a question that I thought of on Friday when I was listening to some shit because Star Wars Theory finally gave his review of Andor. He finally did. And I watched it because I wanted to hear what he thought. And he liked the last part of it after he got past the first 6 episodes. Well, yeah, I tell anybody, get past the first 3 and you're good. Right? You start getting into some good territory. But he actually liked the show. I said, now see, was that fucking hard? It's your job, nigga. And I left a comment. Well, thank you for finally reviewing the shit. I don't have to be shitty at him about the shit. It's just what it is. But don't be mad because people is questioning you on your stance on this shit because you're invested in the Clone Wars shit. You can't say you've invested in Star Wars overall because it points to the fact that you only like the glow sticks. If it doesn't have to do with Jedi and Sith, you don't want to watch it. Fine. That's okay. All opinions can exist under this tent. But my thinking is Star Wars is a larger story than just Jedi and Sith. It started with Jedi and Sith, but it's a larger story than that now. So my question became, is it really Star Wars if it doesn't have lightsabers in it? And I'm like, yes. Absolutely. Or the other question was, which was the more poignant one, can you have good Star Wars without it being written by George Lucas? Yes, you can. Andor was it. The Acolyte wasn't. And Ahsoka isn't. I don't care how much y'all swear at the saber of fucking Dave Filoni. It wasn't. I'm not looking forward to Ahsoka. Other than seeing Rosario Dawson again.
The only saving grace about that damn show.
I mean, well,
if it's a saving grace.
I don't know if y'all pay. Well, since I do the 3D stuff, Unreal Engine 5.6 just came out. I don't know if anybody watched the 3 days of showcase that they did on it, but Disney was there.
Enlighten me, yeah.
Okay, Disney is allowing people through Unreal Engine and UNF Unreal Engine Fortnite to go ahead and publish stories.
What?
Yeah.
After suing everybody all these damn years and taking everybody's shit,
They need help.
That was part of that showcase. Yep.
They need help. Because think of it this way. For a long time, Star Wars was kind of open to where you could make stories in there. And the reason I asked that question, I was going to make it a geek speak just to hash this whole story out in the longer format. But that question was, is there real Star Wars without George Lucas writing it? I'm like, yes. Do we think Timothy Zahn doesn't exist? Any of these awesome writers that have written Star Wars stories in the Star Wars universe that are beloved, that gave characters like the one Dave Filoni messed up, the blue dude. I'm forgetting his name at the moment.
It's about Thrawn.
Thrawn.
Thrawn. Yeah, thank you. Can we get characters like that without George Lucas writing it? Obviously.
Darth Bane.
Yeah. So saying that is, to me, saying that is moronic. To say that it's only Star Wars if George Lucas wrote it. George Lucas ain't wrote Star Wars in a long goddamn time, and there's a lot of awesome ass fucking characters in Star Wars that he had no hand in writing. So stop being stupid. I like George Lucas too. I know his faults, I know his strengths. And his strength is that he opened this universe up to people who wanted to create in it.
Yep.
That's what broadened the universe. The problem is you have these fucking hacks coming in here and wanting to spit in his face and playing his yard with his toys. And say they did some shit, want some accolades like they George Lucas. All of a sudden, fuck you. It doesn't take somebody devoted to this shit to do something respectfully, apparently. Because Tony Gilroy didn't have to sit up there and roll out his geek dick and say he'd been in Star Wars forever and know everything about it to give you a good goddamn story in Star Wars. With no lightsabers and no mention of the Force.
And the only other give him shit.
Yeah, still give him shit.
Yep.
Only other opinion I want to hear on Star Wars right now from somebody what they thought of it is George Lucas. What did you think of Andor season 2? What did you think of it, George?
How did they treat your baby?
Yeah, how did they treat your baby?
Yep.
Because your so-called protege is having his way with your baby. While saying I'm being nice. I'm being nice.
Especially since now people want to talk about George Lucas Underworld show. What was it, like a movie or a show they was working on that everybody wanted? That was part of Star Wars. Now everybody wants it. I was like, well, fuck. You're kind of late to the party, don't you think?
Yeah. You know, they got to hear somebody say it first. Repeat it.
But that whole thing with George Lucas.
What'd you say, Desert?
I said that whole thing with George Lucas reminds me of why people because Tolkien, he didn't like anything that came out with his shit in it. He hated all of it. He was like, y'all didn't get it right.
No. And because he's protective of his work.
Yeah. But the thing that really helped Tolkien after he died was his son Christopher Tolkien, because while he did, of course, veer off a little bit, he still stayed true to what his father created. It was the grandson who came and fucked everything up with his gay ass.
Well, I would say that about the Dune series with Frank Herbert's son.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He expanded it. He expanded it. Can you not like it? Yeah, you can not like it. It's an expansion, but I thought it was decent.
It's not bad. It just ain't Frank Herbert.
It just ain't Frank, but you know, it's kind of in the name, right? It's Brian. It's not Frank. Frank is dead. Okay, so we get a different person with different experiences now.
Yeah,
it's just what it is.
We're losing some of the enlightenment that Frank
You're losing some of the enlightenment, which happens when you have somebody really intelligent and smart drop dead on you. It happens. Right, but you're getting as close to it as you can, coming from his source, his seed, working from daddy's nose. Okay, thank you for showing that damn respect. You didn't come and say, I'm doing all this shit differently. Fuck what my daddy did. He was an asshole.
I'm the man now.
I'm the man now. Look, even if I'm a woman, I'm the man now. Like, fuck out of here. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Yeah.
Is the sacrilege. And yeah, too Triv, we can't get a Uzan Vong. No, I don't want them to touch the Uzan Vong, because before that Acolyte show came out, they were talking about, maybe some new species out there, some other aliens from outside. I said, don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you dare.
That's another thing. I don't understand. I don't understand. You say the EU is no longer canon and want to call it legend, but then you continues to pluck from it whenever you fucking feel like it, when you can't come up with anything new.
Because, Beastly, it's very simple, right? And this is something in your generation. I'm not saying it's you, it's just your generation. It's something that your generation does. You have no love for anything old. And anything old can be just 20 years for you guys. You're fucking microwave babies. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Everything old or made by a man is shit. All those original ideas are shit until you can repurpose it for yourself. If you can try to ignore it and make people think it doesn't exist, you can steal from it as much as possible and prop yourself up like you've done something off of somebody else's work. It's plagiarism. That's all it is. Putting the extended universe aside makes it easy for them to pull out of it and say, look, I did something. That's why Dave Filoni can sit up there with a shit-eating grin talking about he gave you Thrawn. No, you didn't. You didn't make that fucking character up. But I put it in a cartoon. I put it in a cartoon. No, you so fucking what? You put your version into a cartoon, nigga. That's not what that dude wrote. I read that now. I'm more pissed off. Like, holy shit. You need to stop touching this stuff. You need to stop touching it. Who let you in the kitchen?
All these Clone War kids and shit. I told people this. Well, I didn't, man. I knew he was the vein of this shit, man. And then you heard what said that he's supposed to be the successor to Kathleen Kennedy. She done picked him and another chick to be the successor.
They were talking about that shit last year when KK was out there talking about she was going to retire, or the rumor was that she was going to retire, and they talked about who could possibly replace her. And that conversation about that co-leadership of Lucasfilms was floated out there a while ago when Dave got his position, and they knew he couldn't do shit without this woman because Dave is not the business guy. He's the lore guy who likes to play with the little girls' toys. He's not the business side of that. The same way James Gunn is the creative side of DC stuff right now, but Pete Safran is the money in the business. Same way. You get this goofy ass creative person out there out in front so they can take the slings and arrows and give you some validity with the fan base. But the real decisions is made behind that motherfucker. Either hood ornament on the front of the car. Basically. For fans.
This is the plot of every goddamn TV show and movie. We always got the goofy creative out in front and the evil businessman in the back.
Yeah, because that's the plot of every villain story. Every villain arc got that puppet out there. He's manipulating the shit.
So what you're saying is Hollywood been making movies about his damn self.
Yes. Did you watch The Acolyte? That was a self-report on what she did and what she witnessed. That was a cry for help me. Let me absolve my guilt by writing this story. See, he turned an acolyte. Bitch, I know your story.
Oh God!
Story. Thanks for telling me. I kind of figured that's how it happened, but okay. Why ain't you arrested yet?
Oh my God, man! These people.
What up?
Yes. Woo! And prepare for my arrival. Oh man!
That's your ass microphone. Tell me on the show.
It's just I got one of my earpieces in at work. It's kind of funny because I'm looking at the Clone Wars. If I have two, they'll have, I guess the sound editing will come in. It's kind of funny when I look at Clone Wars and I'm like, I just had to see, okay, when did Clone Wars come out? I'm like, oh wait. I'm like, I'm looking at it like the millennials is like one of those generations where it's cut in half. Mm-hmm. Because the older millennials and the younger millennials have almost nothing in common.
Almost. I can't find a dividing line between you motherfuckers. I really can't. And I've looked.
Usually the 90 kids.
The first wave.
Usually the 90s kids, because I'm looking at it, by the time Clone Wars came out, I was an adult. So I'm looking at it like, the hell is wrong with this shit? But then
mystified by the shit. Greatest thing ever. Oh, it's not. It's all right. It ain't the greatest thing ever.
it's cool. I mean, it's a good idea to fill up a cartoon series. It's supposed to make you interested into the genre itself, but it's supposed to. But we all can't have He-Man. I mean, these are the same kids who love Ben 10 and think that's the greatest shit ever.
Oh my god!
Oh boy!
Oh my
Really? I couldn't even watch Ben 10.
Oh my god! Yeah, I couldn't watch Ben 10 either. I don't give a
I
fuck.
watched some of it because
it was shit.
I watched some of it. Some of it was okay.
No, that's why.
Yeah,
No, when you was, I watched it.
Hold on, because Charles, you got to do something with that noise in the background, dude. Because it's squeaking all over the place over here, and all I feel is ice picks in my ears.
I was as the millennial, I was in my late teens when that shit came out. I didn't watch when he was a kid. I watched the series where he's a teenager is way better than when he's like a little fucking ass kid. Don't know no better.
No, I mean, look, I'm going back to the glow sticks because y'all reminded me of something. Y'all reminded me of something because remember I said before I could not stand the duel of fates between Anakin and Obi-Wan, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I just got finished again watching because I watched A New Hope again last night, and I was just reminded that no matter which fight that you had in episode 4, 5, and 6, those lightsaber battles had depth and they meant something to the combatants.
Mm-hmm.
So they were purposeful. And then, once we get into episodes 1, 2, and 3, I'm just sitting back like, okay, I mean, yeah, I like the Darth Maul versus Obi-Wan shit, but I
don't know. I like that Obi-Wan and Maul fight because at least for my meaning that I take from it from some of the books and stuff like that, Maul showing up with them Jedi to fight those Jedi is testing himself.
Yeah,
proving something to the Emperor. Right. And if you understand at the time watching the movies that the Emperor had a couple of fucking, Padawans on the back burner. He had a couple of acolytes on the back burner. So he wasn't tripping too hard, right? Maul going out there trying to prove himself and got cocky and got, that's your problem, nigga. You got all that fury. You got them skills, but you got cocky. Gloating.
Sliced up by the Padawan.
Yeah, you get gloating. Yeah, the Padawan took you out. Why? You was doing some dumb shit. Finish him off.
But I enjoyed that fight because Qui-Gon died there.
Mm-hmm.
And then that was like, okay, yeah, the stakes were high. And it was just like, and I like Qui-Gon as a character because it was like, man, I sort of dig this cat.
Yep.
But then after he got taken out, I was like, okay, I'm feeling that. But then once we get into episodes 5, I'm like, okay, you dancing around. That's why you got your ass kicked by Count Dooku.
A couple of those.
And then episode 6, it was just like, okay, you got some skills. You beat Count Dooku at the beginning, but then once Obi-Wan started fighting the robot guy, and I was like, okay, I'm getting tired of this shit.
Grievous, yeah, that's when it got cartoony.
Yeah,
that's when it got toy selling shit.
Mm-hmm.
I never got General Grievous off the bat. I thought it was interesting that this creature had killed some other Jedi and had their lightsabers and shit, but all I saw was toy manufacturing.
And I was sitting there thinking, how the fuck did you kill those Jedi if you can't even beat Obi-Wan?
Yeah. That's what I was wondering. Like, what the fuck? Oh, you got to read this other thing. What other thing? Well, you got to watch this show. I'm not watching that fucking show. This is the movie. What the hell is with this goddamn thing?
Yeah.
What's with this goddamn thing? Right?
I like to say number one, a lot of people lose to Dooku. Number 2, I never got Grievous myself. I'm like, what the fuck is he? Is he like a blender who needs a new job or something? Like, what the fuck is he?
Apparently, fucking Cuisinart with glow sticks inside of it. Look, Grievous was never overly exciting to me. It's like, okay, it's a fucking robot. Is it a parasite inside a robotic body? He riding around? Is this Krang from the Teenage Mutant Ninja? Whatever, man. Whatever, fuck. Kill this thing so we can move on to the other stuff.
He's always coughing on shit.
Yeah, he choked. Oh, he's coughing because Mace crushed him. Well, why didn't Mace kill him?
Mm-hmm.
Because what I saw to your point, Dead Set, from what I saw from episode 2 on, Jedis were hella easy to kill.
Yep.
Even Masters were easy to kill. Because Sidious sliced through a couple of my favorites right off the bat with a couple of opening strokes when they came to arrest his ass. Kit Fisto went down without a fight. Nigga, like, what? Oh, damn. Why they do Kit like that? Like,
don't remind me. And then the animated Clorox, not the 3D, the 2D made me like Kit Fisto. And then I was like, it's the same. I gotta watch this man get cut in half in this damn movie. And I like this character.
So from 2 on, there was a lot more Jedi, which I like seeing. I like seeing a lot of Jedi on the screen at one time because you'd never seen that before, right?
That's true. That makes sense.
But these motherfuckers was going down to fucking termites with sonic weapons
Mm-hmm.
and droids. They was getting fucked off in droves. Look at that scene on Geonosis when they was charging in the battle. What happened? A bunch of them was getting picked off just by blaster bolts.
Yep.
Like, you wasn't practicing your forms, nigga. Like, they was just conscripting anybody, right? Every backwater world with a Jedi temple got some people showing up, right? Holy shit. Yep, they was going down kind of easy.
Mm-hmm.
And that was bothering the shit out of me. By the third one, you had Masters going down. One stroke, one swipe. Sitting there looking stupid. I'm like, God damn, dude, this is embarrassing.
Yeah, Order 66 was like, that messed me up. I was like, I would have thought y'all would have at least had the foresight to see this shit coming since y'all do that force shit.
I said. I was like, y'all can sense this in the force? Like, what we
the dark side clouds everything.
Yeah.
Not your eyeball.
Like, this what makes me kind of not like Star Wars sometimes. How the hell you got all these force telekinetic powers? You can damn near got precognitive powers. You can literally crush shit and make lightning.
You do.
And I'm like, so a bunch of left-handed fucking non-shooting their target ass characters killed you all. How the fuck? Like you're pretty much like the X-Men of your fucking universe. How? Like it doesn't make any goddamn sense.
You know what they made them look like, Charles? They look like the regular Cobra Troopers in G.I. Joe.
I swear to God, that's like Duke
from Daredevil.
That's like Duke getting killed by like one of those no-name. I just showed up a week ago. Cobra Troopers.
Exactly, just a regular trooper.
Like, you're telling me a master?
You only got
and some of these
baklava and food, like, oh shit.
And then when you read more into the lore, it pisses you off even further. Like, wait a minute. Some of you guys are 200, 300, 400 years old. You should be so in tune with the Force that you pretty much get satellite television. Like, really?
They were getting set up for like television because they were feeling like the deaths of people like entire light years away. Like when I know y'all read the part about when the Death Star started destroying planets and they felt that shit. Mm-hmm. They felt that shit like halfway across the galaxy.
Yeah.
Like nobody can send a page or a call, like something like, hey,
well, shit, Charles, not even that.
Nobody hit him with a text. Nobody hit him with a text. Like, hey man, this is
no single 13.
The battle meditation ability, where they can literally control people's emotions. I mean, to tell me you motherfuckers didn't use that shit to sense that was coming, that the tide was about to turn on y'all. Like, you got all these powers and everything, because especially like you said, when you read into all of the abilities of both the Sith and the Jedi, or just Force users, you're like, so you let these cats kill y'all that quickly?
Because here's the thing with that shit. Every Jedi does not have every one of these abilities.
Exactly.
It's stuff that they can do, but it's like going to college and saying, yeah, you were in college, but you didn't study molecular biology. I said, no, motherfucker. That was a PE major. Everybody didn't learn everything because it all takes time. And it takes years to master that shit. And it's also based on how strong you are in the fucking Force. You might not have access to doing that shit.
How many metachlorians you got?
Well, I don't mind the metachlorian.
Since everybody gets pissy about that, I'm like, who gives a shit about the metachlorians? I get mad.
Like, look, I know Yoda is probably the strongest Jedi because his race has so much of the Force in him. So him sensing deaths across the galaxy, I get that.
Yep.
Do I think some new Jedi who just showed up to the temple can do that? Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not. He might not sense the motherfucker sitting in the next room.
But that's the part that kills me. It's like, I get the movies, I get it.
What'd you say?
They're talking about the shit. It's like a hierarchy, and I'm like, you know what? I come from a city where our motto is, watch your back, bust a cat. But I'm like, at some point, you're like, oh, there's some fishy shit out here. Like, I'm sorry, the Negro census would have been taken at that point. Like, hey, yeah, something's wrong. Do you feel it in the Force?
Jedi.
Do you feel it in the Force? No, I feel it in the melanin. That's where I feel it. Something's wrong.
You had one black Jedi who was the only one that didn't get caught up in that Order 66 shit. Because that nigga knew something wasn't right.
Him and
destroy the Jedi, nigga, and I'm not gonna be the one.
Well, him and unfortunately, what's General Coda from the damn Force Unleashed? He's the only other one who didn't have Jedi who didn't have clone troopers in his regiment. He used regular soldiers. So that's because they tried to say that's how he didn't get caught up in Order 66.
Because he didn't trust the motherfuckers.
What I would have liked to have seen though, because that's why I love the Force Healer in Andor. Because I would like to see, like, I sort of like the religious part of it, but a Force specialist in a certain thing can just be weak in the Force, but have an outstanding effect on what's going on in the galaxy.
Yeah.
Because that idea intrigues me, because now you're dealing with, okay, maybe you can just listen to, I don't know, birds and shit or something stupid, but to turn that into a way to turn the tide, because, had she not spoken to Andor and Bix, just that little thing sent Cassian, Andor is Cassian, sent Cassian off in a different direction.
Yeah.
I like that type of stuff.
I like that type of stuff too, because it shows what I think George was playing at, which was the wills in the Force, and that the Force does things of its own accord at times. And will position things in ways for things to happen, because the Force doesn't see it as bad or good either way. It just is. And when you remove it just from that straight up dualistic idea of it, that it's only Jedi, it's only Sith, and if it doesn't work if it's not these two, you don't get those variations in there. You don't get those gray, as it would be, areas where you understand this is outside of their control. When you base it just on Jedi and Sith, the Force is always under their control.
Yeah.
If you take it outside of them, the Force has its own will, and it moves in the way that it wants to, regardless.
Yeah, there are currents there. There's a Coriolis Force. There's all kinds of shit taking place at galactic level.
Yep.
So there's no way one of them.
You just learn how to use this, but you don't control this. And that's the difference for me. You are a Force user. You're not a Force controller. You're not a Force weaver. You are a Force user. You know how to use certain parts of this shit through training and all the rest of this shit. But the Force in and of itself does what the fuck it wants to without your approval.
That is such fresh, fertile ground to write stories from.
Oh.
I mean, it's well, of course, it's Hollywood, but I mean, and I was sort of glad that Disney did, go in that direction myself with the Unreal people, because it's like, okay, so y'all releasing this shit a little bit, loosening up the reins so people can tell their own stories. I know y'all trying to make money off this shit, but hey,
you got to, because that's the only way. I think one of the things I appreciated from George Lucas the most about Star Wars universe was that it was open like that. You could create it. You could create a character that would live on in this shit. He was loose enough to let you play in the world, and if he liked it, it would be put into canon, right? strict enough on it that let's review this shit and see how it fits. And as long as it doesn't impact anything else, yeah, you can put it in the canon and you'll be good. I like that. I like that idea because that's how it lives on beyond you. Because one day George Lucas is gonna fucking die.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what it is. Frank Herbert's dead. Isaac Asimov is dead. George Lucas will be dead one day. Okay. When he is dead and gone, do you think there will never be any good Star Wars? That nobody else can write decent Star Wars, good Star Wars? Bullshit. Because other people have written it while he's alive.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't write all these fucking stories. He didn't write all these stories with Thrawn and shit like that. He didn't write them Uzon Vong stories. He wrote none of that shit. And it's all good and accepted in canon that people hold close to their heart and like, don't touch it and don't fuck with it. So to make a statement like, oh, it's only Star Wars by George Lucas. No, it's not only Star Wars by George Lucas. The originals are only by George Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
The expansion of this shit comes from other people. And as long as it's in line with the values of George Lucas, I think it's okay. The Acolyte was not.
No, that was just some gay shit.
No, that was just her shit. To be disrespectful of George Lucas in his own universe. That shit should not stand. That should have never been made. If that was that should have been something that you held secret and not was saying it openly in the media and shit. Fuck you. Then you don't need to be here. Because you don't get to come in and disrespect the people who made the house. No.
Mm-hmm.
He built the house that you want to come play in. Well, he ain't shit, and he forgot about representation here. Man, shut the fuck up. What do you want? Are you selling newspapers or what?
Representation. Okay.
That shit.
Go ahead, that's it. Come on.
This okay. like I said, I watched the Clone Wars last night, and it dawned on me that all of the pilots were male. Every one of them.
Mm-hmm.
In the first 3 movies, except for when Leia was she was with Han and on the Ewoks planet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but she was doing combat from episode 4, all the way through. So she's always been about that. So it was right for her character. But everybody else, all the combatants, they were all males.
You know why?
Mm-hmm.
Because those motherfuckers are gonna die first.
Yep.
But what you see in the Disney version of it, everybody's female.
Yep.
And everybody's a hard ass now. I was like, get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
I was a smuggler too. Now, I laughed in Andor when Vale was talking about being a smuggler too. But the only reason I laughed a little bit, I was like, yeah, because you got to do that now too.
Yeah.
Because she was the dude in the relationship since Cinta died. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. I'm sorry, I don't like no emotionless ass woman. I mean, I could trust a woman is good for killing, because who else can get a man to drop his pants and his guard so low that he can get killed easily than a woman?
Mm-hmm. That is true.
Another dude ain't gonna get them to do that unless they into some other shit.
I mean, this is ice, man. That's a cold piece of ass.
It's a cold piece of ass, boy. Cold piece of ass, and that dick get bigger every time you see him. Girth is not a problem for him. Or legs. He controls all the moisture particles in the air.
You crystallize your shit.
Omega level meat, nigga. Like, so he can ice every part of his body. Keep it cold for you.
One of the reasons why I came up here is I wanted to ask, because look, it's some stupid shit to me. I don't know what's going on with it. But what is this shit about some white Black Panther that everybody keep on talking about?
I just read an article. I read an article about it on the route about that. And apparently they didn't say in the article if it was the comic or the movies. But basically in the comics, an alternate timeline that the Black Panther is going to be T'Challa, an alternate timeline, has a white son who will be the Black Panther and challenges his father for the crown at like a waterfall ceremony in Black Panther the movie,
right,
to take over. And he is the white son of a black woman that T'Challa was involved with at one time, who was pregnant with a white man's baby at the time.
Okay, so
You follow that logic? So a white dude got a black chick pregnant. The black chick was pregnant, split off from the white dude, and fucked with T'Challa for a moment. And now all of a sudden that's his son.
that doesn't even make any goddamn sense.
Yeah, that's what I read in the article, and that was the same shit I said to start this whole show off. I'm like, that's some dumb shit, dude.
Artisan, you know who's writing it, right?
Katima.
It's supposed to be. It's Christopher Priest writing it.
Christopher Priest is writing that shit? Why?
Yes, he's writing it. He's the one writing it.
All I heard was people like I heard it from Blurred Without Fear, and I was like, I'm not even gonna listen to this shit. But then when I saw what Nerdrotic, that fucking racist, and you got the three big idiots that I call Nerdrotic, the Critical Drinker, and that Endymion. And I'm sitting there, it's like, okay, y'all gonna eat this shit. And sure enough,
if those three said something, the 6 other Echo bots did the same thing.
Yep. And I was like, this is the reason why I don't watch y'all shit. But y'all keep on showing up on my feed.
And you understand why I haven't watched much, YouTube geek shit this week. Because that's what they've been on.
Yeah, it just kept popping up, and I was like, what the fuck is this about?
Yeah, because they want to keep it in front of your fucking face. And it's not them. YouTube want to keep it in front of your fucking face. Like, I'm still waiting to hear about, Sinners passing 330 million. Still trying to hear about that. Wow. What that means for the movie industry now that, this deal is now reported and how much money this movie is still making. Still ain't heard about that yet. But I get to hear about this, this little red meat, situation with the White Panther. Me and Black Bane were talking about it yesterday. I'm like, so they can actually get Ryan Gosling to play Black Panther now if they do that in the movies, right? I'm kind of for it. Fuck it. Look,
it's just like I tell everybody.
As ridiculous as it sounds, fuck it. Do it.
Yeah, that's my attitude. I like. Yeah. Nobody's asked me about it, and I wasn't talking about it anyway. Well, I did talk to my sister about it, and she was like, "Why?" And I was like, "Well, it's Disney's property. They can do whatever the fuck they want to do with it. I don't care.
They want with it, dude.
Yeah.
If they want to bulldoze the Matterhorn and pave it over to make a parking lot, it's their park. They do what the fuck they want to with that shit. Marvel Comics, same way. They own that bitch. They can do whatever the fuck they want with that stuff. I don't have to like it, and they don't have to ask me for my permission. They can just do it. What they will have to ask me for is my money to come and watch that shit. Exactly. That's the part I do have control over.
Yep.
That's the part I do have control over. And I have no problem necessarily if I think the price is too high. I have no problem putting on my parrot on my shoulder and the patch over my eye and "Arr, matey, we find you on the high seas." Like, fuck you. Fuck you. No. No.
I would watch that shit just to see. And it might even turn out to be good. But I would just have to see.
They should have made him an albino instead of white. No, that don't make him his son.
Exactly.
A white dude fucked a black chick and had a baby. It doesn't make the Black Panther his father because him and that chick ain't together.
Exactly.
That makes him a thug.
The second thing about that, he's not
daddy.
And the son is not even in the royal line, so he don't even get a chance. Oh,
but he came to challenge for the throne. So I read the article about the character they're talking about in that shit, right? And then I brought up the Marvel wiki for the White Wolf, right? And that character and who he is. Kind of the same story. They're just trying to feed it in there somewhere. The fact that Christopher Priest wrote the shit, I don't know why. I don't know why Christopher Priest is attached to writing this shit. I assume it involves money, and they paid him for it. Okay. They brought Ta-Nehisi Coates to write Black Panther, and they turned Wakanda into a fucking democracy.
Yeah, garbage.
I might like Ta-Nehisi Coates on something else. I didn't necessarily like him on Black Panther. Don't mean I hate the brother. I just didn't like the Black Panther that damn much what you did with it. It worked better for Dr. Doom. I would have read that the same way in Latveria. I didn't need you fucking up the Black Kingdom that way. The fact that they got a black dude to do it didn't make it any better.
Well, you know, Ta-Nehisi Coates is another Baltimore native, so you know what can you expect?
Yeah, JT, bring up me hearties, yo ho! Get the sea shanties out because I won't be paying for that shit. Fuck you. Yeah, Black Panther got to be stepdaddy. Yeah, stepdaddy season. Yeah, that should sound ridiculous.
I mean, did she have vibranium in her pussy or some shit like that?
No, it was just some chick he knew at one time.
Oh my gosh.
That don't make the kid nowhere near anything related to him. The fuck you talking about?
I mean, there's a lot of stupid decisions going on at Marvel.
Next thing you know, you're gonna see a white Dora.
Yeah.
White chick's gonna be like, oh no, we need a white Dora Milaje.
Fuck. Yeah, I need a bald white chick. Go ahead and get Katie O'Brien from Mission Impossible and throw her in the Dora Milaje garb and give her a spear and say she's the first woman of non-color on the Dora Milaje.
Oh my gosh. If this is where they're going, yes, we need other people writing.
Yes, we need. It's not even other people writing. You need other people in that creative room,
right?
Because this shit is sounding just as bad as the Star Wars story group. You need other people in that room who's greenlighting these ideas. But since this is a Marvel thing, and we understand that Kevin holds the 5 rings of power, the 5 stones of infinity in Marvel, it falls at his feet again. Your ass is gonna get fired, Kevin.
I was gonna say when we're gonna start holding him accountable.
Make no mistake about it, nigga. You still got a boss. You gonna get your ass fired. Because these are not bangers, nigga. These are not bangers. You fucking killed off Deadpool to give us his daughter that he ain't never had. And now you gonna give us a white Black Panther for a kid that ain't his.
When you put it that way, it makes it.
What are you doing for an encore, motherfucker? Matt, background noise.
They about to bring back Gwen Stacy from the dead. Made Mary Jane.
And I forgot. Yeah, they forgot. They made Mary Jane Venom.
Yeah, they made Mary Jane Venom. You still ain't in their back. I'm like, what the fuck? Everybody in the X-Men is rainbow now. All of a sudden, you know,
it's rainbow people, not men.
Mean,
or men. It's just the Rainbow X.
I mean, what the hell? I want a crisis event to happen in Marvel. I want all of that shit to get nuked in an incursion.
We don't do crisis in Marvel. Yeah, we can do an incursion and some other shit.
I need something, artist. I need something to wipe the entire fucking slate clean. I just want it gone.
But okay, but I'm still lost at Gwen Stacy dying. Like I said, I haven't been keeping up.
Dead. She ain't supposed to be back.
Yeah. No, they bringing her. Yeah, they trying to bring her back.
They can't bring her back. She's been dead for too many goddamn decades. Even in the comics. In comic book time, she's been dead for decades. Nigga, you can't bring that shit back.
See, I don't read Spider-Man.
Look, somebody who this wasn't his origin story because like Uncle Ben ain't supposed to come back. But comic logic dictates if you die in an origin story, your ass ain't never supposed to come back. Okay. If you come back, it's gonna be like a clone or some shit. Like you watching a soap opera. Like, who are you? I'm his alternate twin brother. I lost my mind for a while and had plastic surgery to replace my face. Like, okay. Whatever the fuck. No, she ain't supposed to come back. You could have Gwen in another universe. You can have Spider-Gwen, that's fine. Right. Gwen Stacy is supposed to be dead and stay dead because that's influential to Spider-Man and who he is as a character. He has to have that death. You can't reverse that death and still have Peter the way he is. No, it's like bringing back Uncle Ben. No, nigga, Uncle Ben got to stay dead.
Right.
He has to stay dead. Otherwise, Peter don't have a reason to be doing what he's doing. Plain and simple.
So they just created a paradox without a reason.
Because, like I said, millennials don't like the past. because they have no vested interest in it. It doesn't support them in any kind of way. That's why they have no reason, no problem seeing that stained glass window of what history was and throwing a fucking brick through it. It means nothing to them. That's how they've been trained. They've been trained not to care about the past or history or anything some man built up. You're supposed to break all that shit down. You're supposed to break it down and build on top of it.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
It is.
That's why that line, Kylo Ren, kill the past, and all of the other shit, it's very significant with the millennial generation, because that's what essentially they want to do, is they want to kill the past.
Yeah, kill the past. And Mr. Matt is saying fundamentally changing characters with canon events. Yeah. I resent that personality, but I get it. Yeah, you should. The fact that you resent it shows me what line of that millennial divide you are on, right? Mm-hmm. Like I say, most of the times you'll hear me talk shit about millennials sometimes because I got one of them. Okay, my son is a millennial. Ford is a millennial. I know a lot of millennials, right? Mm-hmm. Finding out the dividing line between that shit is the tough part. But like I say, if you in here, you obviously one of the good ones. Obviously. So if I'm saying this shit and it's about your group, I'm obviously not talking to your ass because you here with me hearing it. Mm-hmm. My question is for the other people. I'm not talking to the choir, nigga. I'm asking the rest of these motherfuckers in the pews. The fuck is up with y'all? So with y'all, I'm trying to understand it, not because I hate you, because I don't get it. Some of it I get, some of it is social, some of it is cultural. The rest of this shit, though, that you do on your own, that's the part that I'm just really mystified and really in like a psychological kind of way. I want to understand you. Who broke you? How do we make
I can speak to it a little bit. Me being a millennial and me having to fight these motherfuckers every 5 damn minutes about this shit is they don't have an identity outside of anything else.
They don't.
They don't have an identity.
That's why I was telling Bane not to be arguing with these motherfuckers online. Mm-hmm. It's not entertaining. These motherfuckers do this shit for fun because they don't have lives, nigga. Not Bane, but the people that's online arguing said, stop arguing with people that know less than you. There's no argument. If you know less than me, we ain't arguing about shit, nigga. Mm-hmm. Why the fuck are we? What do you think we have to argue about? You need to catch up with actual knowledge. Not talking points. Actual knowledge. You need to catch up.
You know what they sound
Start
like?
Reading more, watch some other movies, form your own fucking ideas, and then come back. I might be here within 10 years.
But you know what?
Then we can talk.
By your description, the millennials sound like characters without an origin story.
They are.
That's goddamn.
No origin, no struggle. That's why they love to marry sisters.
Yeah, that's it. I can't tell you how many times I have to argue with motherfuckers about the material in the comments. They don't know this shit. And it's like, dude, how are you going to tell me, and especially people that I've known for a very long time who know that I've been a comic book, I've been a comic book fan for a very long time. I went to high school and junior high with some of you motherfuckers. You watched me go to the book fair and go buy comic books. And you're going to sit here and tell me about the very shit that to where you just showed up when you didn't even show up for the first Iron Man movie. You showed up for the first Avengers movie. Mm-hmm. So I was in this shit before I can even remember when I first saw that damn trailer to the Iron Man movie, and I was on and popping. You just got here and you're trying to tell me about how this shit works and about the canon and all this other stuff. No.
Yeah, I'm not putting it past that people can come in at a later point and really try to eat it up and learn it, but you have to respect history, the people who've been there and already know. You have to. And that's just about being respectful of the shit. That disrespectful part of it is what makes me understand who the fuck you are, that you are these millennials with these heroes with no origin stories. You are. This is who you are. You just like in-game spawned, motherfucker. Mm-hmm. You just spawned into this shit. Okay, we've been here living in this world for a while.
Maybe that's
there's nooks and crannies that we may have forgotten and already realized that were irrelevant, that you picking up thinking, no, this is actually important. No, nigga, it's irrelevant. No, it's not. Why do you say it's irrelevant? because we figured that shit out a while ago that it was irrelevant. What the hell? You looking for a cause to bat? Holy shit, dude! Find something else. This is not it.
Maybe that's the reason why they're so okay with Mary Sue's and shit.
Exactly why. Because Mary Sue is who they are. It's their identity.
Wow.
The power fantasy.
They're coming into this shit with none of the knowledge, none of the skills, none of the history, none of the hardships that make you have these skills, but you get to have all of them now.
Yeah, with no hero's journey.
And
they're the kids off a video game with all the DLC unlocked already.
Yeah.
You have the player's guide. You never had to play through it and learn the shit. All the information is already thrown out there. Those are the characters that they create.
But that attitude is affecting so many parts of life right now that it's because
but they don't understand that part yet, dead set, because they haven't got to that part of life yet to understand this is fucking it up for everything.
Yeah.
This is where it was all fucked up. They're not introspective enough like that. They're more introspective about their fucking genitals than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that millennial I generation.
Mm-hmm.
That iPod, iPhone, it's your self-focused generation. They're all about them. Nothing else exists. Narcissist 600. Nothing exists outside of them.
I mean, that's the reason why my second wife and I were doomed to fail. I mean, I sort of figured that part out, but I didn't apply that to every woman. It was just like, okay,
that thinking is pervasive. I've heard that thinking come out of a Gen X woman saying some dumb shit like that. I was like, you was too old to have thinking this young.
Mm-hmm.
What are you watching? You talk to women, you ask what television they watching and shit like that. Nowadays, I'm more happy if I hear a motherfucker that don't have a television. Oh, thank God. Woo! They never seen the Kardashians. Oh my God.
And it's a book that
basketball, I don't got to deal with, live through none of this Tyler Perry bullshit. Okay. Woo, Woo Lord.
And it's a book that I have from college that we had to write for my English Comp 1 that we had to write a paper on. It was called The Narcissism Epidemic. And it talked about the millennial generation, the helicopter parenting and the results of what was going to come, the kids that grew up with the social media, the Facebooks, the Instagrams, even the MySpace kids, and how it was causing a problem. And I remember having to write papers on this. I still actually got books. I wrote all kinds of notes. But I said, damn, this is interesting. I said, I was basically saying, so my generation is basically cooked in some aspects.
Cooked.
And they had
been
kids
cooked
too.
Been cooked. Look, I'm not the generation that has to check in on everything, right?
Right.
But the generation behind me, the millennial generation, they check in everywhere. Everybody has to know what you're doing, where you're going, where you've been. I'm not that generation. I'm that generation that said, get the fuck out the house. Come back before the lights are on.
Exactly.
Never asked what you were doing, never cared what the fuck you was doing, as long as you was out this goddamn house.
And if you
go live life. We don't need an update. Just update the fact that you brought your ass back home at the correct time. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So I bristle at people who ask a lot of questions like that because I'm not used to that shit. That is not something I'm into. That's not what I do. I go and do me. And I don't clear it with anybody because I don't have to.
But you see, that's what I think. Like you have the hero's journey that comes on Sundays. Mm-hmm. And of course, what attracts me to this is because I know what a hero's journey is because all the lessons are learned on the journey.
On the journey.
And the way y'all are describing millennials is like, okay, we know y'all are living, so y'all are on a journey, but you are not aware even what you're doing on this journey.
Aware of what, why you're on the journey anyway. What are you hoping to obtain? No, you just want to give selfies. Why you on the road? We're on the journey.
And that's the other element to this is with the social media aspect to it, because I'm not one of those people that's saying it's a bad thing. It is a bad thing when you don't understand and utilize the tool properly. They see the end result of everybody else's hard work, but they don't see the grind. They don't see the struggle, the shit you had to do to get the success.
Because they don't think they need to do the grind. They see the grind as not necessary. Well, it's bullshit. A weightlifter in the gym will tell you the grind and waking your ass up early in the morning or in the afternoon. But the grind of hitting the gym every day is the result of all the muscles.
Exactly.
But if you want to do something to not do that part, to still get the muscles, to still get the results without doing the work, you are a lazy ass, dude. You don't deserve shit. You have no journey. Then there is no heroic journey. You just want to show up looking like the hero and ain't did none of the fucking work. Fuck you. No, that's not how this shit works.
You
You
just
have to put in the work for anything.
you just explained why I'm so against AI in art, because it's just like
Cheats.
you're not learning anything.
Not learning. What are we
Nothing.
learning here? What are we
Yep.
learning here? You got
It's-
women now that don't even want to actually do the work in the gym to have a big ass. They can just go to the doctor and get it stuck in them.
BBL.
So you ain't got to do them squats like that other bitch doing.
Mhm. Not to mention all the pussy I got at the gym. Shoot, those, shit. Them gym girls, they be getting dick.
Meat market, nigga. Meat market.
Yeah.
There's more than one mystery meat in the market.
I mean, shit. You got the gym bros there, and you got the gym girls there.
The hormones is flying around there. Y'all can't
Mhm.
help but fuck each other, dude. Everybody in there just getting it.
And it ain't the chicks.
What
And
type
it ain't
of
the chicks in there
pre-workout
with
are
the
you
I'm
cameras.
doing the
doing?
locker room right now.
Mhm.
That said, how many conversations started off with what type of supplements you taking?
What kind of supplements you take?
No, mine never came out that way.
Are you a
Or what
vegan?
type of
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
you
mean,
eat
the
meat.
vegan. I got the vegan question.
Oh, you do eat meat, huh? Yeah, you're gonna eat some meat.
And they joke about the technique stuff about dudes trying to help, but that be starting a lot of conversations about the well, your
Exactly.
form is off and this and that, and you got to lift it like this. I've had a goddamn conversation with people in the
Look,
gym about that.
If you're a personal trainer in the gym, I'll just say this, and not because I know it, because I've done it. I haven't been a personal trainer in a gym, but trust and believe. If you're a personal trainer in a gym, I just assume you're a gigolo.
right.
I just assume you fucking, and I don't need alpha male strategies to figure that out.
Exactly.
You getting pussy, okay? You getting pussy. If you not, you gay.
Yeah, because I mean,
I don't understand why you would do that job otherwise.
I can't tell you the number of times that a girl came up to me, like I'm over there on the dip bar. Well, you know, chicks ain't doing no goddamn dips. Oh, can I work in?
I'm trying to have my triceps big and bustly.
Next thing it turns into a conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a the gym that I go to. It's got a smoothie bar down at the bottom. Oh, you going to the smoothie bar? I was like, no, I gotta go to work. Well, hold on, I got a little bit of time.
Yeah, I got a smoothie for you.
Shit, hold on, shit. I had the girl just straight up put the ass in my face while I'm bent over. I'm about to do the bench press. The leg machine was right in front of me. She just ran over and just I said, "You didn't see your face?"
Got twatting all in your face,
right. And look, and there was like what
not a polite suggestion, huh?
like what, maybe 6 inches between us before I said, "Whoa, shit, hold up, wait a minute." I ain't starting my bench.
See right now.
You know, I can start my bench press yet. God damn it, calm down.
About to sit all on your face.
Yeah,
Look, it's
like
just the hormones in there. It's just the hormones.
It's the hormones, yeah. Because
hormones
I mean,
in
look,
there.
one thing I wasn't complaining about is like if I'm about to push, I'm not even doing shit heavy. Heaviest I've ever lifted was 285. I never did really heavy lifting. But you know, sometimes like I know I can push it up, and it's like, hey, you know, for security, can you know, spot me? Oh, they were more than happy, and they always wearing them goddamn cooter cutters.
Yeah,
and I'm looking up at them pussy
camel,
lips.
camel clutch.
Yes. That's the reason why you here.
Yeah, that's the reason why you're here. I remember my homeboy that used to train me hit me to that shit because gym culture was mystifying to me because I never really worked out in gyms, right? And I'm from the old school. We gotta wait. You gotta wait benching somebody's yard, nigga. Like,
oh yeah, I remember that.
School, right? Old school. Joe Weeder, you know, out there fucking around, right? Yeah. Working out in the gym, he told me, and it happened to me. Like I worked out that afternoon. We worked out in the gym. And then I was doing my cool down on the treadmill, right? Or excuse me, I'm on the bicycle. And the treadmills are in front of us. So I'm on the bicycle and I'm just, you know, got my buds in. I'm in my zone, you know, doing my cool down or whatever. And this bitch comes over She might as well have been half naked with what she was wearing. She's completely covered, but
Mm-hmm.
it was ass and creases all over the place. It was like the only thing left to the imagination wasn't imagination to this shit, right? It might as well have been damn near see-through. She came over in front of me on this treadmill, and she brings this fucking fan. And this fan is blowing, and I'm on the bicycle ride, and I'm like, I want to fuck this bitch. And then I told my homeboy about it. He said she was scenting your ass. I'm like, what?
Yep.
She said her pheromones was going off, and she was trying to make sure you got a smell of that shit because she wanted your attention. I said, well, I figured she wanted my attention because it's plenty of space all over me, right? There's 5 treadmills this way, 5 this way. She got on the one treadmill in front of me. Now, usually bitches don't want you looking at their ass and shit, right? That I'm just there to work out. It's bullshit. She came right in front of me and turned the fan on. She said, yeah, she was trying to get your pheromones locked in. I said, well, she had my attention because I smelled that shit. It was kind of a sweet little smell that immediately I wasn't thinking nothing about that ass, and I was thinking, now I want to fuck her.
Exactly.
I ain't even seen her face. I'm looking at the back of her head and a ponytail and a booty and some fuchsia spandex. Like, I want to fuck her. She ain't the finest thing I've seen.
But it brought out the animal in you, didn't it?
But it brought out that
Yep.
the fiend was awakened. He's like,
He turned into
Wolverine
real quick.
yeah,
The Zucker Rays was kicking.
she was scenting my ass. She was throwing no pheromones.
That's what I liked about the gym, though, because because like I said, well, when I was going, all this camera shit, it just wasn't there. You would find a chick there, every now and then, but Moose Knuckle, man.
Jesus. Boy, how he going for the record. Hold up, he's going for a record today, Artisan. Boy, he going for the 8 shit title.
Yep, he got the 8 shit title today. I will star that one by Malika 2. Malika 2. The rest of y'all get up on your game.
You must have watched wrestling yesterday and got hyped, man.
We got zingers today, boy. He slid them in there like,
I've always liked that phrase too, Moose Knuckle.
Moose Knuckle. Camel toe, Moose Knuckle.
But the thing about the gym is you got to get out there to do that, and a lot of people just don't do it. So we Gen X's, we grew up on pull-up game. So
pull up, push-ups, whatever.
The number clothes.
Somebody little 10-pound weight that you found, or you just.
I mean, talking about like I'm talking about like when talking to girls. So it was not a thing to be in a gym to just strike up a conversation with a chick because that was how
Gen X game. You was talking anywhere you saw a girl, nigga.
Exactly.
You had 3.5 seconds to get on her ass as soon as you saw her. She looked in your direction or not. If she looked like something you wanted to talk to, nigga, you supposed to be. Hey, what's up, baby? You're supposed to be there talking.
Man, Artisan, these scary motherfuckers don't want to do that. They just sit back on the wall and just eye goggle the chick. I'm like, bro, you gonna go talk to her or we gonna look at her?
You don't look at her.
Jesus.
Yeah, some of these chicks, I don't blame them. Some of these bitches are scary. I see some of these young girls. These motherfuckers look terrifying, dude. I'm like,
man, the bitch is bigger.
They might be making some weak sauce nowadays as dudes, but goddamn, these chicks are scary as fuck.
I mean, you see how many murders be on that Dr. Tiasami coming up with on Facebook?
Yes,
these chicks are killers.
Yeah, they are straight killers. Like, okay, all the testosterone went into these chicks, and they're not adjusting well. Whew, shit, crazy.
Oh, that reminds me of a testosterone-filled chick. I watched the The Accountant too. And when I saw that chick who had the accident and then snapped something in her brain and she became a killer. Oh, you saw it too?
Yeah, I saw The Accountant.
That shit tripped me out. I was like, and then when she beat up the treasury agent, and I was like, you are not going to win this fight with her. She first started.
No, because she going in for the kill, bitch. You going in to try to survive. Wrong situation. She gonna beat your ass. If it wasn't for that picture on the wall, she would have still been beating your ass, or had already choked your ass out. And here's an interesting thing. You probably haven't seen it yet, but you didn't see the ballerina yet, have you?
No.
Okay. Here's something I want you to do, and if you finally see the ballerina,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I thought this up yesterday. I want to match these two movies up together and see which one was the better movie, The Accountant 2 or The Ballerina. Because you realize Ben Affleck used to date Anna de Armas.
Oh, yeah.
And they
he
split.
did. Mhm.
And they split. She went off and did John Wick.
He-
Ben went off and did The Accountant 2. I'm curious to see which one y'all thought was the better movie. That's me just throwing that shit out there to geekdom. Ain't nobody mentioned that shit yet. As far as I know, I haven't watched anybody's reviews.
Was he
But
dating her when he did the first accountant?
Yeah.
Afterwards,
Oh,
yeah,
afterwards.
it was about that time frame.
Because they did that Deep Water movie together and everything too. And that was right around that same time.
Yeah, there's a movie in between there, but she has developed into a pretty believable action star, being a small Latina woman.
Mm-hmm.
And the ballerina was good.
Oh,
She's kicking some ass, and it wasn't kicking ass in the Marvel way. No, the most that I can say, my biggest complaint on that movie was that nobody punched her in the face enough. That's the only thing. They threw her through a lot of shit, but she's a pretty girl, so I didn't think they wanted to be punching her in her fucking shit. But I tell you this, when the Baba Yaga showed up, oh, he punched her ass.
Of course.
I was laughing. I'm like, finally, he gave her one too. Ugh. I'm like, get her. Roscaroma. Fight.
yeah, she's a looker. I mean,
But most of the time, she's getting thrown through shit because she's small.
yeah,
They weren't just
well,
punching
being
her.
small, yeah.
They weren't just punching her face. And I think it is because it's the actress and she's pretty and they wanted her to mistakenly, get a shiner. So
More than likely
they
would've got
limited
one.
they limited the punches to down low and throw.
But wait a minute. That
Just
doesn't make sense.
punching her in the fucking head.
But that doesn't make sense. That means they would have to adjust themselves in a fight to hit even lower if she's small. Oh, okay, fuck it. Never mind.
Yeah, they were just throwing her. A lot of the times they were throwing her, and that's not a complaint that they were throwing her. I was just she didn't get punched in the face enough.
Look,
Because I'm looking at it like it's a guy doing the shit. A guy, you will see him taking shots to the grill and shit like that. You never see her taking shots to the grill, really. They'll put her head through a window. They will, throw her ass off of some shit or through something. But
that's not jarring enough for me.
I know. That's why I like that damn Punisher, the Punisher scene with the girls in the bathroom. He was whooping their asses.
He was beating their ass.
Yeah.
He beat them like men. That's what makes that shit stand out.
You didn't get your dome rocked a little bit. I need to see what happened when you come after you get stunned a little bit. As your chin gets spin and that knockout about to happen. I need to see what happens.
You need that chit chat.
Yeah, I saw some of that in that show movie Mile 22 with that was with Mark Wahlberg and Ronda Rousey.
Okay, yeah, Ronda Rousey.
And
that's why I say I think it's different because Ronda Rousey will do it, Gina Carano will do it. You'll see them, take shots to the face. Anna de Armas, you didn't see her taking any shots to the face, and I think that's just because she's small and she's pretty. Now she's in a movie where, agreeably or understandably, she is not set up like John Wick is set up.
Okay.
John Wick was a hitter. Her character in this world of John Wick, they are the protectors. Right. So this would be people on your protection detail.
She's a bodyguard.
They're just as skilled, trained the same way, but their mandate is more so the protection part, not the taking out part. Right. So when you see John Wick roll up on one of these people he's supposed to be taking out, and they got all these people around him. Well, she is one of these type of people that would be around protecting an asset that John Wick would be coming to kill. That's what it is. So she's from the same group, just set up a little bit differently.
I like that title, The Ballerina. Because ballerina assassin, I'm thinking Jim Cotta.
Jim Cotta.
That's stupid, but
Yeah, Jim Cotta was fun though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was fun. This is the '80s, man. It was fun. It's nothing like finding a even bar in the middle of some rustic ass town. Like, oh look, I can use this.
Yeah. And
No, there's a pommel horse in the middle of town. Imagine that. I'll do my floor routine on these.
Look, I put Jim Carter up there with Moonfall. Just dumb fun.
Oh my God, I put Jim Carter up there with American Ninja #1.
Oh my gosh, Michael
Or
Dudikoff.
or Ninja 4: The Domination. Some shit like that. I put it up there with Chinese Super Ninjas just because it's fun.
Super Ninjas that was great.
It was great. It's just fun, man. It's just fun shit.
And the thing about that age, like in the 80s, them white boys love being ninjas. We were just the baddest things.
Because they was the baddest thing ever as soon as they put a mask on.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, it's tattoos.
Yeah. Like, they fighting with swords and shit. But that was what I also loved about The Last Samurai, because what happened? Yeah, you a samurai, but your ass ain't gonna beat a bunch of Gatling guns on the hill. All you motherfuckers.
Just like all the rest of these motherfuckers.
Whatever. I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you better look. I saw that. So you're not gonna find no arrows, or at least to slow them down. We just gonna let them load up. Okay, fuck it.
Man, that shit was so sweet. It was a perfect ending.
Yeah, and that was how it was gonna have to end.
Yeah,
history tells you that's how that shit had to end.
But I just like the fact, because I remember reading about that online, and there was this one guy complaining, it's like, how did he become, how did he basically start to equal, or what's the guy's name, Luigi or the other samurai? And I was like, he was a saber fighter before that.
Yeah.
So he was experienced with swords. He just didn't know how to fight like a samurai.
Yeah, he just didn't know how to. That was it. He learned their ways. Yeah. And if you understand how long he was up there in the mountains with them motherfuckers, it was damn near like a year.
Yeah.
He was getting his ass kicked every day.
I know. He had a hero's journey though.
He had a hero's journey. He was getting his ass kicked every day by the best people in that village.
Yep.
In that village, if you want to look at it like the hidden leaf, nigga, he was up there fucking with the Hokage. Okay,
yeah, pretty much.
The Hokage in his second was kicking his shit in every day on the daily.
That's
you
some
can't
of the
do nothing but get better, nigga, because you ain't leaving.
Yep.
Look, that's the philosophy we had in the dojo since they said too many minds. I'm like, what you mean? I said, are you quoting The Last Samurai? He said, think about it. He said, you're thinking about you doing too much thinking in X, Y, and Z. You need to calm your mind and refocus. He said, you're thinking about just bring it back to center. Too many minds. Get your ass back out there sparring. Yeah.
I use that when I play pool. The way I play pool, people say I'm intense and they think I'm angry. It's not that. We're playing in a bar. There's all kind of shit going on. Fuck these chicks. Fuck these dudes over here watching, these beers, this loud music, all that shit. It's just about this table, nigga. It's just about this table and this shot and what's going on in this shit. And that's why I'm good at the shit, because I can center like that on that to the exclusion of everything else. It's like an OCD thing. Fuck everything else. It's just about what's happening right here on this. Damn, he held
Miyagi teaching you.
I'm focused, nigga.
That's right.
That's what focus looks like.
Focus
looks like, hey, can you see me? Take a selfie. No, nigga. Focus looks like fuck all of that.
Focus.
In the zone, the Thais call it, and Muay Thai call it the void. Just being in that. Yeah.
So I'm gonna be in the pool hall with artists, and they're gonna be like, "You're gonna be losing." I was like, "You stay focused, Danielson. Good pool player, still inside now."
If you see me joking around or laughing or smiling and shit like that when I'm playing pool, I'm not taking the game that serious.
Yeah.
When I'm taking the game serious, there ain't none of that shit. There is none of it. It is silent. It is silent fucking focus. I might not even look at my opponent because I'm not playing my opponent. I'm playing myself in this fucking table. That person is just an obstacle. You just keep rearranging the shit for me. That's it.
Me versus me.
Yeah. I against I, nigga. That's all it is. So whether I lose or win is based on what I did and what I didn't do. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. I don't make no excuses. And I'm usually, if I'm really focused, that's what it looks like.
Those are the lyrics to Burning Heart. I'm just saying.
don't
It
know.
says that literally. And the Warriors go, there's no surrender. Your body says, deep in our souls, a silent ember. And you know, it's you against you. It's the paradox that drives us all. I mean, we had great lyrics and songs back then.
Yeah, well, because people wrote fucking lyrics.
Yeah. And the other thing was they were writing their own lyrics and writing their own songs.
Writing their own lyrics that they want to say. Not, I had a ghostwriter write this. He wrote this for some other line, but he couldn't get a deal before, so I'm gonna use it and spit it like my own. That was sacrilege in our day for rap. You was never supposed to have a ghostwriter. You was always supposed to write your own shit. That's how you know it came from you. If you had a ghostwriter, nigga, that was a reason for you not to have a career.
You couldn't call yourself the best MC either.
No. You couldn't call yourself an MC. Best of otherwise. Because you didn't write the shit. The MC is the motherfucker who wrote it. You just a mouthpiece. Like no than a singer. Why is Lionel Richie rich to this day? Because not only could he sing, but he wrote a lot of songs for people.
Yes, he did.
He can write. He can write. A lot of singers can't write. He can write. And he still does.
All your great producers made a ton of money.
Writing lyrics.
Babyface. Yep.
Babyface is one of the funniest ones. Prince, oh my fucking God. He ain't got over unknown talents writing they shit. And every time you heard of it, nigga, this sound like a Prince song. Yep, he wrote it. Yeah. He was instrumental in that shit.
Timbaland was out there.
Timbaland was another one. Missy Elliott was another one, writing a bunch of motherfuckers raps until she finally decided, fuck them telling me I'm too fat to be on front. I can be in front too. Then she made more money.
Her run. I loved her run in the 2000s. I was like, man, this bitch is lyrical. I didn't want to fuck her, but her music was good.
Exactly. I didn't want to fuck her, but shit, I can dance with Missy Big Lip Ass. Come on. Get your freak on.
Super duper fly.
Fly with the bubble suit, like, dude, you have to make yourself bigger.
You couldn't feel you couldn't feel the rain. Shit, you ain't supposed to in that damn suit.
That's still a jam. The Timberland for that shit. Ashford and Simpson. Yeah, there's a bunch of people who wrote songs for people. I say Babyface is the funniest one because Babyface career selling his own albums didn't really do that good, but any song he wrote for somebody else was a fucking hit. Monster hit. Like his own shit barely go platinum. Like, oh, okay, it's Babyface.
But
he writes for somebody else, platinum immediately, nigga.
What was that? LA Face? LaFace Records, that's what it was.
Face Records, yep. LaFace.
Big
just funny.
In Atlanta.
He gave Pebbles a career.
Mercedes boy.
That bitch couldn't sing, and I saw her live.
No, she couldn't sing. Everybody knew she couldn't sing.
She couldn't sing for shit. She looked the part, couldn't say the lines.
Well, there's a lot of. I mean, look,
Jimmy and Terry.
Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. Oh yeah, they did some shit with Janet Jackson.
Dance. They got Janet hot, nigga. That shit she was doing before then wasn't working. But she started fucking with them. Everything was a hit after that.
To my Rhythm Nation.
Yep. Everything was a hit after that.
That was a good ass album though, man. It's like, and she was thick and fine. I was like,
hell yeah. Don't talk to me about pleasure principle, Janet, nigga. Look, I told you I've been rocking with Janet since the Charlene years, nigga. Before Penny wasn't cute. Penny was tragic, okay? I was there for that shit too. But Charlene, oh nigga, I was in love. I was in love when she came around to Charlene. Like, oh hell, that's what I want. Yeah. I'm hormonal. I want me a Charlene.
Charlene.
Got on Fame. Made her album. I even got her first album. This is kind of trash. But she came back older. Pleasure Principle, Janet.
Boy, she had on them jeans with them goddamn knee pads. I was like,
wait a minute. Y'all gonna make me go hit the Wayback Machine on this shit.
Bruh.
Hold on.
It was a black cat.
This is history.
moment. I'm having a moment. This is a history lesson, and it's Sunday, so I gotta do my female appreciation.
It wouldn't be the hero's journey without going through the journey.
Yeah, it
And
wouldn't be a
looking
hero's
back.
journey without rolling through the brothel for a hot minute.
Man, sometimes
Checking
you
out
need to
the
get
red
brothel.
light districts. Yeah. Wouldn't be the hero's journey. I got to get my copyright. This is when you knew she didn't look like her
principal boy.
didn't look like her brother.
There she goes.
I'll turn the music off, then I can't get in trouble.
Yeah, look at that round shit.
Wait a minute, nigga. When I say I go way back with Janet, nigga, I go way back to this rock.
Ooh,
Oh,
flat
yeah.
stomach, thick thighs, and that round ass.
Mm.
Hey, her,
back
she
when
got so
women
much
looked
ass.
natural.
Bro, she got so much ass, even them tight jeans make them pancake.
Yeah. Now look, if you know anything, J-Lo idolizes Janet. Yeah, she was in the video. That's the way love goes. Yes, but J-Lo tried to redo this scene because this shit was iconic for who Janet Jackson was at that time. This was her coming back after that shitty first album. This is what she looked like in her 20s. This is what got people on board. This is her fucking with Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just Janet showing who the fuck Janet is. Not acting like somebody else, not acting like her brother. This is her saying, I'm Janet. Bend over. She can bend over, nigga. Oh.
Yeah.
The knee pads. Get it, baby. That's why I like legs, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that shit. This ain't flash dance.
Who said flash dance?
This ain't flash dance. No, I'm just saying. This was about the time frame.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I need to calm down. Have a moment. Damn.
Madonna couldn't touch her, man.
Yeah, have a moment.
Madonna could not touch her.
No.
Because she was big in this era too, but it was just like, nah, you ain't touching Janet.
No. And everybody's tried to replicate it. Every female star since then has tried to replicate it. Britney Spears, J-Lo, a bunch of them have tried to replicate it. But it is her being the original, doing her shit originally that they're trying to replicate.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. And mind you, talking about a hero's journey, how do you get Janet at this age, at this point? She had been a child star forever.
Yep.
With her brothers, seeing the business, being in the business, performing on stage in front of people on television and shit. You don't get this without going through all of that. You can't spawn in at 20 and think you're supposed to be this without doing all that work up front.
Gotta pay your dues.
Gotta pay your dues. Gotta put the work in.
Trying to explain that to my younger cousin. You think you're just supposed to get shit off the back. I'm like, dog, you gotta struggle a little bit, man.
Find her. She got them Guess jeans on too. She still wear jeans to this day when she be doing shows and shit like that, and ass be still looking good. That's why Janet is my next ex-wife. A strange wife right now, even to this day.
Honestly, if you go to the show and she pull your ass on stage and put you on that table and dance on
I've
top
been
of
waiting
you.
for this. I've been waiting for this. Now do it the way I thought about it.
I remember seeing them clips. I said, that boy lost his mind.
Yeah, he fucking filled his fucking shorts. Yeah, I don't blame him.
That table better be made by adamantium because they gonna
Wait,
be
listen, bitch, why you gotta have all these people here for this shit? Let's get it. Stop faking. Stop teasing me, Janet. God damn. Just do it. I'm here. Do it. Come on, do it. Do it now.
Come on, do it now, kill me.
Yeah, take me. What the fuck? Stop playing. Putting on airs for these people. Fuck these people. Let's do it. They get more than the show that they bargained for.
Just dim the lights a little bit.
You damn shit. Just look at me. Look me in the eyes. Fuck these people. Say my name, Janet. I'll say yours back. Okay.
Go ahead and do that backflip.
Yeah.
There we go.
I don't think she did that, but
Nah, I don't think she did that either.
nah. But all the rest of this dance and shit, that was the video. Ah, she could do the split. She could do the split. Snap off. That's the banana split. Vanity 6, yeah. Vanity was my other one too.
Vanity was fine, bro.
Yep.
Vanity was fine. Like I had that poster on my wall too, next to the bed. It wasn't wet. But before I had a title for the Spank Bank.
Bro, man. Vanity
Classic.
Last Dragon, she had me. She had me.
I had to go back and listen to all that now.
You should always like watching old movies, man. You should always go back and listen to some of these old songs, old albums people tell you about that was just monsters for their day. You have to go back and listen to that shit and think about it. It may sound hokey because it's not your ear for the music of today, right? But go back and listen to it. That should be awesome. Like I remember this 50 song my boy Anthony played when we were doing work together, right? We contracted together. And he would play stuff on his radio. Anthony is older than me, right? Anthony got to be in his 70s now, maybe his 60s, late 60s, right? But he had been in the Vietnam War stuff, Latino dude. And he's playing this shit one day, and this song is playing, and this song is like from the 50s, like his father's era, right? And it was I think the song was Silhouettes on the Shade. I never found out who actually sung the song. He told me, but I don't remember. But it's like some old shit. And it's a story about this dude going to his girl's house to see his girl, and then he sees the silhouettes in the window in the living room. And he heartbroken shit. Right? I think he like those will break through the window or something like that. But by the end of the song, he finds out it was the wrong house. But they're singing it like this, but he's singing it in this silhouettes on the shade, some shit like that, right? Some 50 shit. It's a cool ass song. But if you wouldn't listen to it because this shit is old, wow, I don't want to listen to this shit, you would never get it. You would never get the damn song. I tried before. I haven't tried recently to find that damn song.
It's by the Rays. That's what the name of the group.
Oh, you know the song?
No, I looked it up. He's like, man, hold up. I'm sitting here looking at
it. Because we got, Google Translate. You can hum some shit and it'll find it for you now.
Oh, pretty much.
You gave the title. You say Silhouettes.
Oh, it's called Silhouettes.
It's called Silhouettes.
Two black folks.
Yeah, the Rays.
Oh,
Four
shit.
black guys.
Wait a minute, man. Look, I'm all for cultural appreciation.
Let's go ahead and add it to the musical playlist.
Yeah, let brothers get their shine. Look, I like that motherfucker too, right off the bat. You should try that, folks. Oh, this is it! Look at them healthy black faces. Look at them smiles.
And music that actually had instruments in it. Not this.
One of the brothers even married. Holy shit.
Singing some red pill shit already.
Yeah, Dad said, you just don't know what you did for me right now, man. Thank you. Truly, thank you. I don't know why I didn't bother looking in Google recently, but I wasn't thinking about that shit. You found that shit quick. It is Silhouettes, right? The Rays Silhouettes. Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's like less than 3 minutes.
Yep.
It's less than 3 minutes. So I'm gonna get my copyright for this shit. I have to take it out later, so y'all better enjoy this shit now. Louis, Louis. See, this is why I need my BGS in dead set voice. I need that deep, that baritone. Louis. I can't do that shit and get all raspy. I need that deep voice.
That shit is messed up.
Some big bell pepper nose niggas. Look at this motherfucker. I'm at
Mhm.
the top.
I like the fact that they wearing suits. They clean
Mm-hmm. They wear
cut.
suits,
They
clean cut,
motherfuckers.
styled up. They look like Namora of Ali Shabazz.
I just like the music, just like the music from the era, man.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
mustaches.
instrument.
I can't even wear a mustache. I can't
It's
cut
it's a
my
not
good
shit.
this
era for
synthetic bullshit that me. I was telling my homeboy who's a producer at a record at a major rap label. Because we be discussing music and stuff. I'm just like, I cannot stand the synthetic shit. He's like, yeah, me too. I'm trying to get it because he's trying to create an R&B artist. He is trying to get back to classical R&B because he does not like the new R&B. I'm like, he asked me for my input, and so I'm like, look, first and foremost, put some instruments in your damn recording sessions if y'all gonna do this shit.
Actual instruments would be a bonus.
hmm
I mean,
I was
I'd
like,
love
you know me.
And
I told
don't
him, you know me, I played the saxophone, so I know how to read music and shit like that. So yes.
bell pepper nose. Yeah, big bell pepper nose.
Yeah, and the other thing is don't over engineer this shit because
No,
one thing that I loved about Prince is he allowed the musicians to play their personalities in the music. And remember, he had this hatred for people like Michael Bolton because remember what he wrote about Michael Bolton? That shit where he said you took the soul out of soul music.
hey, you can't say Prince didn't keep it real, nigga.
Prince,
Mm-hmm.
Prince was a fucking
Heels or
hater.
not, that nigga was talking his shit. Say what you want
Get
to.
your ass in the game of basketball while doing it.
Say what you
Yeah.
want to.
Well, Michael Jackson, he was the same way. You
Mhm.
they did a
That
it was a
behind the
video
scenes,
on
Michael. Yeah, that behind the scenes, Michael.
that behind the scenes. He was like, "What?
Was Joe Jackson's son, nigga.
Yeah,
Don't think he can't turn up.
you couldn't sing. He'll look at you like you crazy. It's like this motherfucker can't even sing."
I heard they said he had a deeper voice.
Oh
they
yeah,
said
that's true.
they said that she said all that stuff you saw was an act. He did not talk like that when he was private.
Bass.
He was like,
Bass.
I'm taking him, you gonna get the little law. He said, no, he'll turn it up on you.
Let me finish the song out. I want to
Yeah, let's hear
see if I got the ending right. Because mind you, I only heard this shit one time.
it. Really?
Years, damn near at this point, decades ago, a decade and a half ago. More than that at this point. So, but I only heard it one time. What? Okay, so it didn't go to that. It didn't go to that. So he didn't throw a brick through a window. That was me ad libbing.
That's a good song though. That's a good song.
James Brown.
Well,
Yeah,
we'll do out rabbit
this
hole.
here I'll show y'all this real quick. This is what my homeboy Anthony looked like.
OG oldies.
OG Latino dude, man. OG. He don't wear clothes like that, but he got that energy in him. He got that energy.
Try me, James Brown, Bobby Morris. Okay.
Oops, sorry, I didn't realize you was reading that shit too late. Hold on, put it back. I'll put it back. This was not that same one. This was the next song that popped up. Britton Woods, Don Julian's one. Duke of Earl. Yeah, I like the Duke of Earl. Duke of, most of y'all probably only know that shit from Cypress Hill. Sampling it. Smile Now, Cry Later, Sonny Oza. Darling.
But what I like about this era of music is like it harkens back to the era before it, but you could always trace it back to what black folks were doing.
Yes.
Always.
This is why
inescapable.
This is why sinners work so well when they talk about this shit. When they talk about music coming from black folks.
Yep.
That's why. It's not a stretch. Admit it or not, motherfucker, it don't matter. It's facts. It's a fact. Sent you down the doo-wop rabbit hole. Next time you do 9.5 weeks subject string, gotta play Sweet Torture by Kitty. I'm not doing another 9.5 weeks. The next one we're supposed to do is 50 Shades of Grey. If everybody finished reading through those books. And I think I don't think they made 3 movies. I think they only did 2.
I think there's only 2.
Yeah, it's only 2 movies that covered those 3-4 books. So, but I'm not doing another 9.5 weeks. So if I mention 9.5 weeks again, it'll only be adjacent to. MJ only talked like that because the voice coach told him he would let him preserve his voice. Learn how to sing will preserve your voice. Ask any heavy metal rocker who had to go back later and learn how to fucking sing.
Because a lot of them motherfuckers couldn't sing.
Couldn't sing. They just screaming shit. Yell or talking lyrics. I mean, a lot of your singers now in R&B, they don't sing. They just talk lyrics.
Yep.
Acting like they're singing. Ooh, they're not fucking singing.
Oh, they use an auto-tune.
You know who was terrible?
Shit you do in church. Like, shit you do in church when you don't know the hymn. Oh, yes, I think I should be praised.
But you know who was really horrible live? I went and saw Evanescence when I was in England.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh my gosh.
Amy Lee was terrible?
She was horrible live.
She was an opera singer. It was supposed to be like trained to opera sing.
No. In fact, she did Pepsi Smash live.
Oh, that's fucked up.
It was fucked up. She fucked those notes up, and then she was doing some type of acapella thing on MTV, and she couldn't hold the tune.
Damn, that's
like,
damn. Seriously?
Now, see, that's bad because what I was going to talk about, one of the things I liked about the ballerina was the end. I picked her voice out immediately because there's 2 songs at the end, and I said, this is Evanescence. And I'm listening. I said, that's Amy. That's Amy Lee. I know her voice, right? And she had 2 songs in the credits. I was like, I like Amy, man. She's cute for a white chick, and she can sing, belt out the notes. And you telling me live she sucks. I'm like, wow.
She will get lucky and sing in key. Okay, let me go ahead and rephrase it. She moves around a lot, and it fucks up her tone. Oh. But like when she did stuff like My Immortal, when she didn't have to move around so much, she sang much better. But she ain't top shelf at all.
Okay, fuck. Okay, that would make sense. Opera singers are not usually known for moving around a lot.
Yeah,
they stand and hit their notes. But if you're gonna be moving and dancing and shit, your singing gonna be fucked up. that means you're not that strong of a singer.
Exactly.
That's
Justin
why.
Timberlake is better than her.
Fuck. So people always bitched about Janet when you go to a Janet show. It sounds like, oh, they playing the track. She's not really singing. Nigga, she giving you a whole goddamn dance show at the same time.
Exactly.
I'm like, how much air do you think the human lungs hold to be dancing around and doing all this shit and singing? You know, when she sat in the booth to record this shit, she wasn't dancing around.
But
know that,
Michael
right?
Jackson had that talent because Michael Jackson could
Michael
move
had
and
that
sing at the
talent.
same time, and so could Prince. It was just
Yeah.
like,
That shows why they were talents.
yep.
Because Michael, you watch Michael growing up do all of that shit. Yeah,
Even
we
Chris
love
Brown can
Thriller.
do it now.
You know, he did a bunch of albums before Thriller as a kid, right? With his
Yep.
his brothers
Yeah.
dancing around and shit. So he built it up. It's like being a professional runner. You build it up over time so you can get in the Olympics. You didn't show up to the Olympics day one.
hmm
I've never ran before, but I think I want to run in the Olympics. I think I should win the gold. No.
Yeah, Cyndi Lauper sang out of key. Everybody heard Madonna sing out of key. I mean,
Oh,
a
fuck
lot of
yeah.
them sang out of
Always
key.
sung out of key. If it wasn't for music videos, Madonna wouldn't have a career.
Oh hell no, because she did live awards show like she did Ray of Light, and I was saying like, man, bitch, you about a half a step off.
Let me put it this way: if it wasn't for MTV and the gay community, Madonna would have a career.
Exactly.
And I like Madonna.
Mhm.
Back in the
Daryl
day,
Hall
she was a
now.
white chick I would want to fuck,
Oh
but
yeah, she could have gotten it.
she could have gotten it twice.
You talking about
But
80% of the 80s singers.
yeah, but it's not saying that I don't understand why her shit is the way it is. Why she had the career that she had. Just what it is.
I mean, she had a sexy voice, but it was just like, ugh, dude, keep it in key. Daryl Hall now, that motherfucker can sing like a nigga.
He can sing like a motherfucker.
This motherfucker can sing.
Yeah, he can sing like a motherfucker.
I heard him doing runs, and I was like, that's Daryl Hall? That I
Yeah.
can't go for that dude.
Yeah.
This motherfucker.
Look, I love my Hall and Oates. It's like, oh, you know he gay. I don't give a fuck what he do.
Yes.
Well, that music was good. Like, I grew up.
Yeah, so is 60 to 70% of the other singers, man.
Yeah, no shit. Like George Michael. Like I never cared. But
Oh,
then
George
you,
Michael.
But you gonna put on some careless whispers.
you gonna put on some Careless Whisper. You gonna sing along with that bitch.
And he could sing
You
his
gonna
ass
put-
off too.
You gotta put on some fucking wham at some point. You
Yep.
know, don't wake me up when you go shit. Oh, trust me, hey.
Yeah,
Hey,
just
I like
This makes it hit differently when you understand that he was gay too. Like
But
Boy
he,
George, shit like that. A lot of this stuff
mentioned-
just hit different when you know they're gay. Like, oh, okay, I get it.
But he mentioned that he would
You
he
like
didn't start
Luther?
out that way. Because he said it in an interview. He said he got exposed to that lifestyle and he liked it.
And that's usually
So-
what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like you know, it's. I probably get hated for making this parallel, but you know, it's kind of like, you know, people show up to the party and they introduce you to some things and you be a part of the group.
Yeah.
That's why you're not supposed to introduce children into that shit.
Exactly, because you get turned out. Motherfuckers get
You
turned
get
out.
turned out. You get turned out, and then you wonder why they said we're not going to come to you. We're going to go to your kids.
Meanwhile,
Oh, so he
in
got
Greenwich
turned
Village,
out. That was his story. He got turned out.
Turned out. A lot of people happen that way. That's why I don't buy this shit nowadays. It's like, no, you just got turned out.
I
That's
mean, you
what
like Luther, don't you?
yeah,
Like, no,
he
did he?
turned out.
I could take a shot.
No, did he?
God damn! Stop! Don't do that.
You like Luther, so hey.
Meanwhile,
I
in
wouldn't-
Greenwich Village,
Yeah, meanwhile,
you got the damn the drag shows with little kids in it at 2 and 3 a.m. in the morning, and the cops are sitting in the damn audience dancing to everybody. I'm sitting back like, bruh, if I did this shit at my house, they'd arrest me.
they arrest your ass 5 minutes before them kids went on, nigga.
Name
You
would
got
have been
what
all
you
over the
did.
news.
Yep.
And then they would be sitting outside of your place, dead set, like this, watching that shit burn. I'm like, nope, we had to get rid of him. He was a problem.
And I look at the motherfuckers and be like, I know what you did last summer.
Mm-hmm. Looking at your ass like, nope, he tried to have them kids out there damn drag. He can't. He's not allowed.
Yeah. But, and the thing about it is, they still do it today. Ain't none of this shit changed. Because they were doing that shit way back in the damn, from what I understand, back in the
It's always
70s, 60s.
it's like, to me nowadays, it's like a fucking cult.
Yeah.
You're always trying to increase your numbers. It's always been a small percentage of the population anyway. But the explosion that it's had has been, to me, because of media and whatnot,
Yeah.
and trying to gain the acceptance around it. And it's a lot of benefits and shit tied up into that shit. It's a lot of money in it now.
Not just media, but politics.
And politics and stuff. That's what I said. It's a lot of money in it now. So now that's why the numbers are exponentially larger when it's always been a small percentage of the population. It ain't everybody.
Right.
It can't be everybody. So forget it. And they loud.
That's the shit that I'm not bothered by it because, I mean, look, I live in Baltimore. Niggas are loud anyway. But it's just like, wait a minute. Y'all are sitting here complaining about this shit, but y'all the motherfuckers who put it on Front Street. Won't nobody checking for y'all?
Nobody was caring and nobody was looking for that shit. We don't want to be recognized. We recognize you. We're just not throwing a party for it.
Go live your life.
Yeah,
Go back to your company days.
Yeah.
We're not going to throw a whole fucking party for you. Like, look, you don't bother us, we don't bother you. I said, but they don't want to talk about how a lot of that stuff brings up there. If you have a lot of the trans community in your neighborhood, that means 9 times you're gonna have a lot of prostitution in that neighborhood.
Exactly.
I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Charles Village, anybody?
Charles, oh my gosh.
Speaking of prostitution, I saw something yesterday. Not to, but I can drop it in.
Well, that's a hell of a segue.
It is a hell of a segue. I saw something yesterday that you and Artie Ibmore would appreciate, Charles. And I had never seen this before whatsoever. This is the first time I've seen it in life. I'm driving down Sonoma Boulevard in a V. I'm passing the Hostro. And what I saw shocked me to my core. And I couldn't get my phone out into camera mode because I'm playing Pokemon while I'm driving to take a picture of this fucking human Pokemon.
Safety first.
Right. And what I saw was about 4 foot tall, walking in flip-flops, shorts, black shorts, and a tube top, and looking at cars as they was passing by. And it was a midget prostitute. And I was like,
where that at?
What? What the fuck you trying to catch on a sunny day after the first, nigga? Oh my god!
Well, she accorded the price.
Look, that was a joke I made. I was telling somebody about this shit. I was telling a female about this shit, and I'm laughing. And I'm having to laugh on the shit. And I'm like, I wonder if it's half price for her.
If she a short stay, a long stay.
Look, she can meet me at the Bristol Motel, man.
Because we got some right down the block. We got some 6 foot sisters and white chicks out there that look, beat up. But, you got this little one that can just slide in the car real easy. You don't have to get caught by the police. They think you picking up your kid or something.
Is she a short stay or long stay?
She half bow legged. The first thing I thought of was like, God damn it, I need a picture for Artie Ibmore. He'd probably get that bitch.
Look, man, I'm looking for a midget.
Yeah, he like his tater tots. Your ass too, Dad. Goddamn, how did I not think about that?
The best part is when you get a hotel room, you don't get charged for 2 adults.
You don't get charged for 2 adults.
Buy that bitch a Happy Meal, I'll be good to go.
Man, I'd never seen anything like that before. I'd never seen a midget prostitute before, and seeing this one, it was tragic, nigga. Like,
you say tragic?
It was tragic. She had some nice boobies on her, but I'm like, God damn, she looking haggard, nigga.
Oh no, we can't do haggard though. No.
I'm like, well, I guess she She right there at Dick's site. So do you just roll up on her? Just like, I don't know what you're talking about, officer. Like, I don't know. It was ripe for too many fucking jokes. It was ripe for too many fucking jokes. And I'm passing by in the car and saw the shit like, what in the fuck? Like, bro. What did you say, Malika Arson? Don't come up short on She is super fun. No shit. She ain't even got to step down in the car to boff you off, nigga. She just slide in the seat and just
Best
start.
part about it.
Nobody see nothing.
Best part about it when she touches your shit, it makes it look bigger.
Look huge as shit, right? The little midget hand. Look like Deadpool with his little weenie arm growing back.
Oh my gosh.
Look really big if you holding it with this hand. I don't know. I hadn't seen. I knew they existed. I had never seen one before, and now I've seen one.
That's a damn shame. She can't even eat a double whopper.
Look,
not with these tiny hands.
I just go to the midget dating site, check them out. Like, okay, I'm gonna get one of you bitches.
This girl got so ugly now.
Who was that?
Did you say a midget dating site, sir?
Yeah, they got midget dating sites.
Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he did. A midget dating site.
There's dating sites out
There's
there.
a lot of weird shit in the world. And there's something exactly. Dad said no more than the rest of y'all. There's shit for everybody out there.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever your proclivity is or whatever you into, there's somebody out there doing that shit and looking for help, a company. It is. That's the dark side of the internet is you can find all these people if you're looking.
And you ain't gotta go to the dark web for it.
Exactly. You don't even have to, they probably got their own website.
So I can just give you the link and you can go right to them.
Yeah. So if you whatever it is you into, you can go do that shit and find people to do it with. There is communities out there for all kinds of shit. I say that shit knowing some of it, and the parts that I know, I understand there's worse shit. There's worse shit out there. And I just say it's worse from my perspective because I wouldn't be into that shit. But other people are. If y'all grown consenting adults, I don't know what the fuck we talking about.
Exactly. That's my thing.
I don't know what the fuck we talking about. I'm not moralizing your shit. Do what the fuck you want to. made a half.
I know people gonna be looking up midget dating now.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they got quiet. Like, wait a goddamn minute.
I can get me a goddamn midget with a fat ass.
There you go. There's the Google fingers. Like, what the fuck? Oh, it does exist, just like the blue waffle. Like,
made a half pint pussy be with you.
Don't be Google on that blue waffle shit either.
half pint, half price.
Yeah, goddamn right. Shit.
Call a baby 2 cup. Call a baby 2 cup, boy.
I need some half and half in my coffee. But I got some hot dogs waiting on me. That's my dinner for today.
You know what?
Hot dogs.
I just logged 5 hours. I didn't overly talk about the ballerina, so now I got to do an actual review on this shit.
That's a damn shame that this man said half and half for him. There's a white midget and a black midget with him in a threesome.
Shut up. Fracture said, check your cash app. Oh, I will check my cash app, sir. Thank you. Let's see what I got on my cash app since I didn't look at it.
You took a picture with a mountain of midget strippers?
Is it a mountain or is it a little hill? Is it a little hill or a mountain? I think it's a little hill.
I think it was an anthole.
I need to go where Rainfire Designs is. I want to beat that mountain of midgets.
You stood atop Mount Midget. Did they crown you king?
That's like gonna take that Dolomite picture with 2 midgets on his legs.
Goddamn right.
Did you have a fighting over a ring calling them my precious, right?
Ain't none of
my
precious. No.
All right. So shout out to the Aquatechie for supporting the stream. No message, but we know the number one wrench in here. I will give you before we get out of here. There we go. I'll give you the double up since we're talking midget.
Double up. 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Never let a hard time on the
As Art of Immore will call it the tater thoughts. Tater thoughts.
Ain't nothing like a good midget.
I wouldn't know.
I ain't had one yet, so
me either. So I wouldn't know. But you can tell me all about it when you do. I'd be interested to find out. I'm not interested to try. I don't know. And I have, and truth be told, I have seen a thick ass midget online. I saw a thick ass midget. I was like, holy shit, that looked like a fine chick just cut in half. Like for real. It was just top up. She was fine as fuck. Like, god damn, they make them like that in midgets? Shit. She could probably be a porn star. Like little legs. That's funny.
Midget porn.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a thing in midget porn. Next one, shouts out to Two Trip. He says, coffee money. Appreciate you, Two Trip. I will give you that 3B salute. Put that in my sanity fund. Retain sanity fund. JT, you stupid as shit, dude. Shout out to JT, Fracture Comics. He said, give me the midget.
The man got good taste.
I'll give you the double up. Appreciate it.
Double up. 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the ones.
You in Frisco, you should be able to find somebody in that freak show. Find some midgets. You'd be able to find midgets in that freak show. Come on, man. It's Frisco. The only other place you would look is Berserkly. Probably find one in Berserkly. I didn't think one was over here in the V, but here they were. Or here she was. It was only one of them. So maybe I didn't see the rest of them. They're passing under my vision. Looking too high. Yeah, look a little lower.
Franchise out.
Maybe he's trying to spread it out. Man, and at that rate, I gotta appreciate the pimp in that neighborhood, man. He putting some variety out there on the streets. You don't understand. You don't respect this man's hustle. He making sure all the bases are covered, man. You roll through his part of town. We want to let you know they got something for any flavor that you looking for. You even got the shorties. If you just want a little white girl, you can get that one. You sent me a pic on IG. The fuck pic did you send me on IG? Do I want to look at that shit? Fucking hell, Ray. Let me see what this stupid shit is. Let me see.
Like that.
I don't see anything in here, man. Do it again. I see Lorena Parkour out here dancing. I like her little cute ass. The chick that be dancing around like Wendy on Wednesday. Excuse me, not Wendy. Wednesday. She does parkour.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. And her dancing and twerking and shit. I don't see nothing Rainfire. This motherfucker. All right. So what else we got? Yeah, she brings a whole new meaning to "Hey Shorty" and into fruition. Yeah, every time you say that shit, "Hey Shorty," it's like an insult for her. Motherfucker, I'm not short. I'm big in stature. No, you're evil. That's why you're closer to the devil.
I think that's some truth there.
You got fun size. You punished. I got a homie who was a little person. He was cool as shit. Yeah, they cool as hell. I just had never seen a midget prostitute. Never. I had never seen that shit. But it's hard all over, even on the short side.
When she jumped up on the curb, did she make the Mario sound?
You ain't shit. Dun, 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 dun. Brr. This is how she make when she jumping in your car.
She said, she getting the mushroom, you get the mushroom as well.
He said, man, wait a minute. Rainfire said, man, the stripper pole was the length of the broom. He just get up to the routine to a song.
That's a good
I got friends in small places. I die. Rainfire, you be getting some different shit, dude. I don't know what's going on down there in Texas, but I might have to come through and check y'all.
Are you down there in Texas?
I think he in Texas. You be in some different shit, Rainfire.
I ain't going to Texas as long as y'all got that crazy man in that wheelchair.
What's that? One at a time. What'd you say, Dessa?
I ain't going out of Texas as long as they got that crazy ass man in the wheelchair.
Crazy
Greg
man.
Abbott, their governor.
Abbott.
Yeah, he restricting free speech down there now. He's doing all kinds. He's doing too much.
Oh, really? He doing too much. I said that shit after this election. Don't let that Trump shit go to your heads, motherfucker. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Don't get too crazy, white boys. You can be happy.
He in Mississippi.
Okay.
Oh, I'll go to Mississippi all day.
Yeah, Mississippi
down there.
Okay, you in that's okay. I didn't put that on Texas. My bad, Texas.
Yeah.
None of my Texas folks. He in Mississippi. It's a special kind of South.
Look, I like black Mississippi. Well, deep South black women, I do like them.
Deep South.
Yes.
Artists in ST and short thighs matter. I like it. Stop it, dude.
Yeah, short thighs.
Short thighs matter. Short thighs end up in a pan getting cooked on the grill. Short thighs go on grills.
You don't marry a midget, you play with her for a while.
Yeah. It was a few months ago. I will resend. Nigga, a few months ago? Oh my God.
Oh.
You bringing that shit up like it was just this moment.
Man, I can barely remember yesterday. A few months ago.
I remember a lot of shit, but goddamn. A few months
I
ago?
wanted to get the big set for his birthday.
Hmm?
I'm like, here, open this gift, big set. No, midget.
If you send the midget my way, she gonna leave this motherfucker more bow-legged than she. Because she don't have to wrap the motherfucker around. I got 4 floors of house to fuck her in.
Oh my God. She would literally be hanging from the rafters.
Mm-hmm.
She only needs half a run.
And not pulling it out the ceiling.
Oh my gosh, hot dogs. I want my hot dogs. Oh, I'm gonna go
ahead,
and eat
hot
some
dog.
hot dogs, man.
My head is starting to hurt, so I'm gonna have to get off here and go eat me some food. Because I still have not eaten yet. All right, that's it. Good seeing you. Appreciate you, bro. And remember, if you see the ballerina, match that shit up to the accountant too. Because I still never did my review for the accountant too. I'm just being lazy with reviews lately. I've talked about it on the stream, but I have not did a dedicated review, and I got to get back in the habit of doing that shit.
Okay, I'm
just been a little bit too busy to finish a fucking video, which irritates me, makes me upset.
Yeah, if I do get a chance to go see it, it's probably going to be next week. Because
that's fine. You ain't got nothing else coming out in the meantime. I thought it was good though. I thought it was an entertaining movie.
Well, I'm interested.
I can tell you this. They got some innovative fight scenes in that shit.
Okay.
They got some innovative fight scenes in it that took me back to playing fucking GoldenEye. With my ex-wifey's ex-boyfriend. That motherfucker was so competitive. We had to play that shit all night so we can get enough wins over me to feel like he was the man. Because I was fucking her now. We played that shit all night. We played this shit all night. I beat his ass all night at that shit. And we used everything on GoldenEye. Everything. Golden guns, proximity mines, all that shit. So there was a scene in this movie.
We used the slaps.
Yep. There's a scene in this movie where it was reminiscent of that, where she's fighting a group of people and all she got is fucking grenades, nigga.
Oh shit.
It's some innovative fucking kills in that shit, dude. Because all she had was grenades. She didn't have no weapons. She was out of bullets, nigga. She was just like, fuck what we got. Like that shit was fun. That shit was fun. And then the other scene with the flamethrowers, oh, that shit was a lot better than they showed in the damn trailer. What they showed in the trailer was the ending part of it. Before that, where she had a flamethrower, nigga, and it was just flamethrower fights. I'm like, I'm down for this, nigga. This is fun. This is too much fun. Niggas was getting barbecued left and right, dude. I'm watching that shit looking like this is what it should look like with mutants with fire powers fighting on screen. Just
Flames are one of those things that sort of like get under my skin. It's like, cause you die in a goddamn fire. You ain't dying instantly.
no,
You gonna hurt for a
no,
long.
you
And
won't.
then if you live through it, not only are you hurting, you look fucked up.
You bacon.
Yeah.
At one point, she using the flamethrower and the pistol together. She did a couple of things that was some anime shit too,
Yeah.
right? At one point, because she finds out where she is, I'm not spoiling the movie. She ends up having her pistol, and there's so many people coming at her. She's in the kitchen. She takes this fucking chef's knife, duct tapes that shit to the bottom of her pistol. So now she fighting, popping food, stabbing them, twisting the shit around, popping another food. I was like, God damn, I'm liking this. She doing some Gungrave shit. She looked like fucking what was his name? Shinji or some shit like that. The dude with the blades at the end of his guns.
Mm-hmm.
She doing some shit like that. She doing some Gungrave shit on his ass. Where she stabbing motherfuckers with the same gun she about to pop this fool with. It was some crazy shit. It was some crazy shit. So some of that was kind of off the hook in there. But the flamethrower fights, the grenade fights was fun. The flamethrower fight was awesome. That shit was awesome. I'm like, man, I'm feeling this shit. I'm liking Eve. I like Eve.
Oh, that's her name, Eve.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eve Macaro. And the other thing was I really liked that the movie was grounded in the John Wick world.
Mm-hmm.
It's still in the world of John Wick. That's why you can have the Baba Yaga showing up. Because it's still in his world. The only thing I'm trying to clarify is the time frame of when this happens in the John Wick movies. Because at one point in there, you see that John Wick is missing a finger, right?
Oh, okay.
So that would mean it happened after like the second, third movie when he cut his finger off.
Mm-hmm.
That this event where they meet up happened in between there. Okay. Because one part in it, you see John Wick coming back to the Ruscaroma that happened in a John Wick movie where he got that brand right from the Ruscaroma. So he can, I think he was going to Turkey or some shit like that, where they took his tattoo off, they branded his tattoo. That happens, you see that happen from Eve's perspective because she's at the school.
Mm-hmm.
She's there and she talks to him before it happened and right after it happened. So that puts it around that, I think it's the third, fourth movie situation where he went back to where he was trained to get his, papers. So that's the thing in the time frame I'm not sure about, but that just means I get to go back and watch my John Wick movies again. I don't mind doing that shit. And JT talking about fire. Yeah, Firebug. You like that part. You like that part because it's a cool scene. And some of the shots in here are really good visually. They work as like postcards for the movie. Really cool shots. And that scene where she showed up with that fucking flamethrower, nigga, that was like, that's something you don't want to see. You only see shit like that in like House of the Dragon shit. Nigga, like it's
Right.
looking off into the darkness and all you see is a flame, like, oh shit, I'm time to go, man. That is not what you want to see. You don't want to look into darkness and all of a sudden see some blue flame. Fuck you. No. It's time to get the hells away from this dark spot. Because there's only two things coming out of there. A dragon would be the lucky one. But regardless, you ain't gonna like the end results at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah,
But right now,
it was entertaining.
hot dogs.
I want to
Yeah,
do it.
Catch
I
it.
want to
hot
do a
dog.
guest spot. I want to do a guest spot in the John Wick movie. I guess I'll be called John Prick. Irritating John Wick.
Did you say John Perkins?
No, John Prick.
Oh, John Prick. That's called Giant Prick.
That too. You're like, Charles, John, how's it been? Been hanging.
Been hanging. Yeah. How's it going? It's been hanging. Oh, the other thing I'll say about the ballerina that I really actually enjoyed, I actually clapped in the movie for this shit. Your boy Lance Riddick is in it. Lance Riddick, the Black
What?
Fire, Quran in the John Wick universe.
Yay! Shout
With
out
the
to my fellow Baltimorean.
fellow Baltimorean. He's in it. I saw that shit. I was like, oh shit, it's Lance. Oh,
That's
good job. Nice. So you got two movies out right now with dead black male actors that still got their shine in a movie, even though they no longer with us.
yeah, and
Lance Riddick and Tony Todd.
Tony Todd actually his last lines in the movie, you find out that wasn't scripted. That was his final message to the audience and the fans that showed him support and love throughout the years.
I didn't see the movie yet, so I heard it was actually kind of good, so I might go see it, but because I was thinking it was going to be shit, and I didn't want to be bothered with that shit. But Tony Todd is in it, so I might have to put aside my actual distaste and go watch it just to show some respect.
Mm-hmm.
But what was the line, nigga? Teasing?
No, I didn't see the movie yet. I
Oh,
gotta go see it.
okay.
I'll be behind the scenes stuff. You know how people always want to spoil shit before it comes out.
Okay, you got that surface. Okay. Hot dogs and mustard. Yeah, he ain't talk about no brioche bread though, did he? You ain't hear Dad say nothing about no brioche. What the fuck you doing with a hot dog with no brioche bread, man? But stop eating like a savage. Get your ass some brioche bread. Your hot dogs. Hot dogs and mustards and onion. Yeah, it's baseball season, right? It's baseball season weather out here in Cali. It's time for the hot dogs, man. It's time for the Nathans and bratwurst and shit like that. It's time for the tailgate. Not the football tailgate where everybody get drunk and start shooting each other and shit. No, we talking about the good time tailgate where girls got their legs out, got on shorts and shit, nice weather, titties under the button down, baseball jerseys and stuff. You know, good shit, Cali shit. It's time for tailgates with the hot dogs and shit. It's time to get that grill popping and get it cooking. I'm for it. Baseball is my favorite sport. Tony Todd had a great send-off. Okay, that's what I heard, but I haven't heard anybody spoil it yet, so that's good. Yes, it is sundress weather. It is sundress weather, and that's what was happening kind of out here. It was probably hot. Yeah, it was probably hotter and nicer the weekend that I was working because it was hot as shit. But yes, it's definitely sundress weather now, especially since all the schools are out and all the horny teachers is out there in the wild. Out there in the wild for the summer too. This is my favorite season when I was a young man. The thick thigh season. Sundress and
Living in Houston, it's hot as hell right now. Well, I know I should see some bikinis when I go down to Galveston.
And I'll tell you one thing. It's not only sundress season, but it's also flex short season with no drawers. Watch out, ladies. I'm coming for you. Or on you.
I'm on you. I'm on you, girl. Just so you know, I'm gonna be there. You're gonna turn around. It's gonna be me.
I'll be there. I'm like, I was threatened many times not to go outside the house with certain sweatpants. Like, no, you can't do that. I said, why? You can't do so too much. No, I'm just chilling. I'm going to the goddamn store. No, they're gonna be looking at you. You're not the only person to think of attraction. Stop that insanity.
Yeah. Look, Charles, I had to have that argument with somebody before about chicks looking at me, right? And I'm partly oblivious to this shit sometimes,
Oh, yeah,
right?
I'm strongly. I feel you because I'm strongly oblivious.
Right? I'm like, I'm not worried about it like that, right? But I was telling her that if you were attracted to me, did you think I stopped being attractive just because you were attracted to me? Why would you want somebody who wasn't attractive to anybody else? What sense would that make? Even a guy, you might find an attractive woman, right? You make that woman your lady, right? There's other motherfuckers that find her attractive too. You ain't the only one, nigga. And if she's only attractive to you and nobody else would cut their dick off to fuck her, why would you really want her? Because it's safe? That sounds stupid. If you got something nobody else will want to look at, thank you for taking one for the team. But I would think somebody might want to look at whoever the fuck it is you got. I'm not saying they got to be a 10, but they might want to look at them too. You don't need to be mad about that shit. I told you my favorite thing to do to fuck with people when I see people that look a little insecure because I don't like that shit. If a dude is walking with his chick and his chick is eyeballing me and she walking with a dude, when I pass by, I shake the dude's hand. Why? Because if he was sitting there lemon faced at my ass when I was walking by, nigga, what you mad at me for? You fucking her, I'm not. What you mad at me for? Congratulations. Right on, man. Oh, you do that shit. They look shocked. They don't know they don't know how to handle that shit. They like have a brain fart. Oh, all right, man. Yeah. Because at first you was all, apprehensive, like, oh, I gotta protect her. You ain't protecting her from shit, nigga. If she wanna fuck somebody, she gonna fuck her.
She gonna do it.
You not holding them legs closed. Ever. Stop thinking that shit. If she want them motherfuckers to be spring loaded for somebody else, they will be spring loaded 10 minutes ago for somebody else. Get over it.
She wants somebody to season her tacos, she will get it seasoned. If she wants somebody
If
to
she ain't a
glaze
virgin now, if she wasn't a virgin when you fucked her, you're not the first dick that been in there. And you're not gonna be the last one, even if you marry her. Just saying. So get over that shit. Communal. And she picked the community.
Like what did TK Kirkland say? He said when you upgraded from a Bentley from a Geostorm, you didn't think the insurance premium was going to be price increase?
No, come on, man, stop. So I do that shit just to fuck with them because I don't want their woman. I can see an attractive woman anywhere. It don't necessarily mean I run up on them because I'm fucking different now, dude. I don't operate the same way I did as a young dude. I don't. It's not because of low T or nothing like that. I just understand females a little bit differently now, how I interact with them. And a lot of the shit, I'm not into the performative shit. I'm not into the performance. You're supposed to say this. You're supposed to act like this. You're supposed to run up on me. Fuck all that. No. I'm more so in the vein now of let's break the rest of this dating infrastructure that y'all have and how this shit is supposed to work. Let's break all that shit up because it's not working anyway. Why should I pay for you to eat anything?
You got a job.
Because I'm a gentleman? Well, yeah, I believe in being gentlemanly, but you didn't earn that shit. Because if the roles were reversed, you wouldn't be paying for me to eat shit. So, no. It can be Dutch as fuck. You independent, right? Well, independently, pay your portion. Independent woman. And then if we get to a point where the shit is all lovely like that, I'll cover you. Even my mama offered to buy the popcorn and shit when I went to a movie. My mama. We ain't fucking.
You know, Artisan,
That's why it's hard to date.
You know what's funny? Artisan, me being funny back in high school, I used to say, oh man, I used to joke and be like, oh man, I love how women be so independent. Because I can offer to buy your own stuff, and you will say no, and then, but when it came time for them, hey, could you buy? I said, oh no, you
Yeah,
independent.
yeah. You know
Remember when
what?
I tried to do it, and you were strong and independent? Now you need my help. No, baby, you can buy lunch today in school. I'm gonna go buy my lunch. I'm good.
Yeah, no, independence comes with a price.
Yeah, that girl power shit. Come on now. Because I hated it then and I fucking hate it now. Because I saw it was coming, unfortunately.
No, independence comes with a price, and that's the price of independence. Like you say, you pay the cost to be the boss. Yeah, independent cost.
It's called getting to job by himself.
Yeah, you can be, especially if your attitude funky.
What's real funny about the mating and dating world? It's like
The fact that it's a world.
besides besides that it's a cesspool.
Mhm.
Um, it's like I told this one girl who I was off to get on again yesterday. I said, let's look at this, right? You put up this post on your story on Instagram about if you're disfigured, a man's gonna leave you. If you're this, if you're broke, he's gonna leave you. He's gonna take advantage of you. I said, no, that sounds like a broken person. Because
Mhm.
even a person who had relationships that ain't go to distance, obviously, they can speak fondly of them. And I'm like, here's my question: if all you dated were drug dealers, scammers, jailbirds, and women beaters, what do you know about gentlemen? What do you know about it? I
Nothing.
mean, let's look at this. Even my worst girlfriend, right? At least she contributed to society with her job.
Mhm.
I mean, think about it. I even said, let's do a comparison of your exes and my exes. School teachers, school administrators, nurses, police officers, uh, part of the Coast Guard, um, things that are upstanding. Let's talk about the dudes you had. Chronically going to the jail, chronically a criminal, a scammer, a dude who was unemployed. And I'm not talking about somebody who might be down on their luck because I'm not joking on people. But you never had the time in your life when you said, I had an upstanding guy. And it doesn't have to be me. It does not have to be me. But you're not known for having those upstanding guys. So what do you know about a decent person? I said I would give you the benefit of the doubt if you actually dated a decent dude. But you haven't. But you know how they do when they get broken hearted. Now they want to be on their spiritual weed smoking. I'm gonna lose a little weight and get a juicer.
I'm
I'm gonna
finding
stop getting
myself. Well, you ain't finding shit.
so
You are yourself.
you are the sum total of the parts. Like my homeboy tried to say, you know, Charles, you live in the past. I said, well, you put a resume in. Are you living in the future?
Mhm. I told
Sometimes
somebody
I like to.
else that
Go
what's the
ahead.
one thing in common that all these guys have besides your vagina? You. That's your picker. You pick these dudes. So you have to be thinking about that when you say every man that you meet that you've been with and been in relationships with and had sex with ain't shit. You ain't shit because you don't want to keep picking these motherfuckers. I might have problems with some of my exes because I have exes because no relationship lasts forever, but I'm not out there thinking that everyone is supposed to last forever. And I'm not being irrational to say that, hey, this happened, this was kind of fucked up, and it's all them. No, I've done some shit too. And I'm very accountable to that. That's why I can still be friendly with these motherfuckers and not just hate them for life. Except even the ones who did some really grimy shit to me. My son's mother, I can still have a conversation with her. I don't, but I can. I'll call her on Mother's Day and wish her happy Mother's Day and thank her for my fucking child, having both his eyes in the right place and shit like that, and not beating them and traumatizing them. Yes, I will call her and thank her for that shit because I couldn't have had my son without her ass. I probably could have got him out of a different woman, but my son is my son because of who he came from. Plain and simple. Same thing with my daughter. So I don't have to shit on him. We have a difference of opinion. I understand what that is. But it don't mean we can't have a laugh and cut two motherfuckers up watching it like, look at this goofy motherfucker. Man, would you ever? Hell no, I would never. We can have a good laugh.
And it's
We can
funny
have
about
a
that,
good
Artisan.
ass laugh.
And it's funny about that, Artisan. I said, if I was such a terrible guy, I said, why do I still keep in contact with the exes and they still love me?
Yeah, why would they still talk to me?
I
I
said,
was
do you know how many of my exes still call me? I said, and she blocked me from her Instagram account, which I thought was funny. And she was like, well, that's why we're not checking for you guys. I said, that's why men don't care. I said,
that's right.
trust me, when GTA 6 come out, it's over.
Look,
I said,
in the idea of dating and mating, right, and attraction.
Arnie, you muted yourself, Arnie.
Sorry, I was trying to mute Charles because he had the background. In the idea of dating and mating and attraction, the two of you see each other at the same time. Who is required to make the first move? Who's expected to make the first move? Is it women or is it men?
usually the men are the hunters.
Right. So that's why we never care if you ain't checking for us. You never checking for us, Lily. You might put yourself out there to look like easy game because you hunting for men, but that's how you hunt. You hunt by trapping. Men hunt by stalking and going after it. You ain't never checking for us. You looking to see if we looking at y'all. And if we ain't paying no attention and ain't making no move, you sitting there like unpicked fruit. Why won't he come over here? I've looked at him 3 times. I've shaken my ass and flopped my hair. Why is he not moving? Because that shit don't move men who know better. It move kids, young dudes, hands full of cum, no brains.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it moved them. It don't move grown-ups. Grown-ups be looking at you like, she doing all this silly shit to try to get some damn attention.
Instead of just coming over and talking to me.
Anyway, today in sports news. They don't do it. That's not what it is. You're going to have something a little bit more on the ball. Because I don't know if you noticed or not, but dicks fit in any vagina. So you're going to have something a little bit more to offer than just that. It's going to have to be a little bit more. And yes, you can have your shopping list filled out for all the accoutrements. And as Gigi would say, Green Gorilla would say, your cash and prizes. You can have all that shit that make it more enticing for you to throw it open for. But trust and believe, you can have a dude with all of that and you throw it open for somebody who didn't have any of it. If you felt them butterflies.
That's what I always say.
So shut
That's what I
up.
always say. I will never ever pay for what a Rustic man got for free.
Exactly. Well, come on, man. Come on, man. I know whole convicts who got women, fine women, could have anybody, absolutely devoted, licking his taint to him. And like, it ain't about all the rest of that shit, apparently. It's about what she feel like she down for. And when she get enough, she'll be done with it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something a woman told me. My mother told me about women who get with dudes who like to kick their ass. When you've had enough, you'll be finished. Is that not sounding like some boxer in the ring? You getting up? You had enough.
You had enough of them shine on.
I'm getting up. Okay, then we back in.
I don't hear no bell. I don't hear no bell.
Don't hear no bell. Don't throw in the towel.
After the ref give you the standing 8, you want to continue?
Okay, man.
Fight.
Fight. You gotta know when to quit. But when you had enough, yeah, when you had enough, it'll be enough. And that's from a woman who was abused. When she had enough, she went after that nigga with a knife and he knew she was serious. That was the last time I ever saw that motherfucker. She had enough. Enough of that shit. Nigga, I'm gonna split you long and deep. And we're gonna have enough of this shit. And that was it. He realized, okay, she is fucking serious. Okay. I want to keep my internal organs internal. I want to keep the insides inside. It's hard to fuck when your guts is, leaking out. So,
Sliced open.
yeah, well, I'll move it along. So, final thoughts for you, gentlemen. I did put in 5 hours. I didn't do a real review of anything. That's good. That means you probably will watch the review of the ballerina because I really did like the movie, so I should give it a decent review, even though I'm behind on reviews. It's just
Now I
time.
want to see it.
You should see it. It was a good movie.
Get some cigars and some banana cognac.
If
Yeah.
in the same, think of it this way: in the same way you can watch Andor and like Andor and understand it's part of the Star Wars universe, you can watch the ballerina, understand it's the same thing in the John Wick universe. Because I can say this: the first thing I thought of when I was watching this movie, when I sat down and watched it, I would like to see other people in this universe. I like the world of John Wick as it is, how it's set up and stuff like that. That whole Assassin's World shit is interesting as shit to me. With some common sign posted in like Winston, Quran, High Table, all that shit. It's all interesting. But there's other assassins and killers and stuff like that in it. Introducing the character of Eve just gave you a different side of it where they're not the hitters, they're the protectors. That makes it a little bit different. Because then it makes it more of a bigger organization where, man, we train these people to do this shit for protection.
Well, that would actually make good sense because people pay for good protection.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I know.
Exactly. Right. They would. Right. So seeing that and seeing that Eve's father was part of that, the Kikigori, right? They are the protectors in the Roscaroma. That's what they train for. That's completely different. Same fighting style, same skills, but completely different. It gives you another side to this world because as soon as the movie was coming on, I was remembering something from the first John Wick movie and what I found interesting in it. The first time John Wick went into the Continental and checked in, who did he say hello to? Perkins, right? Perkins was an assassin. You weren't interested in what Perkins was doing? What kind of mission she was on? Because everybody used the Continental. But everybody in the Continental, from the motherfuckers sitting in the lounge chairs and stuff, they all killers. Or they all can kill. Even Winston, I think, might have been a killer at one time. So that's what made the world so interesting. You can get a shitload of stories focusing on any one of these killers. Any one of them. Like Common's character. Common knew John Wick. You wouldn't be interested to find out what his character was up to?
Mm-hmm.
Or Donnie Yen's character? What Donnie Yen's character was before he was blinded? Or was he blind his whole life? Or what was the situation that led to him having to, stay away from his fucking daughter? You wouldn't want to know that? What about the head of the Japanese Continental? You wouldn't want to know his story? You wouldn't want to see that dude having been out there in the field before he became the manager of the Continental? Come on, bruh. This shit is deep. That'd be like watching movies with different Jedi. Not just the Skywalkers, but just
I was about to say that different Jedi orders would actually have different purposes.
Different Jedi in different places doing different things. Because that's part of the fun of having other Jedi. You know how Mace acts. You know how Yoda acts. You know how Luke acts. You know how Obi-Wan acts. But if you got movies about them, different Jedi in different places doing their thing or their histories, it would bring you more into the whole universe as a whole to understand there's more shit going on than just this one character. And it makes it more interesting. So when you have a character like John Wick rolling through, you already understand the weight of that character. So when John Wick rolls in and he's talking to Eve and he's met Eve before, they from the same group. And it's like, she called you to bring me in? Yeah. Like, nigga, it's probably over, Eve, but you might need to go with him because he's going to focus and it's going to be a problem.
He's just going to outclass you.
He just outclassed. The great white shark just jumped in the water, okay?
Get
the fuck out.
He might be a nice ass panther, but the goddamn American lion, a prehistoric prehistory lion, the biggest cat that ever been seen in history, a
There's a
1,000
difference.
pounds.
Yeah, there's a difference there's a difference between somebody who's we were talking about it last week, Beasley. There's a difference between somebody who's adept, a practitioner, and somebody who's mastered this shit.
Yep.
John Wick is a master at that shit because he is exceptional at this shit. It's been proven over his movies. He's exceptional. Eve is a new character. Eve is pretty good. She is not John Wick level.
You know, she's above
So how
the
does she
normal
get out of this?
person.
Well, how does she get out of this situation, nigga?
She's above the normal person. There are certain people you face them, you're just gonna get fucked up.
Yeah,
They're fictional characters.
Yeah,
There's gonna be. That's why I told my son and my godsons. I said, look, there are certain people you don't want to get in a 1v1 fight with. That's Wolverine with or without the claws. That's Deadpool. That's Daredevil. Nightwing. I mean, Batman's even more crueler than you think. He'll put you in traction and smile at you. And here's another guy. When you got a guy like Panther from the Thundercats with super strength and even master fighting arts, what do you think you could possibly do against that? Yeah. When I look at John Wick and that scene you talking about, I'm like, you're good, but you're about to get eaten. If you make one wrong move, you're gonna get the Falcon.
I'm bad. I had to get my food. I like how they left my package on the porch. Didn't say anything. One of my purchases from Amazon came. No, this is not a fucking dildo.
Is it a pocket?
It does look like a dildo.
It's like a flashlight.
It does look like that's what I should have said. It's not a fleshlight, nigga. Looks like it, not a fleshlight.
Lightsaber.
It's a Q. Yeah, I wish. It's a Q extender.
So that's what they call it these days.
That's what you're calling it now, huh? Fuck you. Let's see. If you're playing on a larger size table than the bar tables, this is one of my sticks. A nice rubber grip. If you cannot reach for a long shot and you don't know how to use your left hand, you take said non-fleshlight, pool sexual, and you insert, not repeatedly, just one time, into the end.
What it takes.
Twist it close. Get that suction right.
Are you sure that
I told you, this is a skill I learned in Catholic school, how to turn everything dirty. I learned this in Catholic school. I swear to God.
So did I. Are you sure that it's not really? I think I was born that way.
You have now extended your shaft by the butt.
It's a damn shame in this day and age that we can't.
I'm a grown up. I swear.
So basically, you gave your
Now it
pulse
does
with
look
a cock
like
line.
a damn lightsaber. It does look
So
like a lightsaber.
basically, you gave your pulse with a cock line.
Yeah. I got a strap on for my pool stick to extend this. I got an extendo dick on it. That's basically what it is.
Just gave his pool cue Viagra. God damn.
Well, it's already stiff. I just extended it. Gave it some insight.
Or it stings.
It was some extend.
Then some of the Shannon chops.
Well, no, Charles looked like duty flashlight. The persuader.
The mag light.
The mag light persuasion tool.
Oh yeah, I need to get me a mag
He wants to
light.
confess. You
I
sure?
need to get me a mag light just because.
I have one in my car just for that purpose.
You know when the cops really want to hate you is when they put it on the fucking put it in their car when it's cold outside And like, why do so many cops? Why do you think they had a ruling where they didn't let you carry the big mag lights anymore?
Mm-hmm.
So they knew people were getting vented up with that shit. Science stealing too.
Yep. And yeah, JT, the brother with the dog. I forgot what his name was. It wasn't Hunter.
Yeah, I was gonna say him too.
Brother with the dog. Why he was earning that money. What he wanted that particular bounty for. Yeah. It's a bunch of those killers in the John Wick world that are interesting. That I would watch solo movies on if they want to give me their story, if they want to give me their origin story, or they want to give me a story in their world. That John Wick world has been flushed out enough to where you don't need to just see John Wick to have it happen in that world. And I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to pivot that franchise into being more characters that can have movies other than just John Wick. Because Eve exists on her own. She has her own story. She has her own shit going on, which was interesting. And leads into, they could do a sequel on this. There's some fucked up shit going on within this Ruscaroma stuff. And this is just one part, one, family in this John Wick world. Just one family. There's some different shit going on. I think what it is like some rival school shit, like some Hidden Leaf root shit going on in this ballerina movie. That's what I think it is. I'm thinking the Ruscaroma is like the Hidden Leaf village, but then this other one, this Hallstag, is the root. It's like the Hidden Leaf. It's like in parody, but it's the opposite. They're doing some different shit. And this looked like some, when it got to that part, when they went to Hallstag, it looks like Donald Glover's Mr. and Mrs. Smith. That there's people and couples and shit like that everywhere.
And by the way, two questions. No Mary Sue shit. And why didn't Capcom get us? And why didn't Capcom give us another goddamn rival schools? You talking bitches. Nigga, 25 goddamn years you talking bitches. Why didn't some rival schools? Bastards. I love Capcom, but sometimes Capcom is like a good bad wife.
Mm-hmm.
So
Rainfire, you funny. You said Smiling Bob. You mean Handsome Bob? Handsome Bob making pool accessories. Pool cute. Guac guac 2000. Yeah.
I want to one day go. I want to one day go to like one of those weapon stores in John Wick. And be like, hello, Mr. Faulkner. We've been expecting you.
Would you like it, Perry?
I don't think that has the circumference for me, so yeah. But
I'm gonna see who makes the joke about that shit looking like a fucking fleshlight when I go shoot pool with that shit. Because some other guys have extenders, but they have pool cues that are designed to screw in this other part on the end of it. Right. I bought that one. That was cheaper, and it works for all my cues, as far as I know. So I have to test it. We'll see. I'm usually pretty tall, and some of my sticks are pretty long, so I don't need that. But my shorter cues for them smaller areas, playing on barroom tables, so sometimes they put the pool table too close to the goddamn wall. I have to use a shorter cue. You might miss a shot because you can't make that reach across corner or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, final thoughts, so I can eat my food, make my headache stop.
Always a pleasure.
Always.
For the next one, and we just found out that Alderson's a master reacher runner.
What? What the hell did you say?
He's a master of the reacher runner. Okay, we get it.
Okay, that was the darkness, Thomas Faulkner Jr. What you got, Beast? You got some final thoughts? We can close this out at the 6 hour mark. I did 6.
No final thoughts. I'm just trying to go back and rewatch. You got Summer Game Fest going on, so I think we'll rewatch. They had the Xbox showcase today, and so they already had the before Summer Games Fest early in the week. They had played the PlayStation show State of Play, and they showed some of the games coming out because we was looking For a couple of games I'm really interested in. I definitely want to get this get the new 007 James Bond game that they got coming out, where you basically paying a younger James Bond when he first gets recruited in the MI6 after he leaves the British Special Forces.
Okay.
And so yeah, so I'm really interested in that. And then they got a new Marvel fighting game coming out by the Arc Systems, the same people that gave Dragon Ball Fighter Z. They jumped on the Marvel game and everybody was like, "Yo, Capcom, what you doing? They done beat you to the force. They done snatched up Marvel and everybody give a new fighting game." And I just saw the trailer today for a new Invincible fighting game.
Well, you'd have to read the comics to know all the rest of those Invincible characters.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of characters in that shit. They can do a fighting game on that, but it's gonna be Viltrumite heavy.
Oh yeah, it is. They showed that in the trailer. You had Invincible and Omni-Man versus two other Viltrumites and Adam, Eve, and I forget the other brother that's like was the orange and all of that other stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's a 3v3 game, so you're gonna be able to tag them out and they was beating the shit out of Invincible before everybody else showed up. I said he can't handle 3 Viltrumites on his own.
She can barely handle one, and they're gonna be doing a lot of bleeding in that game. So they should get the Mortal Kombat people on that one because this ass bleed too much to be invincible against shit.
Yeah.
And don't give me that shit. His will is invincible. His will is not invincible, motherfucker. Because that motherfucker want to quit all the time. So shut up.
I'm
gonna jump on Rivals again today because I gotta play some Magneto. I gotta log some time with Magneto, my Magnegro from my dailies because I'm trying to the rest of this Krakoa bullshit.
Oh yeah. I got the little combat game pass. They added the game pass within the damn game, battle pass, where you get the Magneto legendary skin. I just got it yesterday. Finally, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just whoop people ass with this now.
Yeah, I don't like that binary skin shit. I don't like that
binary sword.
that Hawkeye one looks ugly. That one looks ugly. The only one I'll get for Hawkeye will be that Ronin one. That Ronin one looks sick, nigga.
Well, they got another binary skin coming. It's for Iron Fist.
I don't give a fuck. Fuck Iron Fist. I'm sick of Iron Fist. I really am sick of Iron Fist players. I'm sick of 2 players right now. 3 players who get over on some bullshit. And I'll say this to round out the day with my rant on Rivals. I am sick of Star-Lord players who think they're really good because they do some erratic ass shit that auto targets. That's dumb. I'm trying to remember what the skill level is on that fucking character. I think it's probably a 1 or a 2.
3-star.
3-star? Whatever, fuck. The other one is Spider-Man, not so much because he does the same shit. Right? The number 1 in that spot would probably be Scarlet Witch. Because that shit, I was behind the wall, not even in combat, and that shit hit me. I'm like, what is that shit? I get a loss for that. I wasn't even there.
Oh, the chaos control.
Yeah. That shit is stupid. That shit is broken as fuck. And then the other one is goddamn, did I just forget it? I'm not saying remember Scarlet Witch, stupid ass. Oh, Iron Fist. That shit is stupid. I watched this motherfucker bounce up in the sky and chase this dude that was flying, trying to hit him with Iron Fist. I'm like, how the fuck is he even doing that? That don't even make no sense. That is nothing Danny Rand has ever done in the comic books.
That's what a lot of us say, man. A lot of us say Iron Fist ain't never did that shit in the comics.
He cannot fly. He can't fly. Swordmaster cannot fly. All this is a Swordmaster. He cannot fucking fly. Why are you chasing flyers around in the sky? Donnie Yen that shit. I'm sick of that shit. That shit is irritating.
That was what they nerfed in the 2.5 update. They nerfed that to where now, because what they would do is they would use like his little iron defense thing to where you can the Jinkudo punch and you can fly away using the punches. Well, they nerfed that to where if you ain't locked on to nothing, you can't go that far. So people can't do that anymore. Aren't technically supposed to be able to do that. But I was like, I play my iron defense. I was like, no, you can still do it, and you can still fuck a lot of people up with it.
I watched that motherfucker. I'm serious. I'm watching from underneath him, chasing this motherfucker around in the sky. I'm like, how the fuck is he doing that? That doesn't even make any sense. It is a ground-based dueler. Why is he up in the air chasing a flyer at the top of the screen? That was dumb. And then the thing I'm not liking about Namor. Why does his little defensive shield only last 3 seconds and can't heal him?
And they just nerfed it too.
He has a defensive shield, but it doesn't heal him when he circles himself in water. I think everybody else who does something like that gets to heal. Luna gets to heal herself. Rocket can't heal himself, which is stupid as fuck. I mean, he can drop those little deploys down, and if it spits out some health things, he can grab that. Even fucking Jeff, goofy ass, can heal himself. But Namor can't heal himself as a duelist. He can't heal himself.
Using water.
Healed. But he encased himself in water, which is not one of his abilities. But I would think if he did encase himself in water, that nigga just got a lot stronger. No, he can't heal himself. Okay. And it takes like 3 or 4 of these tridents if you're not using the what is it? The L2 one to take somebody down, but they can take me out from using this shit like Cloak and Scarlet Witch. That's dumb. They have no range on that shit. It doesn't seem like they have any range on that bitch, which makes no sense in the world. But Emma Frost's, it's only stronger when you're closer. They fucking up shit. Whatever fixes they keep fucking up shit to give me dumb shit like emotes. I don't give a fuck about how somebody's feeling.
I was waiting for your take. I was going to ask you your take if you got on it.
I don't give a fuck about the emotes. Why do I care? Oh, you can put it on your character, your nameplate, your friend status. Nigga, is we talking and trying to get a date? I don't give a fuck about your mood. It's bad enough I gotta hear you motherfuckers. I finally figured out how to turn the chat off where I can't hear anybody. What? I don't care. What dumbass thing is this? Take this shit off there and give me an actual update on something that's, helpful. Fix some of these characters that seem like they fucking broken and actually put some common sense shit into the characters that need some common sense put into them. I'm just saying, since I've been playing with Namor, that shield, that defensive shield, he can levitate with it, he can fly, which makes no sense in the world, outside of the fact that he got wings on his ankles. If it's a defensive thing, it should heal him. Plain and simple, it should just heal him.
Especially since they increased the cooldown on it now, because it used to be 15 seconds, now it's 20 seconds.
20 seconds! That was the other thing. 20 seconds? Is that not the longest cooldown in the game? For that? For 3 seconds worth of work, I gotta wait 20 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Are you fucking kidding me? Then they're 3 to 4 times as long as the shit lasts, I have to wait for it to cool down? That doesn't even make any sense. That makes no fucking sense at all. Scarlet Witch ain't gotta wait that long to do her little misting shit. And she can just do it back to back to back. Fuck you. Come on, man. That's stupid. That is some dumb shit. Y'all really making me run back to Division 2 because there's updates and I ain't played in a while.
It's a bunch of goofy stuff, like how they keep nerfing, they keep buffing Hella. I mean, not Hella, but Hawkeye and Luna. And like a lot of us keep saying, I said the developers must got a thing for them too, because Luna can now heal, can give herself health when she pops a snowball. She can do 2 headshots. She can take you out, and it's like and everybody just keeps saying like now they increased the amount of time it takes for her to get her ultimate, but everybody was like, why don't you just decrease the amount of time her ultimate lasts? Her ultimate lasts like about 12 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And so you got to see her dancing in the thing. I was like, damn. I was like, because I used to wonder, like, why did shit last so long? And then somebody said it takes 12 seconds.
You can flip in between giving the damage buff or the heal. Because you can switch in between that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's giving you both at the same time. And it's Asian.
that's what, and people be like, I don't want to say nothing, but I was like, no, we can all say it.
We all grown ups, man. What the fuck? Say it. You saw it too.
Why you think? I was like, why you think? I said, why you think Iron Fist's ass was so damn strong for the longest until they finally nerfed him? He kept getting buffed after buff after buff, till finally he was so damn strong. Now they had to nerf him.
Yeah, fucking hell, dude.
Because you could. Because what was pissing me off with him is like you couldn't kill his ass. I was like, bro,
no, you couldn't.
I had to get Wolverine.
Wolverine is getting unkillable too, which in some ways makes sense for a Wolverine character. But look, I want to play with all the characters. I do. And as I go through playing and mastering each character, I'm going to see the picadillos in that shit. I am. And the pluses and the minuses. As playing an Iron Fist, I'm sure that's more fun for you. That double jump shit you saying, Rainfire, fuck them, they're lying. I watched the shit. He was not double jumping. He was quadruple fucking jumping.
He has 3 jumps.
To the top, in the top and chasing laterally a flyer at the top of the map, the whole enclosure. He up there chasing him around, not in a straight line. He just chasing him. I'm like,
Yeah, he has 3 jumps that the recovery time, the cooldown is like almost 2 seconds. So you can get your 3 jumps back very easily. Plus, he has an auto lock, and that's how he's able to fight the flyers and stuff. Because if once you turn your crosshair on it, it locks onto him. And so, as long as you able to, your sensitivity is just right, you can stay locked on the people and fight them. Because I be doing this shit. Because I be playing with Iron Fist. I'm like, oh, this is how you do it, and I just be just locking on the people. I said, oh, this how.
Star-Lord has an auto lock. Spider-Man has an auto lock. Spider-Man has it if you hit him with a tracer, which is hard as fuck to hit him with a damn tracer anyway, right? Because you don't have that many of them. But once you hit him with a tracer, you can get in and do your punching shit. So you learn how to work that shit, you can. Star-Lord just got an auto lock just because he's doing some goofy shit. Iron Fist is the same fucking way. That's irritating. And that's why people use that shit. Because it's a cheap way to win. But Punisher only has an auto lock when he's doing his ultimate. But you still have to, it'll lock on if you're in the vicinity of him. But if you're not, you just missing, nigga.
Yep, line of sight.
It's not going around a corner and hitting them. It's not just in the room and just throwing shit everywhere and they automatically hit the person. No, not that shit at all. You actually have to aim. You have to actually lead or follow your target. You have to train in on and stay with them. No, these motherfuckers get that shit off top for nothing, just for hitting the button. Like, irritating. Irritating. I'm sure it can be fun if you play in the character. I'm sure it's fun. I'm sure it seems really easy. Risk without reward, or reward without risk. But that's bullshit. It's not so much fun on the other side when you're just exploiting the shit. It's just a game, man. You play it how it is. Play it how the fuck it is. I am disappointed, though. I lost my Luna Snow and Namor team up.
Oh.
That Ice Monstro. I like that. But I do like the Gamma Monstro.
The Gamma Squid way more powerful. They just
Yeah,
nerfed
that
that
Gamma
too,
Squid
bro.
fucking off, though.
They nerfed that too, Artisan. They made that shit 20-second cooldown as well.
I know. That's bullshit. That shit should be just as fast, if not a little faster than the regular Monstros. But it's effective for the time that it's on there. It is. It should just be a little shorter. My other gripe is that it's not on Namor, but I want to eat my food. That's why I'm rushing. Sorry, Beast. But my other gripe is on Ultron. His cycling is too slow for his weapon, which makes no sense. You mean to tell me the dude in the tin can shoot faster than the whole artificial intelligent creature? That's dumb. His move is so dumb to me in a sense because he doesn't do a beam. He does a beam shot, but by the time you've trained in on somebody to shoot that shit, they have already moved.
Yeah.
And it's slow to be able to do it again. It's not like he can use both hands because you don't have two fucking hands apparently, like Iron Man. No, he has to wait. You missing more than you hitting anything, or you have to be really fucking close.
Yeah.
Then it can do damage.
Which is what me and I watched another guy on YouTube who does the same shit. I play that motherfucker front line in up close by the tanks. I said because there's no way I can hit you. Because people be trying to play him at range. I said, bro, there's no way you're hitting me because I'll get like 10 final hits by the end of the match just because I'm up on people, blasting them 2 hits, you're done.
I've had success with Ultron using him as the mid ranger, not the far off. Far off, you'll miss everything. But mid range, you can hit everybody. You might even hit them with your blade in a very anime fashion. You might be able to slash them with that little blade, but you get more. His numbers will end up being level where you can have 37 kills and 37 saves at the same time.
Yep.
Because as soon as you do your little Ultron heal, a robot who can heal himself multiple times, not within 20 seconds, right? You can heal. Once you heal yourself, you're healing everybody else around you too at the same time. So you're getting saves regardless. You can put a drone on the individual person so it can heal them. But when you do your personal heal, it heals everybody else around you too. So you need to be close to the fight. You don't need to be right at the front line, but you mid-range. You're right there in the mid. So when you hit somebody with that charge beam, it does fuck them off. At close range, that could have lovely.
Real quick, quick. And if you real good, you can flick it. And that's what I be doing. I figured out how to flick it right to an enemy that's about to die and catch him at that last second burst. Bam. Bam. I'm like, dude, you
still in kills, nigga.
Like, that's wow,
yeah.
4 in a row. I'm like, yep,
4 in a row, yes. I've heard that many a times playing my Ultron, nigga. That's how I found out the range. Like, okay, far off ain't really it for him as a flyer, but this close in shit, you can do the support and you can do the attacking at the same time, all at the same time. And I watched those numbers grow from your kills and your support can end up being very even. And at that point, your death count goes down. How many times you died during the match, it goes way down. And then your kill counts and your save counts are usually really high because you can do both in the mix of the fight. So you have to be at mid-range with them. But they will come after your ass because he flies slow. He got a good juke move with that sprint. He got a good juke. But you need to be watching that shit. You need to watch it. They will come after your ass. You will draw hate. Like nobody.
Manage your cooldowns and you'll be all right.
How do I feel about Magic? What's up, is it Jack? How do I feel about Magic? I like Magic. I have to play more with Magic because all those characters that jump around on the screen is very awkward for me. My brain don't work in that sporadic ass shit but I've had some success playing with Magic, but I haven't played with her enough to level up to captain level. I think I'm at knight level with Magic, but I like Magic as a character, as her power set, what she does. I like that shit. I bought a lot of copies for her before I even played her. So
Yeah, I play with Magic. I'm about to be Lord with the character. I like Magic. Magic, I have a very high win rate with her. So I go and that's the one I need to go in and just pick people off with 3 hits and get shit done.
yeah, I've seen people play with Magic better than I play with her because I don't know why it is for me. I'm not judging the distance right or something like that, but I ended up missing sometimes when I'm swinging that blade, which I don't think I should be missing shit with that big ass blade. Nigga, if I do this, I should be hitting anything in my way. I shouldn't need to target. That should be something that's auto targeting. I shouldn't need to target anybody with that shit because as soon as I swing a fucking 8-foot blade in an arc around myself with my arm outstretched, nigga, I got everything in view, fatally or not. It should need to be. I needed to be targeted on the more I missed. No, fuck you. Hell no. You mean with that, then otherwise, I'm having better accuracy throwing a fucking trident from way back in the screen than this person that's up close with this big ass blade swinging. Fuck out of here. You walked into a crowd of people and a dude got a big ass sword like that and he starts swinging even wildly, you getting the fuck out the way because everybody getting hit, nicked, cut, dismembered. Something's happening badly.
Yes, people getting hit.
Yeah, so people can get it. But yeah, I'll work on my Magic too because I've already lorded Punisher. I drop back to Punisher when I see my team is not suppressing these people or not pushing enough. I end up having to drop back to Punisher to give them that push so we can get where we're trying to get to, right? Because some of these motherfuckers play too cowardly. I saw somebody with Venom running from Thor, and this motherfucker ran all the way back to the respawn. And I'm coming out of the respawn from being in the fight, killing. I'm like, where the fuck are you going? His health is full. His health is full. He just running. I'm like, this cowardly motherfucker. You're the Vanguard, dumbass. You're supposed to be in there up front. That's the character you're playing. Play your fucking role.
Especially since they gave Thor a total rework to where now they put his hammer throw on a fucking cooldown, like a 6-second cooldown, which used to be based on how many hammers you had, the little 3 hammers that you can get it back. Now they put it on a 6-second cooldown, and his awakening is where you can shoot lightning at people. You can do that more on when it's on no cooldown. And people are like this, like, yo, that fucks up the gameplay loop that everybody kind of built. Whereas you hammer swing, throw the hammer swing, then pop lightning. Now it's just hammer swing, gotta wait for the hammer throw, and just go into shooting lightning at people. And everybody, yo, you basically turn them into like a projectile character.
Yeah, because Storm was getting too much love. Storm was getting too much love. And you realize you don't have to have Storm just throwing lightning bolts, right? I mean, I'm just talking to the game developers, not you, Beasley, because Storm is an elemental. She's a weather witch, so she can throw things other than lightning, like rain or wind. Like, she should be able to, like, Sue Storm can push motherfuckers back. Storm should be able to gale force wind your ass off the side of a map. Just saying. Without having to need the special of the whirlwind or anything like that. No, that's just what she's doing. If you know anything about comics, that's how she fucking flies. She manipulates air currents around her to fly. She ain't flapping her wings. You notice that, right? I mean, she fly with a leather jacket on. How does that happen?
Well, they actually buffed Storm as well.
Oh yeah,
they gave another team up with Jeff NATO.
I saw that and I laughed. Sharknado.
That's what it was.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
I was like, I've done it playing Storm. I've done it on somebody. They was like, somebody play Storm. I was like, oh shit, they gonna hop on Jeff and we're gonna do this damn team up shit.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. That shit was funny as hell to me. I don't like the Jeff NATO. That's Shark. Okay, whatever, man. Okay, Sharknado. Fine, whatever. Look, you're getting sucked up. Okay, it's funny. It's funny. It's a
No,
game.
there's a glitch with that team up shit because then people have exploited it because they said you couldn't combine Hurt O, Jess O, and Johnny Storm's O, but apparently you can. And it's a motherfucker that figured out how to do the Firestorm, the Omega Hurricane, and Jess O, and it is wiping every inch of that team, the opposing team, off the map.
Firestorm NATO. I don't like dropping the Punisher and Rockets team up. Excuse me, Punisher, Rocket, and I think Bucky
Yeah.
got that Rocket team up. I like that. The infinite ammo for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Dropping that down to give Black Widow a team up with the Punisher is dumb. The microchip, that shit is stupid.
Yeah, you just can just spam her railgun. That's what it basically does. It turns into a semi-automatic, and it has piercing.
So what? It's a sniper rifle. It's supposed to have piercing.
So,
Or did you think that's not what sniper rifles did anyway?
apparently they didn't.
A Barrett
and
50. Piercing damage.
They gave Bucky the Captain America team up, the Stellar Impact.
Mm-hmm.
So
Bucky,
him and Cap.
yeah, Bucky is annoying, but I like that you have to actually target Bucky. Somebody playing good with Bucky, I respect.
It's a problem.
Yeah, it's a problem. Which I don't respect people that play good with Star-Lord. I don't. Bucky has no auto targeting, and he has a reload after every turn. So somebody playing good with Bucky and picking your ass off, wow, nigga, he earning that. He earning that. That nigga good.
Especially when hit that cracking impact and hit your ass again. You're armed and dangerous. Again.
There is no auto locking for him. He got to do all that shit himself. So he earned all the respect that he get.
And even with that ult reset, you got to actually get the kill to get the reset in order to reset your ultimate. So you can't, because me playing on Bucky, because especially when in rank, because that's where I get a lot of my. It's like, okay, I got to get the reset because we about to lose this damn point, and this is a ranked match, and I'm trying to rank the fuck up. Because I remember that's what happened at the start of the season. We was doing me and my buddy was duo queuing, and we was playing like dog shit. And when he was like, man, I'm sorry guys, we both threw. I said I got on Bucky. He said it was on the domination map on that Hydra map, and we managed to capture the point because I just started going. I said fuck this shit, I'm going with Bucky, and I just started capping everybody hit because he's hit scan too. So I just started hooking them, uppercutting them, hitting them with that energy ball. Then finally, I was able to clear them off with that cracking impact, and hit it 3 times and wiped them out. It was like, oh shit, we gonna win this? I was like, it looks like it.
Looks like it. Might be the case. Oh, and this goes back to something earlier in the show. This is how I know that you millennials are irritating because you play games like Rivals and you talk shit over a microphone.
Mm-hmm.
You like to laugh and gloat.
Which is an interesting point.
That's how I know that you're fucking millennials.
Which is an interesting point, Artisan, because the one of the really bigger content creators basically said he quit the game because he said of the toxic behavior of the people, and everybody was like, "Yep," and that's about right. It's a lot of shit because like one thing like I keep bringing up and other people say I don't understand this. I'm a dog and talk shit to my own teammates and think we're supposed to win the game.
Yeah, y'all trash. That was my next point I was gonna make. How you gonna say y'all trash and you on the team, dumbass? You on the team. You're trash. Because especially if I could see you not doing your fucking job. Come on, man, I need healings. Fuck are you at needing a healing? I had to tell these dumb fucks we're playing. and they kept evacuating the zone. The objective is to hold the zone. I understand a tactic is to push them back to their respawn and try to hold them there. Okay, that's all well and good. Who the fuck is hanging back to actually advance, the percentages on the zone with no healers? Okay, if I'm going to have to play the healer, then I'm going to have to hold the zone too. You're not getting healed around a corner, nigga. If I can't see you, I'm not healing you. Plain and simple. And I want to end this and win this match. That's why I'm holding post. If y'all don't understand the commands of fall back, attack here, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Because I can only heal you where I can see you. And if I leave this the way the rest of y'all doing, chasing these motherfuckers all over the map, then you just left it open for somebody to just creep in from the side. Oh, you lost control. Now you want to come back and fight for it again. I went through this in one match with these motherfuckers. I was like, fall back. Come back. Don't chase them. Fall back. They didn't fall back, so they stayed out there. I sat in the zone, got it up to 90-something%, and then these motherfuckers come back. Don't come back now. This is when you push to keep them away. In the waning hours, the waning minutes, seconds, that's when you push them back to their respawn and hold them there because they can't get back to stop the clock. You don't let them come back at the end, so now you lose a match that you had won at 99%.
Because that is very common for them to come back
And let them come back from 34 to 100. You fucking idiots.
Because they pop about 3-4 ultimates, wipe the team, heal themselves, and everybody's done.
They wiped the team because they had all of y'all bitch asses in one spot in the zone that they need to take over. So now it's completely undefended. And you got to wait the next 30 seconds to run your bitch ass all the way here. But there ain't enough time for you to do that. You fucked it up. Keep them close when you have time on your side. And when time has shifted to where the time is running out, you push their ass back because they're going to make the push to come in. You make the push to push them back so they can't come in. And even if they did get past you, they have no time to get there to reclaim shit. That's called tactics, kids. But if you just want to run around for your kill count, knock yourself out. But you know you ain't never going to win this match not holding shit. Never. You're never going to win anything not holding ground. Just saying. So get your kill counts. Run it up. Have fun.
But yeah,
no one call me the N-word like they do in Call of Duty. That's been a stereotype of Call of Duty forever. Because one, I don't play Call of Duty. And two, I don't argue with motherfuckers online for shit. Especially not on a fucking video game where I can't see you and get my hands on your bitch ass. That's why I've turned off my mic and I've turned off the voice chat where I can't even hear what people saying. I don't have to individually block them now. I just turned it off completely. I don't hear what the fuck they're saying at all. Only thing I'm hearing is this game and me talking. So now when I stream, I should be able to stream it and you can hear me talking and I can talk to y'all. But I don't hear them at all. So they might be, what is this nigga talking about? I never know because I ain't hearing their asses because they conversation is inane. It's asinine shit that these dudes are saying. Yep. It's some dumb fuck like I saw at work who was playing Rivals, who just sitting there having a giggle with their buddy talking shit to people. Yo, you niggas really trash, bro. He really, I hate that bro shit. Fuck you. I'm my goddamn bro.
But and then what's worse is you got people that call them so-called content creators that do what is called rage bait, where they literally will talk shit to their teammates just so they can get a clip for their little Instagram or YouTube or whatever little page. And it's like, how in the and even with the Call of Duty shit, one thing people keep forgetting is like back in those Xbox Live lobbies and stuff, you talk shit to the opposing team. You didn't talk shit to your teammates because
Yeah,
y'all was all in the. You was always in an open thing before the match started, and then you got your server. Because that's one thing people keep forgetting. Well, I grew up in the Call of Duty. I said, yeah, but you was talking shit to the opposing team before y'all started the match. Not doing, not oh, I'm on my team and I'm talking shit to my own teammates.
Rivals, you will have people talking shit to their own teammates and tanking the game. Not tanking in the sense of they soaking up damage. No, they will tank the game and not play.
Yep.
Stand off in the corner so they get timed out. So there's always some new person filtering in on your side, making the other side run up their goddamn kill count because you can't get 4 solid people to stay in the damn game. Terrible sportsmanship. Exactly. Aquateki. No sportsmanship.
And Artisan, it's even worse.
Minutes so it kicks them out.
And then it's worse in rank because in rank you can't get no switch in. So if they just don't play, and they fuck up your points, and so you don't rank up. Like yesterday, I played 2 matches, like 2 or 3 matches, where the one guy literally through the match. He sat and spawned, jumped on Doctor Strange, and I said, "Oh shit!" I knew it was gonna be some bullshit because I was already a tank, and it was somebody else that was tanking. He picked the 3rd tank. I said, "It's gonna be some bullshit." I said, "I'm not gonna rank up."
If they want to update something in this game, let me update friendly fire. Let me suggest an update of friendly fire. Because when I see people sitting in the spawn or sitting in a corner somewhere, the first thing I do is try to shoot at their ass to get their attention. And then usually my mic will come on like, what the fuck you doing? Because everybody fights, nobody quits. That's my motto. Everybody fights, nobody quits. I don't give a fuck how the battle is going. It's a game. Play.
You don't fight.
I see people doing that shit. I am pissed off, and I do want to kill them. I want to personally kill them. I'd be willing to take a negative on my kill count for that shit. I wouldn't give a fuck. I just want the ability to punish their ass for doing that shit. Because you do it again, you can get in trouble with the game. Nigga, you should be keeping track of how many times they've done it, period. Not just in this match. How many times, period.
And they shouldn't be waiting for people to report them like I do. Because I
need a wall of shame that, look, these are the people that keep doing this shit. Okay, I'm not playing with this one. Monkey Fist 100? Okay, fuck him. We got a block list for a reason, right? Okay, let these motherfuckers start making block lists.
And they avoid teammates. But see, the problem with the avoid teammate list, you can only have a limit of 3 people at a time. So you can only avoid 3 people. So if you're trying to avoid a 4th person, you would have to. It's gonna take that one. The first cat you avoided off, and you possibly gonna end up with that person on your team again.
Yeah, this shit. Some of this shit, they need to do some different reworks. I don't know who they're doing this shit. If it's all Asians or some white folks in the room, but I don't know. These are some reworks that need to happen to make the gameplay, like I said, more fun for casual people who want to come in and play your game. This kind of behavior makes the shit not fun to play. It makes it absolutely irritating. We might like Marvel characters. We might like what you're doing with the characters, your version of this fighting game in the style. That can be fun. These other aspects is what you need to clamp the fuck down on, because that makes it not fun at all. I don't like losing matches because somebody got in their fucking fifis and decided they didn't want to play. Since they don't have a ball to take home, they're just going to try to help lose the match.
And the excuse that people utilize if you just playing quick play, it's just quick play, it's just quick match. I said,
all matters.
It don't matter, dude. It's people still. Not everybody is doing rank because the excuse is, it's just quick play. If you want to be competitive, do ranked. I said, not everybody wants to do ranked though.
No, because ranked is too much on. You need to have a faction. Like right now, I want to play in this tournament, right? Just to see where I rank. I can't do that unless I join a faction or create a faction. Creating a faction that ain't nobody joined, and I put applications in to join factions that nobody's joined because I've never played or ranked in competitive outside of bronze. So what does that mean? That means you basically box out of playing competitive. That's what it means. Because everyone I applied to was already full. So are you having an infinite number of factions, or can you be a faction of 2 or 1? Probably not, right? So it's broken in a way that doesn't invite a lot of new players to get into that competitive part.
Yeah.
Better if you have at least 2 or 3 of your own people, but since most adult gamers are not sitting there with a bunch of people playing this shit, makes it a little tough.
Mm-hmm.
Quick play is what I got, which means you need to fix quick play so I can, these solo leveling people can actually have their fun playing the game and not get all the aggravation of competitive players that ain't with they faction right now. So they just going through as a goof, fucking off somebody else's gameplay experience while they're waiting for the next season to start where they can get carried by their teammates. Yeah, I said that shit.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Some people are boosted.
They're water skiers. They're just getting drugged behind the boat that's moving and cutting through water. They're just hanging on and waving. I'm on the team. Fuck you, water skiers. Anyway, final thoughts, sir. So I'm almost done with my damn burrito, but I do have some threslet shit cake here that I want to eat up on.
No final thoughts. Just everybody, just hopefully you find something that entertains you this week, and yeah, go see the ballerina if you haven't. And I'm about to get prepared for the downfall of all these damn comic book movies that's coming in a few weeks. With
Get ready for the bonfire.
I'm tired of fighting with motherfuckers about this Thunderbolt shit, bro. I tried not to fight nobody on Facebook, but I had got into it with somebody about it because they hyping this shit up. I said, okay, this movie ain't successful, but all right.
It's success. It is successful monetarily. Is it a really good movie? No. Is it a good movie? Yes. I think the ballerina was better than it.
Mm-hmm.
Had more story going on. I did like the Thunderbolts. I did. I just know what it's not and what it is. And I'm not going to start glazing this bitch just because it's the only crew we got out there with white folks. No. It's all right. It can be entertaining, but like I said, a car crash can be entertaining too, depending on the person.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's entertaining, but it ain't revolutionary and great and shit. No. I've seen more talk about John Walker now for people who never watched The Falcon and the Winter Soldier than I did before because they're trying to figure out how strong he is. Is he this strong? Is he stronger than Captain America? Well, Steve was a weenie when he did it. John Walker was already peaked before he got a jab. Well, yeah. But my complaint was that they made him a dumbass. Not an asshole. He can be an asshole because that's who he is. But he's not a dumbass. Go back and watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier when they start listing off John Walker's accomplishments before they made him Captain America. This motherfucker was the cream of the crop. It don't come no higher up on the cream. And then he got some super soldiers, some bootleg, not even Hydra version, some flag smasher, superheroes for a day serum shit. So he got some nitro. He got some nitrous shit. That just enhanced what he already was. Steve only got to where he was because Steve was a 4F weenie before then. Small, skinny, sickly looking. Get that boy a sandwich. And then he got the jab and got, nigga, what? All work, no play. Right? John Walker was already that beforehand. So, yeah, he should be possibly stronger than Steve. Because he's starting from a stronger base. You just put Super Soldier on top of that. He was already a soldier part. And super in that aspect of it. You just gave him a little bit more power.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. But you dumb fucks who don't watch TV shows and don't like doing your homework. It's not homework if you keep up. It's only homework when you're behind. Because I can tell you, as a kid in school, I took home very little homework. Because I did that shit in class. So I could have my free time. Keep up, slow kids. Rainfire said, off to work, just wanted to say will probably be the first blurt in history at Comic-Con in a Ron Perlman turkey dinners with space herpes shirt. You're going to have to actually turn up with some of these shirts you keep talking about, Rainfire. We're going to need to see proof. Because being this tall to fight this mall that needs to happen. That needs to happen. I really need to see that shit. And see you standing next to Ray Park with a line on your shirt that's above his fucking head. I'm just saying, this shit needs to happen. It needs to fucking happen. Rainfire, let me give you that 3B salute, sir. Appreciate you. All right, Beast. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Make good shit.
Yep. Real shit, make good shit. We'll come see. Peace out.
Peace. All right, y'all. We'll have to do, my ballerina review separately. I thought I'd do it on the stream, but the stream went the way it went. So I have to do a separate review. But if you have not seen the movie, I suggest checking it out. It's entertaining. There are some innovative fights. I do like Lance Riddick being in this. Getting to see him one last time. I'm very interested in how they developed and expanded on what the Roscaroma is, which is the group that trained John Wick. And this assassin's world is fascinating. And I would like to see it expanded. I would watch another movie with this character, Eve. I almost said Marconi. Macaro. I would watch another movie with Eve. I would. Because Eve has some brutal fights. My only critiques are she doesn't get punched in the face enough. That's it. She doesn't get punched in the face enough. And they just throw her around a lot more because of that. But otherwise, this shit was fun, dude. I enjoyed it. I really did enjoy it. And later on, it was making me like, oh shit, damn. But it's like John Wick. After 4 movies of John Wick, his fights get repetitive. You've seen the same shit before because it's always the same movements. So it is what it is. What up, King? You said, Artisan, I watched Sinners with my 98-year-old grandmother yesterday. She dated herself around 7 years old. I was amazed through her dementia. She remembered that. She dated herself around 7 years old. I don't get that because you just said she was 98. So that's dating her right there. So she was remembering that time when she was 7, or she dated the movie that it was about 7 when she was seeing stuff like this. And dementia, I think it starts from your earliest memories going backwards. But retrograde amnesia or retrograde dementia starts at your earliest memories forward. So you might not remember your past at all. I think one form of it, you remember your past, but you don't remember your present stuff because you can't hold on to those new memories. So all you have is the past. Either way, it's just attacking your brain, which makes it really rough. In your memories, which is what informs you of who you are on your journey. Your memories, what you remember, what you hold on to. When that is gone, who is it? Who are you, I should say. I meant dated as far as her age when 7, when she went through her error. Huh? You making shit as clear as mud. Era, okay. She meant she dated as far as her age was 7 when she went through the era. Okay, she was 7 going through that era. Okay, I got it. A change to Dark Maul taught me it's okay to handle 2 at one time. Lightsabers. What are you thinking about? Was probably want to get me punched. Only if you show with 2 girls and 1 lightsaber. Darth Maul told me you can handle 2 at once. Then that'd be a problem, especially in a Star Wars thing. Anyway, let me go ahead and get out of here. My head is hurting. My burrito is spicy, which means I need something to drink because my mouth is kind of on fire. Thank you guys for coming through today. Thank you for everyone who supported the stream. Rosie, Joe Herb, Rainfire Designs, Aquatech, 2 Triv, and Joe Thompson. Appreciate y'all support. Fuck, I forgot to put the banner back up. Did a whole show, 6 hours, no banner up. If you're watching on the replay, that banner across the stream is for you, not me. You can support the stream anytime, day or night, because Cash App and PayPal do not close. Super Chat goes to YouTube first, so they take they druthers off of it. Cash App, PayPal goes to the content creators, so remember that when you're donating. And if you like the material, definitely support it. That's how it stays around. If not, I thank you for showing up and watching it anyway. I will check the likes. The Not Shit Award for this stream goes out to Malika Me Bain for fine ditties like Neymar Ali Shabazz. And may the moose knuckle live long and prosper. So, Malika Me Bain is the 8 shit brother of the evening. Well, I appreciate you for that. I've been Artist MC. This has been the Hero's Journey. I do this every Sunday at 8 a.m. Trying. Where we will talk about geekdom life and everything else. I will see you guys when we make this next lap around the week. Yeah. And I will see you next time. Oh, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Helps the channel grow. Do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys next time. Peace.